Chapter 267. Lu Yuntian wanted to let it go, but he couldn't. No matter who it was, he would take revenge 10 times or 100 times over. If he didn't take revenge, was he still a man? If he wanted to hurt Lu Yuntian, he would end up 10 times or 100 times worse than Lu Yuntian. Lu Yuntian pondered for a moment and said, Ming-er, I can't tell you, but you must not be impulsive. This person is not someone you can defeat. Promise me, and I will tell you. Father, I promise you. I will not throw my life away before I am strong enough. Lu Ming said. All right, I will tell you. This person is, at that moment, whoosh, whoosh. There was a sound of something breaking through the air. 4 figures rushed in from the mountain stream. The 4 of them were old men with white hair. Their auras were extremely strong, and they were all experts above the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's eyes moved, and 1,000 miles voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. One of the short and fat old men in gray linen clothes smiled, and 1,000 miles voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. Young Master Tianyuan, I have heard a lot about you. I didn't expect you to be able to save your father under Xiao Changkong's nose. I am impressed. The short and fat old man cupped his fists. Senior, you are too polite. We were just lucky. This time, we will have to trouble you to send us back to the imperial capital. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, You are welcome. It is a small matter. Let's not delay any longer. We should leave as soon as possible. If the Shifang Sword faction finds us here, we will be in trouble. The short and fat old man said. Lu Ming nodded. At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, there was a sound of something breaking through the air in the distance. A few figures streaked across the sky and disappeared in an instant. Lu Ming saw clearly that those figures were the martial ancestor realm experts of the Shifang Sword faction. The Shifang Sword faction is so fast. The short and fat old man's face changed drastically. Lu Ming's face turned gloomy. The mountain stream was very hidden and was surrounded by trees and weeds. Hence, the Shifang Sword faction did not discover them earlier. However, they would definitely discover them after some time. What should we do? If we go out like this, we will definitely be discovered. If Xiao Changkong arrives, we will not be his match. Another old man said with a solemn expression, Seniors, please take Ming, and the others away. Xiao Changkong and the others want me. I'll lure them away. Said Lu Yuntian. No, father. It was not easy to save you. How could I let you fall in the hands of Xiao Changkong and the others? Lu Ming said firmly. Even if he had to die, he wouldn't let Lu Yuntian fall into the hands of the Decimo Sword sect and suffer all kinds of torture. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yuntian's tattered clothes fell into Lu Ming's hands. Lu Yuntian's expression changed greatly as he said, Ming, don't. The expressions of the others also changed. Seniors, I will go and distract them. You take my father back to the imperial city and hand him over to His Highness the 8th Prince. Lu Ming said to the elders, Ming-er, this definitely won't do. I don't agree. Lu Yuntian let out a low growl. Lu Ming smiled and said, Father, don't worry. Ming, it will be fine. Let's meet again in the imperial capital. Wait a minute, I'll go with you. On the side, Xianxia suddenly said, You'll go with me? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia. Don't think too much. I'm just afraid that if you die, I won't be able to fulfill my promise. Also, how are you going to distract the people of the Decimo Sword sect alone? Don't forget that your father's cultivation has been destroyed. If you run too fast, you will be exposed. I'll take you with me. Xianxia curled his lips. Okay, let's do that. I owe you a favor. Lu Ming said. TSK, who wants your favor? Xianxia curled his lips in disdain. Father, take care. After saying that, Lu Ming was about to rush out. Ming-er, no, come back. Lu Yuntian growled. However, he had lost his cultivation. How could he catch up with Lu Ming? In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Xianxia's figures were out of the mountain stream. Out of the mountain stream, Lu Ming put on Lu Yuntian's clothes. I'll take you with me. Xianxia pulled Lu Ming and rushed toward the depths of the desolate wilderness. In order to distract the people of the Decimo Sword sect, they naturally had to go to the depths of the desolate wilderness, so that Lu Yuntian and the others could escape smoothly. Several miles later, over here, I see them. A loud roar sounded in the desolate wilderness. Whoosh, whoosh. A few figures were chasing after Lu Ming and the rest at high speed. There were several martial artists of the 9th level of the martial master realm. Let's run together. Lu Ming pretended to be pulled by Xianxia. In fact, he was using his movement technique. The two of them ran toward the depths of the desolate wilderness like a gust of wind. The martial artists of the 9th level of the martial master realm behind them could not catch up at all. In the blink of an eye, dozens of miles had passed. Who dares to rob the people of the Decimo Sword Sect? You're courting death. At this moment, there was an explosion in the sky. A martial arts grandmaster flew in the air and chased after them. Lu Ming and Xianxia ignored him. They gritted their teeth and ran. In this way, they ran for hundreds of miles. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, there were 6 figures in the sky. They were the 6 martial arts grandmasters of the Decimo Sword Sect. At this moment, they were getting closer and closer to Lu Ming and the others. No matter how fast their movement techniques were, they were still a little slower than flying in the air. Slowly, they were caught up. Whoosh, whoosh. Sword Chi slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. The two of them flashed and dodged. A moment later, more than 100 miles passed in the blink of an eye. Dying. At this moment, an old man was already approaching Lu Ming and the others. The old man's aura was extremely dense. He was the 4th level martial arts grandmaster from the Decimo Sword Sect. His face was cold. When he swung his sword, dozens of dazzling sword chi shot out. It completely enveloped the two of them. Oh no, block it! Lu Ming growled. For ancient shields appeared behind him. Xianxia also shouted and slapped out with her palm. Numerous black lotuses appeared behind her to block the attack. Bam! Bam! The ancient shields and the black lotuses exploded one after another. Dense energy shot out in all directions. Lu Ming and Xianxia used this energy to rush forward more than 1,000 meters. You're not Lu Yuntian. We've been fooled. The old man let out an earth-shattering roar. Haha, it's too late now. My men have already brought Lu Yuntian out of the lonely wilderness. You bunch of idiots. Lu Ming laughed. Damn it, damn it. Lu Yuntian ran away. Then I'll kill you. The old man roared and continued to chase after Lu Ming and the others. After chasing for a while, he swung his sword again. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia used the same trick again. They used the shield and the black lotuses to block and borrow the energy to rush forward. The old man in the sky was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At the same time, he was shocked. Lu Ming and Xianxia were clearly only 9th level martial grandmasters. Not only were they unbelievably fast, but their defensive abilities were also terrifyingly high. Although there was a distance between them, they could block his sword chi. This was already terrifying enough. 4th level martial arts grandmaster is indeed powerful. Chapter 268. In fact, he and Xianxia were both injured and bleeding from the corners of their mouths. The two of them gritted their teeth and ran forward. Soon, they ran for another few hundred miles. Oh no, the Blood Demon Cave is ahead. The elder from the Decimo Sword Sect shouted. Stop! You'll die if you enter the Blood Demon Cave. Stop them and ask for Lu Yuntian's whereabouts. The others from the Decimo Sword Sect shouted. Not far ahead, there was a thick fog and a bloody mist. It was boundless. It was obvious that it was a place of great danger. Blood Demon Cave? Lu Ming frowned. He had never heard of it. He looked at Xianxia and saw that she was also confused. Forget it. The people from the Decimo Sword Sect seemed to be afraid. The more dangerous the place, the easier it is to escape. Lu Ming decided to charge in. He did not stop at all and rushed toward the Blood Demon Cave. Damn it, damn it. Stop them. The elder from the Decimo Sword Sect roared and slashed out sword chi with all his might. However, it only increased the speed of Lu Ming and Xianxia. Stay. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the sky. A glass-like sword light slashed from afar. It was extremely terrifying. Young Master Changkong. The people from the Decimo Sword sect shouted excitedly. Oh no! Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing's expressions changed drastically. Although the sword chi was still far away, its power surpassed that of the elder who was in the fourth realm of the martial ancestor realm. Without hesitation, Lu Ming unleashed his bloodline. At the same time, he condensed 4 ancient shields and struck out with his palm. Human Path Palm. A huge palm print blasted forward with the power of wind and fire. Xian Yinqing covered her body with black lotuses and struck out 3 black palm prints at the same time. Heavenly Demon Palm Print. Whoosh! The sword light arrived in an instant and clashed with the human Dao Palm and Heavenly Demon Palm. The instant sword. Xiao Changkong's sword aura was resplendent. The sparkling and translucent glow shone even brighter, illuminating the entire sky. Lu Ming's and Xian Yinqing's palm prints were swept away and continued to hit their defensive martial techniques. Bang! Bang! 2 violent explosions rang out. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing's bodies shook violently. They let out muffled groans and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were sent flying backwards, crossing 1,000 meters in an instant. Enter the Blood Domain Devil Cave. Lu Ming growled. Together with Xian Yinqing, the 2 of them once again struck out with their palms. The powerful force pushed the 2 of them back. In the next moment, the 2 of them disappeared into the fog of the Blood Domain Devil Cave, leaving no trace behind. Whoosh! Whoosh! 6 figures appeared and stopped outside the Blood Domain Devil Cave. Immediately after, a sword light flashed and Xiao Changkong's figure appeared. However, his face was extremely gloomy as he stared at the Blood Domain Devil Cave in front of him. Young Master Changkong, don't be rash. An old man shouted. He was afraid that Xiao Changkong would rush in on impulse. The Blood Domain Devil Cave was a legendary land of death. Unless one was a martial king, they would only die if they rushed in. No one below the martial king realm had ever come out alive. Xiao Changkong was silent for a while. In the end, he did not rush in. Leave a few people here to guard. If those 2 really come out, kill them without mercy. Xiao Changkong instructed. Yes. The others bowed and replied. Lu Yuntian, no matter who saved you, no matter where you are hiding, I will find you. Xiao Changkong's voice was unusually cold, like a ruthless sword. Immediately after, Xiao Changkong stepped out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 2 people followed Xiao Changkong, leaving 4 people to guard the place. When Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing rushed into the Blood Domain Devil Cave, they felt dizzy. When they stabilized, they realized that they were in a desolate land. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground. A blood-red mist floated in the air. When they looked around, they realized that they could not find their direction. They did not know where they came from. This time I implicated you. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yinqing and sighed. Don't think too much. My goal is to trample you under my feet. Xian Yinqing said coldly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Xian Yinqing's temper was too strange. He could not understand it all. However, no matter what, it was all thanks to Xian Yinqing. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to save Lu Yuntian. Let's find a place to recuperate, Lu Ming said. Previously, they had blocked the attacks of the martial ancestor realm 4th realm expert and Xiao Changkong's sword. The 2 of them had suffered serious injuries. Humph! Xian Yinqing snorted coldly. He randomly chose a direction and walked forward. Lu Ming followed him. Previously, although the desolate land was desolate, there were still living creatures. However, this place was absolutely silent. The ground was reddish-brown, and there was not even a blade of withered grass. It was a barren land. The 2 of them walked forward for dozens of miles. Their surroundings were the same. There was no direction and no living creatures. They did not know where the way out was. Let's recuperate first, Lu Ming said. This time, Xian Yinqing did not refute. The 2 of them sat down and circulated their qi to recuperate. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. This was because he felt that there was no spiritual energy in the world. There was only a violent and ferocious aura. At the side, Xian Yinqing was also bewildered. Then, The two of them took out spiritual crystals and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the spiritual crystals to recuperate. After half a day, the two of them had recovered a lot from their injuries and continued to walk forward. At this time, the two of them found that the blood-red mist around them was much thicker than before. The visibility of the surroundings was greatly reduced. With their cultivation, they could only see a few hundred meters away. Any further, and it would be blurry. The two of them raised their guard and continued to move forward. As time passed, the blood-red mist became thicker and thicker. The visibility of the two of them dropped from a few hundred meters to 100 meters, then 80 meters, 60 meters, 50 meters. Roar. At this time, a roar came from afar. The two of them became serious. There are living creatures in the mist. They had not encountered one for so long. Now that they had suddenly appeared, it was very strange. The two of them were highly focused. They did not continue to move forward. Instead, they stopped and paid attention to their surroundings. The mist became thicker and thicker. The blood-red mist was like dark red blood. Roar! Roar! There were more and more roars in the surroundings. They did not know how many there were. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from beside the two of them. A murderous aura spread out and the blood-red mist surged. A pale white claw grabbed at Xianxia. The claw was like a human palm, but the fingernails were very long and as sharp as blades. The arm was covered with green hair. Xianxia's expression changed. He waved his hand and a black lotus appeared. The petals flew out and hit the pale white claw. Clang! Clang! The black lotus petals hit the pale white claw. There was a sound of metal colliding and sparks flew in all directions. It was not cut off. Chapter 269. The two of them looked even more serious. This blood demon lair was too strange. The two of them focused and observed their surroundings. Roar! Behind them, a pale white arm covered in green hair grabbed at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming pulled out his spear and hit the hand. With a bang, Lu Ming saw a figure being sent flying. Roars were heard all around. Some were filled with ferocity, while others were like painful screams. Whoosh! Blood mist surged as a tall figure pounced at Lu Ming. Before it arrived, the stench of blood filled the air. Lu Ming finally saw the monster's full appearance. It was a humanoid figure, 2 heads taller than Lu Ming. Its body was covered in green hair, its eyes were blood red, and it had sharp teeth. Is this a blood zombie? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He was somewhat shocked. The so-called blood zombies were a type of zombie formed after a cultivator died in battle. However, their bodies were invulnerable and they were abnormally strong. Without thinking, the spear pierced forward like a rainbow. Puff! The spear pierced through the blood zombie's body, but Lu Ming was not happy. He felt that the blood zombie's body was like an Iron Man. Although he had pierced through the blood zombie's body, it took a lot of effort. Buzz! The spear shook and the blood zombie was sent flying. However, the roars continued and more blood zombies charged at the two of them. Some of the blood zombies even started killing each other. Back off! Lu Ming shouted. The two of them rushed back, but the situation was the same. Blood zombies charged at them without fear of death. They were filled with ferocious aura as they pounced at the two of them. These blood zombies were very strong. The weakest one was a 7th or 8th grade martial master. The stronger ones were definitely at the peak of 9th grade martial master and were even close to a martial ancestor. The key was that there were too many of them and they were very difficult to kill. The two of them immediately fell into a passive situation. Great demonic palm. Xianxia's body was filled with black, true qi. Black lotuses danced around his body. He waved both of his palms and black palm prints flew out, knocking away one blood zombie after another. Lu Ming's spear danced like a fiery dragon. With a sweep, 5 or 6 blood zombies were sent flying. However, even more blood zombies pounced on them. The two of them fought and charged at the same time. However, there seemed to be no end to the blood zombies as they swarmed in from all directions. The battle continued like this, and in the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. The two of them had lost a lot of their true qi. At this time, They were already drenched in sweat. I can't go on like this. I'll definitely die from exhaustion. Lu Ming's mind raced. The fog is thinning. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He noticed that the blood-red mist around him was fading, and his visibility was slowly increasing. He could vaguely see that he was surrounded by blood zombies. Most of the blood zombies were actually fighting and tearing at each other. Perhaps the blood zombies will retreat if the mist is thinning. Lu Ming guessed. When they first entered, the blood mist was not thick and there were no blood zombies. Later on, the blood zombies appeared as the blood mist thickened. Lu Ming guessed that the appearance of the blood zombies had something to do with the blood mist. As time passed, the mist slowly faded. Lu Ming and Xianxia seemed to have seen hope. However, the next moment, an earth-shattering roar was heard. Heaven and earth shook, and the earth trembled. In the distance, an unimaginably thick blood qi pervaded the air. Lu Ming took a closer look, and his heart began to beat rapidly. That was not blood qi. It was clearly a huge monster. The huge monster was at least 100 meters tall. It was running wildly on the ground like a mountain. It looked like a huge lion. However, its body seemed to be made of blood, and it emitted a strong smell of blood. It opened its mouth and roared. Its voice shook the heavens, and an aura as deep as the sea spread out. Then it opened its mouth and inhaled. One by one, the blood zombies were sucked into its mouth and disappeared. Blood demon. Is this the legendary blood demon? Xianxia's voice trembled slightly. Not only her voice, but Lu Ming also felt that her body was trembling. Let's go. Lu Ming pulled Xianxia's little hand and ran with large strides. The blood demon was too powerful. Its aura was as deep as the sea and unfathomable. There was no way they could fight it. The two of them ran wildly. The blood zombies on the side seemed to be extremely shocked. They gave up attacking Lu Ming and Xianxia and ran away. Roar! Heaven and earth shook. The blood demon's huge body was running toward Lu Ming and Xianxia. No way! Lu Ming felt bitter. He ran with all his might, but his speed was still much slower than the blood demon's. In the blink of an eye, the blood demon was close to the two of them. Its blood-red eyes stared at the two of them. Am I going to die here today? Lu Ming could not help but think. No, I can't die. I just saved Dad. I haven't avenged him yet. I can't die. Lu Ming roared. His eyes were filled with unwavering determination, and his whole body was highly focused. Human path palm. Lu Ming roared and struck with his palm. This palm pushed Lu Ming's state to the peak. Boom! A huge palm print was formed. The palm print was almost solid, and it was twice the size of the previous ones. At this moment of life and death, Lu Ming's human path palm broke through and reached the third level. Previously, Lu Ming had cultivated bitterly in the Duan Cave and Divine Wind Valley for a few months before breaking through to the second level. Now, at this moment of life and death, he broke through again. The third level of the human path palm was unprecedentedly powerful. It struck toward the blood demon like an avalanche. Roar! The blood demon roared. There was a hint of disdain in its eyes. It opened its mouth and spat out a ray of blood-red light toward the human path palm. Puff! Like a punctured bubble, the human path palm that had reached the third level collapsed. The difference in strength was too big. It was not something that could be compensated with a single martial technique. Roar! The blood demon roared and pounced toward the two of them. It opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying suction force was produced. Lu Ming and Xianxia could not resist at all. They were sucked into the blood demon's huge mouth and disappeared. Roar! The blood demon roared in satisfaction and continued to attack the blood zombies. Grab them! Once they entered the blood demon's mouth, Lu Ming grabbed Xianxia's small hand. The two of them were pulled down by the strong suction force. Don't let go of me! At this moment, Xianxia's small face was pale. Her large eyes were filled with fear. She grabbed Lu Ming's hand tightly. At this moment, she was like an ordinary little girl. She was so fragile that she needed to be protected. Hold on. Don't give up until the last moment. Lu Ming shouted. His true qi surged as he tried to break free from the suction force. However, it was useless. The suction force was too strong. After a few breaths, the two of them landed on a soft place. The surroundings were filled with a thick blood-red mist. This blood-red mist had a terrifying corrosive force. When the two of them landed, they felt a burning pain on their skin. The two of them immediately circulated their true qi to protect their bodies. However, it was not very effective. Their true qi was being consumed rapidly. The two of them had gone through a huge battle and did not have much true qi left. Before long, their true qi was completely consumed. Chapter 270. Puff. Xianxia suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body swayed and her face turned pale. "Hold on," Lu Ming roared. However, Xianxia's body swayed and her eyes were unfocused. She shouted, "Lu Ming, I'm going to trample you under my feet." After saying that, her body went limp and she fell unconscious. Lu Ming was so angry that he wanted to laugh. This woman was still thinking about this at this time. Sizzle. The corrosive mist around them burned and stung their skin. Furthermore, the mist would seep into one's skin and cause one to become drowsy. Am I really going to die here this time? Lu Ming thought to himself, but he was unwilling to accept this. However, his body was getting weaker and weaker, and his mind was getting weaker and weaker. I have to hold on. I have to get out alive. I have to reach the peak of martial arts. Lu Ming roared in his heart and tried his best to fight back. It was not his character to give in. However, this mist was too strange and too strong. It was not going to work even if he did not give in. Just as Lu Ming was about to fall unconscious, the world suddenly changed. After a moment of dizziness, Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in another place. Temple of Paragon. This is the Temple of Paragon. Lu Ming was surprised and confused. Wasn't the Temple of Paragon not allowed to enter when he was in danger? He had tried many times before, but it was useless. He did not expect to enter automatically now. However, Lu Ming was surprised when he looked up. He realized that he was not on the first 3 platforms, but on the highest platform. Below him was a long flight of stairs that led downwards. On the other side was a palace. It was exactly the same as the one he saw on the first 3 platforms. Xianxia was lying next to him, still unconscious. Why am I at the highest point? Lu Ming was surprised and looked into the palace. The door of the palace was open, and it was dark inside. He could vaguely see a figure sitting cross-legged there. Suddenly, that figure moved. He actually stood up and walked out. Tap, tap, tap. With the sound of footsteps, Lu Ming's heart started beating rapidly. It had been more than 2 years since he had obtained the Temple of Paragon. Lu Ming was extremely curious about the palace and the figures in it. He had always wanted to take a look, but unfortunately, he couldn't reach the top at all, so he could only give up. Now, could he finally get what he wanted? Step. Light footsteps were heard, and a figure walked out. It was a middle-aged man wearing a red battle robe with a sun embroidered on it. His body was extremely tall and majestic, with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. When he opened his eyes, it was as if he could see 2 suns floating in them. The aura emanating from his body was as deep as the vast universe. Just by standing there casually, he had an aura that could swallow everything and look down on the world. Facing him, Lu Ming felt like he was facing the entire world. But the next moment, the middle-aged man's aura disappeared, and he looked like an ordinary person. He looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. Lu Ming was stunned for a while. Then he stepped forward and cupped his fists. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior. You don't have to introduce yourself. I've been watching you for a few years. The middle-aged man's voice was filled with dominance. As expected, Lu Ming thought. He then said, Senior, thank you for saving me this time. Don't be too happy. I didn't want to save you, but I didn't want to waste a drop of 9 Dragons' blood essence. The middle-aged man smiled casually. Following that, he sized up Lu Ming carefully and said, Are you very curious and want to know who I am? Where exactly is this place? That's right. Senior, please tell me, Lu Ming said. He was indeed very curious. His achievements today were mostly thanks to the Temple of Paragon. All right, I can't tell you, the middle-aged man said. Then he put his hands behind his back and walked back and forth, as if he was deep in thought. After a while, the middle-aged man said, I'm Supreme Nine Sons. What? Lu Ming's body and mind trembled. His eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. You're Supreme Nine Sons from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Lu Ming asked. Besides me, is there a second Supreme Nine Sons in the world? The middle-aged man said coldly. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. He was horrified. Supreme Nine Sons was too powerful. It was not an exaggeration to say that his name shook the world. Lu Ming had heard of Supreme Nine Sons before, but to him, Supreme Nine Sons was just a legend. Supreme Nine Sons came from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. He was the eldest disciple of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's Emperor Yi. His cultivation was earth-shattering and unparalleled. He was called Supreme Nine Sons, and his cultivation was very close to martial emperor realm. He was the invincible god of war of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Such a person could destroy Emperor Yun's 36 empires with a flick of his finger. Why would he appear here? Why would he hide in such a palace? Supreme Nine Sons seemed to see Lu Ming's doubts. He sighed and said, What you see now is not my real body. I'm already dead. This is just a wisp of my soul. What? You're already dead? Lu Ming found it hard to believe. With Supreme Nine Sons' cultivation and combat strength, who could kill him? Even a martial emperor might not be able to kill him. That's right. I'm already dead. The one who killed me is my master, the ruler of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Martial Emperor Yi. Supreme Nine Sons said coldly. Lu Ming was shocked and dumbfounded. Supreme Nine Sons was killed by his master, Martial Emperor Yi. How could this be? You must be very surprised, right? Supreme Nine Sons said with a cold smile. That's right. It's quite surprising. Lu Ming did not hide the truth. Ha ha ha. What's there to be surprised about? That old bastard Yi is just a treacherous person. He can do anything. Supreme Nine Sons laughed angrily. His voice was filled with hatred and overflowing killing intent. Brat, do you want to know why that old bastard Yi killed me? And why you awakened the Nine Dragons bloodline? Supreme Nine Sons said. Nine Dragons bloodline? Is my bloodline called the Nine Dragons bloodline? But we're Nine Dragons. Lu Ming was very confused. Of course, he nodded repeatedly. All right, then I'll tell you everything, Supreme Nine Sons said. Supreme Nine Sons said. Then, he began to explain the entire story to the other party in detail. Nine dragons were extremely ancient and tyrannical life forms. Legend had it that they were a type of true dragon. However, they were different from true dragons. They were mutated true dragons. True dragons had 5 claws. They were called 5-clawed true dragons. However, 9 dragons had 9 claws. They were extremely terrifying and tyrannical. Ordinary true dragons were nothing compared to them. It was said that since ancient times, only one Nine Dragon had appeared in the world. There was an ancient forbidden land in the divine desolate continent. It was said to be the Nine Dragon Ruins. It was extremely dangerous there. Supreme Nine Sons used his powerful strength and horrifying bloodline to enter the Nine Dragon Ruins and obtain some things. Chapter 271. Although Supremacy Jiuyang had come out of the Nine Dragons historical remnant with 2 drops of blood, he had been injured. However, he had never thought that his teacher, Emperor Yi, would suddenly attack him and severely injure him. Emperor Yi even took away his 9 sons' blood. Moreover, one of the 2 drops of 9 dragon essence blood was taken by Emperor Yi. However, Emperor Yi had underestimated the 9 Sons Sovereign. The 9 Sons Sovereign's 9 Son bloodline was a divine bloodline. It was extremely mysterious. At the critical moment, the 9 Sons Sovereign had self-destructed his body and bloodline and escaped with the divine palace. At the same time, he had also taken a drop of blood. After that, he had turned the Temple of Supremacy into a bronze pendant to hide from Emperor Yi. After dozens of years, it had fallen into Lu Yuntian's hands. Now I finally understand. That hypocrite took me in as a disciple and taught me martial arts. It was all a scheme from the very start. From the very start, he planned to take away my 9 sons' bloodline. He wanted to use my 9 sons' bloodline to attack that supreme realm. Despicable, treacherous. The most treacherous person in the world is D.E. Supremacy Jiu Yang shouted hysterically. His eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. You were robbed of your 9 sons' blood? Whispered Lu Ming. He looked at Supremacy Jiu Yang and couldn't help feeling pity for him. Supremacy Jiu Yang had gone through the same thing as him. The only difference was that Supremacy Jiu Yang had been robbed of his 9 sons' blood by someone he respected, while he had been robbed of his 9 sons' blood by someone he loved. Kid, you should know by now that the reason why you were able to reawaken your bloodline after it was stolen was because I fused that drop of 9 dragons' blood essence into your body. I did that because your experiences were similar to mine. I wanted to nurture you and make you a peerless genius, a peerless cultivator. That's why I set up stairs in the Temple of Supremacy so that you could grow up step by step. Unfortunately, you disappointed me. You're talented, but you're reckless. Do you know that you almost died just now? Supreme Nine Yang hollered, answering Lu Ming's questions that had been bothering him. Lu Ming came to a sudden realization, but he smiled bitterly. The reason he had fallen into such a desperate situation was entirely because he wanted to save his father. If he could do it all over again, he would still do the same. Little boy, you can only take refuge in the Temple of Paragon this time. Don't do it again. The Temple of Paragon isn't a place for you to take refuge. If you don't face life and death situations, how can you become a peerless cultivator? The inscription formation of the Temple of Paragon won't disappear. You won't be able to enter when it's a matter of life and death. Supreme Nine Yang said with bright eyes. Lu Ming suddenly realized that every time there was a great battle, he couldn't enter the Temple of Paragon because Supreme Nine Yang didn't allow him to. Lu Ming nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. Every peerless powerhouse had been tempered by constant life and death situations. Brat, now that you've fused with the blood essence of the 9 dragons and awakened the bloodline of the 9 dragons, it's incomparably miraculous. You can continuously evolve, and even I don't know how far you'll reach. It can be said that your future is limitless. Supreme Nine Yang said, this is all thanks to Senior's help. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. He couldn't help but look happy. The 9 dragons were even stronger than the true dragon. Now that Lu Ming knew about it, he was naturally happy. Supreme Nine Yang glanced at Lu Ming and sneered. Little boy, don't be happy too early. Soon, you'll be in big trouble. Lu Ming was stunned and asked, Senior, what do you mean? Back then, I obtained 2 drops of the 9 dragons' blood essence. One of them fell into Di's hands. With Di's cultivation, he must have refined the 9 dragons' blood essence. The 9 dragons' blood essence can sense each other. Your cultivation is still weak now, so Di can't sense you. According to my estimation, once you break through to the martial ancestor realm, Di will be able to sense you instantly. At that time, you'll be robbed of your bloodline again. Supreme Nine Yang said. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. There was such a thing? What kind of person was Martial Emperor Di? He was a peak expert of the divine desolate continent, an overlord. If he really wanted to kill him, he could kill him tens of thousands of times with just a breath. If Martial Emperor Di discovered the 9 dragons' bloodline in his body, he would definitely die. No one would be able to save him. Could it be that he had to stay in the martial grandmaster realm for the rest of his life and not break through to the martial ancestor realm? No, that was impossible. As a cultivator, the goal of cultivation was to continuously break through and become stronger. If he couldn't break through, it would be worse than killing him. What should I do? Is there no other way? Lu Ming thought quickly. Suddenly, he saw a faint smile on Supreme Nine Yang's face. His eyes lit up as he cupped his fists and asked, Senior, do you have a way? I do have a way, but why should I help you? Supreme Nine Yang smiled faintly. Lu Ming was stunned. Indeed, why would Supreme Nine Yang help him? Actually, I can help you as long as you agree to one condition. Supreme Nine Yang suddenly said. Lu Ming's achievements today are all thanks to Senior. Senior, if you have any conditions, as long as Lu Ming can fulfill them, I will not refuse. Lu Ming said, all right, my condition is that you have to kill D.E. and avenge me. Supreme Nanyang said word by word with a cold, murderous intent in his eyes. Kill Martial Emperor D.E.? Lu Ming was shocked. He then said with a wry smile, Senior, are you kidding me? With my cultivation, even if Martial Emperor D.E. stood there and let me kill him, I still wouldn't be able to do it. It was not that Lu Ming was not confident, but the gap between them was too big, unimaginable. I'm not asking you to kill D.E. now. I want you to promise me that you will kill D.E. in the future after your cultivation has improved. Supreme Nanyang said. In the future? Lu Ming muttered. What? You're not confident? Then I've misjudged you. But let me tell you, you and D.E. will have a battle in the end. It's unavoidable since you merged with the 9 Dragons' blood essence. Even if you don't look for him, he will look for you. It's only a matter of time. Supreme Nanyang said with a cold smile. Senior, I promise you that I will kill D.E. one day. Lu Ming suddenly said in a firm and resolute voice. Supreme Nanyang's eyes glittered. Then he burst out laughing. All right, I believe you. Let me tell you, if you can kill D.E. and take the other drop of his 9 Dragons' blood essence, you will gain endless benefits. You can even break through the Martial Emperor realm and enter a Supreme realm. Supreme Nanyang was extremely excited after Lu Ming agreed. He had set up the stairs in the past few years to train Lu Ming, hoping that he could avenge him in the future. Well, Senior, you know that D.E. is a Martial Emperor. It's too difficult to reach that realm. Do you have any benefits for me? For example, divine-level martial skills, divine-level pills, or divine weapons. Just give me a few dozen of them. Chapter 272. Supreme Nanyang was someone who was very close to becoming a martial emperor. His battle prowess was even more horrifying. To put it bluntly, a single hair from such a person would be extremely useful. It would not be Lu Ming's character not to take advantage of him. Supreme Nanyang's eyelids twitched, and his lips trembled. Divine martial techniques? Divine medicinal pills? Dozens of them. What did Lu Ming think divine martial techniques were? Cabbage? Senior, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Why are your lips trembling? Lu Ming asked in surprise. No, nothing. Supreme Nanyang took a deep breath to calm himself down. He continued, regarding this, I might have to disappoint you. I escaped with a strand of my soul. After I came out, I only brought this temple of supremacy and a drop of 9 dragon essence blood. As for the things I placed on the first few platforms, I obtained them by accident over the years after I escaped. Also, there is nothing on the platforms at the back. I purposely placed a box on each platform to motivate you to work hard. Supreme Nanyang said somewhat awkwardly. The platforms at the back are empty? Lu Ming was flabbergasted. He was speechless. After a while, he probed. There are no treasures, but there should be martial techniques. Senior, as Supreme Nanyang, you should know a lot of martial techniques, right? Can you teach me a few? Cough, cough. Supremacy Jiuyang coughed a few times and said, I'm afraid that won't do. D.E. knows all the martial skills that I practiced. As long as you practice the martial skills that I've practiced, D.E. will be able to sense it. A martial emperor is too strong. Lu Ming was completely speechless. So, he agreed to help him take revenge and kill D.E., but there were no benefits at all. Sigh, but don't be disappointed. I can't give you what I've practiced, but I can still teach you what I haven't practiced. Back then, I didn't only bring back 2 drops of 9 Dragons' blood essence from the 9 Dragons' remnants. I also brought back a cultivation method and a martial skill. That cultivation technique is the true battle dragon art that you're cultivating. That's a divine level cultivation technique. There's also another martial skill that's compatible with the true battle dragon art. It's called the 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps. That's also a divine level martial skill. Supreme Nanyang felt a little embarrassed and hurriedly said, What? Is there really a divine tier martial skill? Lu Ming's heart trembled. His eyes emitted a resplendent light, like 2 bright suns. Earlier, when he had mentioned deity-level martial skills and deity-level medicinal pellets. He had simply demanded an exorbitant price. He had never imagined that Supreme Nine Sons would actually possess deity-level martial skills. It was a divine-level martial skill, and from its name, it seemed to be related to the Nine Dragons. Supreme Nine Sons waved his hand, and a secret manual flew out from the hall. The secret manual was made of neither gold nor jade, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. This is the Nine Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps. According to my speculation, it should be a martial skill created by the Nine Dragons. Its power is extremely terrifying. Even I haven't practiced it before. You're lucky. Supreme Nine Sons handed the secret manual to Lu Ming. Lu Ming hurriedly took it from him and opened it to read happily. As soon as he opened it, it was as if he saw a real dragon with 9 claws walking in the sky. A terrifying aura was applied to Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming felt intense pain all over his body, as if he was about to be torn apart. At that moment, Supreme Nine Sons waved his hand and closed the secret manual of the Nine Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps. The terrifying aura then disappeared. Kid, if your cultivation isn't strong enough, don't open it. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Supreme Nine Sons said coldly. Lu Ming broke out in cold sweat. This is just a secret manual. Isn't it too terrifying? Kid, this manual contains a hint of the aura of the Nine Dragons. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand it. Furthermore, with your current cultivation and the strength of your flesh, it's impossible for you to practice the Nine Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps. You'll have to wait until your cultivation has reached the first layer martial ancestor realm, and your flesh has reached the 4th grade before you can practice it. Supreme Nine Sons warned. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming carefully put away the Nine Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps secret manual. However, he sighed in his heart. This requirement was too high. Lu Ming believed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the martial ancestor realm. However, it wouldn't be that easy to reach the 4th grade physical body. Although Lu Ming had reached the complete 3rd grade physical body, it was still very difficult for him to break through to the 4th grade physical body. First, he had to have a technique that could allow him to cultivate to the 4th grade physical body. At the same time, he also needed an opportunity. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to break through in a few years. I have to meet these conditions as soon as possible. He had a divine grade martial skill in his hand, but couldn't cultivate it. This feeling wasn't good at all. All right, next, I'll help you conceal the aura of the Nine Dragons' blood essence. Sit down, relax your mind, and control the bloodline to appear. Supreme Nine Sons instructed. Lu Ming nodded. Then he sat down cross-legged. His body glowed. The spirit-devouring bloodline, no, it should be called the Nine Dragons' bloodline, appeared and quietly floated above Lu Ming's head. Shouted Supremacy Nine Sons. His body emitted a boundless radiance. Then, a sun appeared above his head. However, after a few seconds, another sun floated up. In the next minute, a total of 9 suns floated above Supreme Nine Sons. The 9 suns floated around Supreme Nine Sons like the god of the sun. Suppress seal. Supreme Nine Sons shouted. The 9 suns emitted endless light. Then, the endless light surged toward the Nine Dragons' bloodline. It covered the Nine Dragons' bloodline and formed a seal, sealing the aura of the Nine Dragons' bloodline. Half an hour later, the 9 suns around Supreme Nine Sons suddenly disappeared. Supreme Nine Sons trembled and almost fell to the ground. Senior, are you all right? Lu Ming quickly got up and supported Supreme Nine Sons. Supreme Nine Sons' face was pale. His body became much fainter, as if he could disappear at any time. Sealing the Nine Dragons' bloodline requires a huge amount of energy. After I seal it for you, you will soon fall into a deep sleep. I don't know when you'll wake up. Supreme Nine Sons let out a long sigh. Senior, Lu Ming is unable to repay Senior's kindness. Lu Ming bowed to Supreme Nine Sons sincerely. You only need to avenge me. Also, there is one more thing that I need to tell you. With my strength, I can help you seal the aura of the Nine Dragons bloodline. However, I can only seal it for 10 years. After 10 years, my sealing power will disappear. At that time, Martial Emperor DE will be able to sense you. Therefore, only have 10 years. In these 10 years, you must continue to break through and grow. At the very least, you must have the ability to escape from DE. Otherwise, everything will be over. Supreme Nine Suns said solemnly. 10 years, only 10 years? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Are you not confident? Supreme Nine Suns said. Of course, 10 years is enough. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a hint of battle intent. All right, now, I will subdue the blood demon. After all, you're still inside its body. Martial Emperor Nine Suns said in a low voice. His body emitted a ripple and disappeared. Then, his hand glowed and a blood-red badge appeared. He gave the badge to Lu Ming and said, "This is the Demon Suppression Badge. Use it to control the blood demon." All right, I've said everything that needs to be said. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. After saying that, Supreme Nine Yang staggered into the hall. Senior, if Lu Ming succeeds in his cultivation in the future, I will definitely find a way to save you. Lu Ming said. Save me? Even martial emperors can't do that. Chapter 273. Looking at the desolate back view of Supreme Nine Yang, Lu Ming sighed. A supreme being of a generation, a powerful figure who dominated the world, had ended up in this state. It made one sigh. 10 years, 10 years. Lu Ming whispered. It was almost impossible for him to grow to the point where he could compete with Martial Emperor DE in 10 years. The difference was too big. His cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm. Above the Martial Grandmaster realm were the Martial Ancestor realm, Martial King realm, Spiritual God realm, and Martial Emperor realm. There was a difference of 6 major realms. The difference was too big. No matter how difficult it is, I have to try my best. If I don't try, how will I know it won't work? Lu Ming had a determined look in his eyes. Then, he looked at Xianxia, who was still unconscious. I can't let anyone know about Supreme Nine Yang. Who knows if Martial Emperor DE will find out. I'd better leave this place first. Lu Ming thought. Then, he walked over and grabbed Xianxia. With a thought, they disappeared from the Temple of Paragon. Roar. The blood demon's roar was earth-shattering. Once out of the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming realized that they were not in the blood demon's stomach, but on its back. The blood demon felt 2 people on its back and was furious. It roared continuously. Blood chi surged and swept toward Lu Ming and Xianxia. Demon Suppression Token. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the Demon Suppression Token appeared. It floated in the air, and an invisible wave spread out, surging toward the blood demon. Roar. The blood demon roared as if it was terrified. It let out a low cry and knelt down in the end. It was obedient. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, he was amazed by Supreme Nine Yang's means. Supreme Nine Suns was only a remnant soul. Furthermore, in order to help him seal the Nine Dragon bloodline, he was already at the end of his rope. Under such circumstances, he could casually condense a demon-suppressing token and make the blood demon submit to him. The strength of his methods was already inconceivable. Let's continue. Lu Ming patted the blood demon. Roar. Blood demon growled and continued to run forward. The blood demon was obviously the overlord of this area. With him leading the way, this area was unimpeded. Am I dead? Suddenly, Xianxia shouted and jumped up from the blood demon's back. He looked around with his big black eyes. The next moment, he saw Lu Ming and couldn't help but cry out, Lu Ming, you're dead too? We went to the netherworld together? It's all your fault. Unfortunately, I still have unfulfilled wishes. Xianxia closed his eyes and sighed. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He was stunned for a while before he said, Who said I'm dead? I'm still alive and kicking. You're not dead? Then why are you with me? I know. Did you capture my soul? What are you trying to do? You didn't even let my soul go. You're a despicable, shameless, perverted pervert. As soon as Xianxia heard that Lu Ming was not dead, he began to scold him. His body kept shrinking backward. Lu Ming was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Xianxia in a daze. Xianxia also opened his eyes wide and looked at Lu Ming vigilantly. After staring for a while, he realized that something was wrong. He looked around and shouted, "I'm not dead either. Oh no, why are we on the blood demon's back? Hurry up and find a way to escape from here." Escape? If you want to escape, then escape. Lu Ming sat there calmly, his face calm and relaxed. You're not escaping? Xianxia looked around and felt that something was wrong. Of course not. With this blood demon leading the way, why do we need to escape? Lu Ming said indifferently. Blood demon leading the way? Wait, what's going on? Why isn't the blood demon attacking us? Xianxia realized that the blood demon had been traveling obediently. It was completely different from the previous time when it attacked them ferociously. Don't worry, I've already subdued it, Lu Ming said indifferently. Subdued by you? How is that possible? How can you subdue this blood demon? Xianxia asked a series of questions. She wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. This blood demon was extremely ferocious and powerful. She estimated that even if it wasn't at the level of a martial king, it wasn't far from it. How could Lu Ming subdue it? How is that possible? However, in the next moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Lu Ming said lightly, "Little blood, stop." Then, the blood demon stopped and let out a low roar as if to please Lu Ming. "Little blood, lie down." With another light sentence, the blood demon obediently lay down on the ground. Xianxing's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Her small mouth was open so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. Her beautiful face was filled with disbelief. The blood demon had actually been subdued by Lu Ming. Moreover, it was the submissive type. Most importantly, what did Lu Ming call the blood demon? Little blood? Xianxing felt that her mind was in a mess. How is it? Don't you admire me? Do you have the urge to marry me? Seeing Xianxing's expression, Lu Ming felt extremely comfortable. He laughed loudly and had a smug expression on his face. His smile was so wide that it almost reached his ears. "Promise you my ass." "Humph! Who knows what despicable method you used to subdue this blood demon?" "Humph! Despicable, shameless, obscene guy. Sooner or later, I will trample you under my feet." Xianxing snorted coldly and glared at Lu Ming. Then, she turned around and did not look at Lu Ming. However, she was still shocked and curious about Lu Ming. She did not know how Lu Ming had subdued the blood demon. Lu Ming smiled. He knew Xianxing's temper and did not bother to argue with her. Then, the blood demon continued on its way. Lu Ming and Xianxing sat cross-legged on the blood demon's back and circulated their qi to heal their injuries. About half a day later, the scenery in front of them changed. In front of them, a huge semicircular light curtain enveloped them. Lu Ming and the others were inside this semicircular light curtain. This was a huge inscription array. At this time, Lu Ming knew that the blood demon cave was inside a huge inscription array. No wonder they could not tell the direction as soon as they entered the array. The only difference was that there was a stone door here. This stone door was huge and tightly closed. It was embedded in the light curtain. This stone door might be the exit. Lu Ming guessed. He ordered the blood demon to rush forward. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, two shocking roars came from the huge stone door. The stone door shone, and two huge exotic beasts appeared in front of the stone door. These two exotic beasts were huge and emitted a blood-red glow. As soon as they appeared, they stared at Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming's face changed, and he shouted, "Little blood, destroy them." Roar! The blood demon roared furiously and rushed toward the two exotic beasts. Lu Ming and Xianxing jumped off the blood demon. Suddenly, the three exotic beasts fought with each other. Blood qi surged, and the fight was extremely fierce. The two exotic beasts were also very powerful. Unfortunately, they were still inferior to the blood demon. Chapter 274. After the two beasts were killed, there was no more movement from the stone door. "Little blood, break open the stone door. Lu Ming shouted. The blood demon roared and ran toward the stone door. Boom! It hit the stone door heavily, and the stone door shook violently. The whole world seemed to be shaking. However, the stone door did not open. Continue, Lu Ming shouted. The blood demon continued to attack, and the stone door shook continuously. Finally, it opened a gap. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to hear a deafening roar coming from outside the stone door. What's going on? Lu Ming frowned. However, he did not have time to think. He ran forward and shouted, "Let's go out." Xianxia followed closely behind. Roar! At this moment, the sanguine demon roared and stopped in its tracks. A thought was transmitted to Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming roughly understood what the sanguine demon meant. It was born here and could not get out. Once it got out, it would turn into ashes. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. If such a powerful blood demon followed them out, he would be able to defeat the Blazing Sun Empire and even the Shifang Sword faction. What a pity! Lu Ming roared in his mind, but there was nothing he could do. He could only leave the blood demon and run toward the stone door with Xianxia. The stone door was too big. Although it was only a gap, it was enough for the two of them to pass through. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them were like the wind. When they passed through the stone door, they felt the world spinning. The next moment, they found themselves standing on a hill. Behind them, there was a blood-red mist. It was the blood demon cave. In front of them, there were green mountains and clear waters. However, at this moment, the mountain in front of them shook. A blood-red beam of light shot up into the sky. It could be seen from 100 miles away. Rumble. On the side, another mountain shook. Then, another blood-red beam of light shot out, stirring up the wind and clouds. Lu Ming and Xianxia were dumbfounded. Where is this? Why did it look so unfamiliar? Furthermore, could it be that this blood-red pillar of light was caused by them opening the giant stone door? Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Then, a few figures appeared in the sky. They were a few middle-aged, burly men. Their auras were as thick as mountains. It was obvious that they were all martial arts grandmasters. Something is happening outside the Blood Domain Devil Cave. Could it be that a rare treasure has appeared? Hurry and inform the sect. The few burly men whispered. Then, they stepped into the air and disappeared. However, not long after, more people arrived. Some of them were flying through the air. They were all strong cultivators of the martial ancestor realm. There were also some great martial teachers. Through these people's conversations, Lu Ming learned a fact that left him dumbfounded. This place was not within the Burning Sun Empire, but on the other side of the desolate wasteland, the border between the Blood Zhao Empire and the Dark Moon Empire. Lu Ming and the others had actually run in the wrong direction. Lu Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He and Xianxia stared at each other. Rumble. The tremors became more and more intense. In the end, a total of 9 blood-colored light pillars appeared and shot into the sky. At this time, more than 100 people had gathered. This place is most likely the remains of the ancient sect, Cloud Emperor Palace. A white-haired elder in the sky speculated. What? It's the ancient sect, Cloud Emperor Palace? Some people were shocked and puzzled. That's a senior from the Great Sun Constabulary. His speculation shouldn't be wrong. That's right. The Great Sun Constabulary is the #1 sect in the Blood Zhao Empire. It has existed for a long time and is knowledgeable. I can't wait. Haha, this is a great opportunity. Nearby, some people were discussing excitedly. The ancient sect, Cloud Emperor Palace. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Cloud Emperor Mountain Range was called the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range because of Cloud Emperor Palace. This showed how powerful Cloud Emperor Palace was. If this place was the remains of Cloud Emperor Palace, Lu Ming would definitely explore it. He didn't want to miss it. Everyone waited quietly. Lu Ming and Xianxia sat cross-legged on the side, healing their injuries and waiting. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Obviously, the news had spread. 7 days later, there was a sea of people in all directions. Even the sky was filled with people. There were people from the Blood Zhao Empire and the Yinhua Empire. Of course, most of them were from the Blood Zhao Empire. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The Blood Zhao Empire was indeed powerful. Those standing in the sky were all grandmasters. There were at least 1,000 of them. The Blood Zhao Empire was indeed a medium-sized empire. It was terrifying. There are hundreds of experts from the Great Sun Constabulary and their core elders. It seems like we won't get a share of Cloud Emperor Palace's remains. Yeah, there are many experts from the other sects in the Blood Zhao Empire. The Inyue Empire's imperial family is also here. There are many young experts, such as the 50 superstars of the Blood Zhao Empire and the 9 heroes of the Inyue Empire. Discussions could be heard from time to time. Caw! At this moment, a sharp cry resounded in the sky. It was extremely ear-piercing. Then, a giant crow appeared in the sky. The crow was extremely large. Its wingspan was 30 meters. Its body was covered in blazing flames, and its demonic aura was extremely terrifying. It was a Class 4 demonic beast. A Class 4 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial ancestor martial artist. A young man in his 20s stood on the back of the crow. He was wearing a fiery red robe with a large sun embroidered on it. He had his hands behind his back and looked at the blood-red light pillars. He had an aura of disdain. Yang Liuji, this is Yang Liuji, the 33rd on the Emperor Yun leaderboard? Other than him, who else could it be? Even the geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard are here. There was a commotion in the crowd. Obviously, Yang Liuji's name had shaken everyone. 33rd on the Emperor Yun leaderboard? Is this person stronger than Xiao Changkong? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The 36 geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard could be said to be the strongest of their generation in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. At this time, Lu Ming and Xianxia had already recovered from their injuries. Boom! Suddenly, the 9 blood-red light pillars let out a violent roar and shone brightly. They then gathered together. After a while, the blood-red light disappeared and a giant black vortex appeared in the sky. The space teleportation path will lead to the remains of Emperor Yun Palace. Charge! Suddenly, dozens of people charged into the vortex. In the next moment, screams were heard. Among the dozens of people, more than half of their bodies suddenly exploded. Their flesh and blood splattered all over the ground. However, the other half of the people rushed into the whirlpool and disappeared. What's going on? How can this be? Why did some people die and others charge into the vortex? What are the restrictions? Everyone stopped and did not dare to charge into the vortex. A white-haired elder appeared in front of the vortex and observed it carefully. Everyone recognized that he was a core elder of the Great Sun Constabulary. Chapter 275. What? Time inscriptions? Everyone was shocked. Time inscriptions were supreme inscriptions, and it was extremely difficult to master them. According to my speculation, the age of those who enter this place is limited. Those who exceed a certain age will be killed by the inscription formation in the vortex. The white-haired old man said again, "Then how old can we be, and how old can we be?" Someone asked. The world uses the age of 30 as a key classification. Those under 30 are the younger generation, which is the golden age for cultivation. So I speculate that those under 30 can enter this place, but those above 30 can't. The white-haired old man said, 30 years old? I've already surpassed that. I'm just 31 years old. How unlucky. Many people who were over the age of 30 had dejected expressions on their faces. They were cursing their bad luck. As for those under the age of 30, they were overjoyed. The stronger their cultivation, the happier they were. Since the older generation couldn't enter, those with powerful cultivation would naturally have an advantage. How could they not be happy? Let's go. Immediately, some young people under 30 rushed up. They disappeared into the vortex one by one. Ha! You ants want to compete with me. Yang Liuji laughed wildly. Of all the geniuses on the Imperial Cloud ranking list, he was the only one here. Who could compete with him? He stepped out, walked in the vortex, and disappeared. The other young people also rushed in like a swarm of bees. Lu Ming estimated that there were at least a few thousand of them. During this period, there were also those over 30 who didn't believe it and wanted to take a chance. In the end, they were all killed by the inscription formation. After that, those over 30 didn't dare to try again. Let's go in too, Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and rushed into the vortex with Lu Ming. After rushing into the vortex, the world was spinning. The next moment, Lu Ming found that he was standing at the foot of a mountain. In front of him was a boundless mountain. Xianxia was right beside him. Not only that, it seemed that everyone had gathered at the foot of the mountain. At first glance, there were people everywhere. Boom! Suddenly, not far away from Lu Ming, a great battle broke out. The people who entered this place came from various factions. Some of them had grudges with each other, so it was normal for a fight to break out when they met. After a while, a miserable cry rang out as a young man was killed. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Inscriptions suddenly appeared in the sky, wrapping around the young man who had been killed. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. The blood in the young man's body, including his essence blood, was all extracted. Under the effect of the inscriptions, the blood turned into a blood-colored crystal and fell to the ground. Could this be the blood refining crystal? It's the blood refining crystal. It's true. I have it with me. What? A dead person can actually be refined into a blood refining crystal. Unbelievable. A shocking uproar broke out among the crowd. Lu Ming was also shocked. The effect of the blood refining crystal was very similar to that of the blood refining pill. They were both used by martial artists to awaken their second bloodline. The effect of a blood refining crystal was similar to a blood refining pill. We'll know once we try. Suddenly, a cold shout sounded. Amidst the crowd, a sun emerged and exploded with a loud bang. There were endless screams, and more than a dozen people were killed. The next moment, a large number of inscriptions appeared in the sky, wrapping around the corpses. Then, all the blood in the corpses was extracted and refined into blood-refining crystals. It was true. Many people gasped, and many of them had bloodthirsty eyes. Kill! Kill! Suddenly, someone roared and charged toward the people around him. Oh no, run! Someone shouted and rushed toward the vast mountains in front of them. The scene was in chaos, and the smell of blood filled the air. Dense inscriptions appeared in the sky. The blood of those who were killed turned into blood-refining crystals. Kill! There were also people who charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming swept out with his long spear and hit the other party. The other party was repelled. Xianxia, let's go. Let's rush into those mountains. Lu Ming shouted. There were too many geniuses who had entered this time. Most of them were young experts of the Bloodjiao Empire. There were many young experts of the martial ancestor realm. With Lu Ming's combat strength, he could only be ranked in the middle. He had to retreat for the time being. The two of them rushed toward the vast mountains. Soon, they rushed into the mountains and continued to run toward the depths of the mountains. Behind them, there were people rushing into the mountains. Thousands of people spread out in the vast mountains. Lu Ming and Xianxia ran for more than 200 miles before they stopped. In the next period of time, this place will turn into a killing hell, Lu Ming whispered. He could imagine how crazy it was to kill others and turn them into blood-refining crystals. The young people who had entered would definitely kill each other. Although the young experts of the martial ancestor realm did not need the blood-refining crystals, they could sell them at a shocking price. Lu Ming, we have to break through to the martial ancestor realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will be in a passive position, Xianxia said. In this unfamiliar environment where they were facing strong enemies everywhere, the two of them had unknowingly become closer to each other. That's right, but it's not easy to break through. Let's look around and see if there are any treasures, Lu Ming said. The two of them chose a direction at random and ran forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp piercing sound could be heard as a few sword chis were fired toward the two of them. Someone was trying to ambush them. The two of them were startled and dodged the attacks with a flicker. Then, 8 figures appeared in a flash and surrounded the two of them. Consider yourself unlucky. Now, turn into our blood-refining crystals. A young man who was the leader of the 8 said coldly. He was the strongest among the 8 of them. His aura was extremely strong, indicating that he was a first-layer martial ancestor realm expert. The other 7 of them were also 9th-layer martial masters. 6 Senior Brother, this girl is so beautiful. It's a pity to kill her like this. Why don't you let me have some fun with her first before killing her? One of them, a short and fat youth, was looking at Xianxia with a lewd expression. His eyes were filled with a perverted light. His crotch was actually bulging. Fatty Liu, put away your lewd thoughts. Where are we? Let's end this quickly. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. 6 Senior Brother scolded. The short and fat young man laughed. However, when he looked at Xianxia, the lust in his eyes became stronger. He did not notice the murderous intent in Xianxia's eyes. This guy is so pitiful. Lu Ming shook his head. In his heart, he was already mourning for this fatty. He even dared to flirt with Xianxia. He was courting death. You're dead. As expected, a cold voice came from Xianxia's mouth. What? I'm dead? You want to kill me? Haha, what a joke. Didn't you see that my 6th Senior Brother is a martial ancestor realm expert? You're just a martial grandmaster. How dare you try to kill me in front of a martial ancestor realm expert? What a joke. My baby. Chapter 276. The short and fat youth screamed at the top of his lungs. His screams were so tragic that the fat on his body kept shaking. A bloodstain could be seen at his crotch area. As for his thing, it had disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming could not help but tighten his crotch. He had seen clearly that Xianxia had flicked her fingers and a black lotus petal flew out and cut off the short and fat youth's penis. When the other youths saw this, they also felt a chill in their crotches. 6 Senior Brother, avenge me. The short and fat youth continued to scream. Bitch, you are courting death. Attack, kill them. The 6 Senior Brother shouted and charged at Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming first, and then torture Xianxia. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense, and directly used his most powerful move. A huge palm print suddenly formed above 6 Senior Brother's head and slammed down. Its power was so strong that it was shocking to the extreme. The 6 Senior Brother was shocked. He had not expected Lu Ming's attack to be so terrifying. He immediately used all his strength to block the attack. Bang! With a loud bang, the 6 Senior Brother was directly smashed into the ground, and a big pit was formed. When the smoke and dust disappeared, the 6 Senior Brother was lying in the big pit like a pile of mud and was dying. The other 6 youths were stunned. Then they trembled and broke out in cold sweat. One move. He killed the 6 Senior Brother, who was a martial grandmaster, with one move. Was he still a great martial mentor? The short and fat youth forgot to scream and widened his eyes in horror. Run! One of the youths shouted, and the other 6 youths turned and ran. Wait for me! The short and fat youth screamed. However, he could not run fast because of the sharp pain in his crotch. He was so anxious that he was about to cry. Want to run? Do you think you can run? Xianxing's voice was as cold as the winter snow. She waved her hands, and black lotus petals flew out. The short and fat youth was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He was killed before he could even scream. Swoosh! Swoosh! The flower petals pierced through the air, sharper than the sharpest blade. In just a few breaths of time, the 6 youths were all killed. At this moment, the 6 Senior Brother was no longer breathing. Inscriptions immediately appeared in the sky, extracting the blood from the corpses and condensing them into blood-refining crystals. However, not everyone could condense a blood-refining crystal. Lu Ming discovered that only a rank 5 bloodline martial practitioner could condense a blood-refining crystal. Those with bloodlines below rank 5 would have their blood energy dissipated before they could condense a single blood-refining crystal. One of the young men had a rank 6 bloodline, and he was able to condense 2 blood-refining crystals. As for the 6th Senior Brother, as a martial ancestor, he had awakened his second bloodline. His second bloodline was a common rank 9 bloodline. In an instant, he had formed 16 blood refining crystals. Every time one's bloodline increased by a level, the number of blood refining crystals condensed would double. It had nothing to do with cultivation. The 8 of them condensed a total of 22 blood refining crystals. Lu Ming and Xianxia shared the crystals equally. Each of them received 11 crystals. Then, the 2 of them left the place. Along the way, the 2 of them were ambushed a few more times. However, the strongest enemy was only a rank 1 martial ancestor. They were all killed by the 2 of them, and each of them received more than 10 blood refining crystals. Although Lu Ming had 4,000 blood refining elixirs, the more the better. The stronger his second bloodline was, the more likely he could awaken a higher level bloodline. According to Supreme 9 Sons, his first bloodline was awakened by the 9 dragon blood essence. However, his second bloodline had nothing to do with the 9 dragon blood essence. It was his own bloodline that was awakened. Lu Ming's bloodline was not of a high level. Lu Yao had taken away his bloodline and awakened a rank 5 bloodline. From this, it could be seen that Lu Ming's first bloodline was not higher than rank 5. Therefore, his second bloodline was probably not of a high level. Therefore, he would need a large number of blood refining elixirs and blood refining crystals. The second bloodline was very special. Some people might not even use a blood refining pill or other treasures to replenish their bloodline potential, but they could still awaken an extremely high-level bloodline. However, this was not absolute. Consuming treasures such as blood-refining pills or blood-refining crystals would increase the chances of awakening a high-level bloodline. Half an hour later, the 2 of them appeared in front of a huge 7-story building. This building was shaped like a tower. In front of the tower, hundreds of young men stood facing each other. They were all staring at the tower. The gate of the tower was tightly shut. I've tried just now. This gate is extremely heavy and cannot be opened by one person or a few people. I suggest that we work together to open the gate. As for the treasures inside, we'll let our strength speak for itself. A young man in a brocade robe shouted, "Who knows if you will sneak up on us when we open the gate? I'm worried." A young man who looked like a skinny monkey shouted, "If you're worried, you can get lost now." The young man in the brocade robe was very domineering. The skinny young man's face turned ugly, but he did not dare to refute. "You want the treasures, but don't have the guts. You're destined to be a good-for-nothing." The young man in the brocade robe mocked. He then looked at the others and said, "How about it? Do you want to work together to open the gate of the tower? All right. I agree to work together. I agree too." Almost everyone agreed to it. If they wanted to get the treasures inside, they had to open the gate first. "Attack together." The young man in the brocade robe shouted and threw out a powerful punch. "Attack." The others attacked together. Suddenly, all kinds of sword chi, saber chi, fist chi, palm chi, etc. were thrown at the gate of the tower. Boom, boom, boom. The tower rumbled and flashed. Finally, with a loud bang, the gate was blasted open. Whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, dozens of people rushed toward the gate, afraid that the treasures would be taken away by others if they were too slow. However, in the next moment, shrill screams could be heard. At least 20 of the people who rushed into the gate screamed as their heads suddenly exploded. The other people were all martial ancestor realm elites. They attacked the surroundings as if they were fighting against something. Inscriptions appeared in the sky, and the young men who were killed were all condensed into blood refinement crystals. "What's there?" Outside the gate, someone shouted in fear. "I don't know. I can't see clearly. It's too strange. I better not go in." Someone wanted to retreat. At that moment, the martial ancestor realm elites had already rushed in and disappeared. "It's a type of blood-red bug." Lu Ming stared at the gate with bright eyes. With his eyesight, he could see the attack. It was a type of blood-red bug that was as thin as a hair and as long as a cicada. Most importantly, it was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye. Only martial ancestor realm elites could see it. As long as the blood-red cicada rushed into the head would explode. Let's go in. The other martial ancestor realm elites rushed in. Lu Ming and Xianxia moved and followed the crowd. Psst. As soon as he rushed in, a blood-red cicada shot toward him. He swept out his spear and sent the cicada flying. Then he rushed in. Chapter 277. After Lu Ming rushed in, he picked up a few blood-refining crystals along the way. Nest, why are those two martial grandmasters so powerful? Outside, the warriors in the great martial mentor realm were dumbfounded. After Lu Ming and Xianxia rushed in, they saw a wide staircase that led to the second floor. Without hesitation, the two of them rushed up and found that there were shelves on the second floor. The shelves were empty, but there were a few dried corpses on the side of the shelves. It was obvious that they had been killed and their blood had been extracted to condense into blood-refining crystals. Obviously, the things here had been looted by the people who rushed in first. Quick, go up. Get lost. Go to hell. You're the one who's going to die. The scene was in chaos. Everyone wanted to rush up. Naturally, there was chaos. 7 or 8 people were fighting. Whoosh! A young man with a battle axe chopped at Lu Ming. His cultivation of first martial ancestor realm was revealed. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He threw out a huge palm print at the young man. Bang! The young man's bones were broken and he was thrown back. However, he did not die because he had also cultivated an Earth-class martial skill, which blocked part of the power of a human Dao palm. Even so, the other young powerful figures were alarmed, and they looked at Lu Ming with fear. Where did such a powerful martial grandmaster come from? I've seen the strongest martial grandmasters in the Blood Zhao Empire, but I've never seen such a person. Someone said with a serious face. The others looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia with fear. Lu Ming ignored them and rushed to the third floor with Xianxia. There were also a few shelves on the third floor. The items on the shelves had also been looted. Lu Ming and Xianxia did not stop and kept rushing up. The fourth floor, the fifth floor, the sixth floor, until they reached the sixth floor, the two of them were always one step behind the others. Everything was looted. When they reached the sixth floor, they heard fierce fighting sounds coming from the seventh floor. The two of them rushed up without hesitation. Boom! Boom! On the seventh floor, 6 young men were engaged in an intense battle. One of them was the young man in the brocade robe. His cultivation was at the second layer martial ancestor realm, and he was definitely a genius. The other 5 had a cultivation of the first layer martial ancestor realm. The battle was incomparably intense. The 6 of them were tangled up in a chaotic battle, but it was obvious that the young man in the brocade robe had the upper hand. On the 7th floor, there were only 2 shelves with some jade bottles on them. On the shelf was written, Yuan Ancient Panacea, Level 4 Middle Grade Medicinal Pill. Lu Ming was greatly shocked, and then his eyes emitted a shocking light. The Yuan Ancient Panacea was a middle LV4 elixir that could increase one's cultivation level quickly. It was extremely useful for a martial arts grandmaster. In the outside world, the price of Yuan Ancient Spirit Pills was shockingly high. Moreover, there was often a price, but no market. I have to get my hands on some of them. That way, my cultivation will be able to reach the peak of the 9th layer martial master realm in a short period of time. I will then consume the blood-refining pills and blood-refining crystals to refine my bloodline and break through to the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming pondered quickly in his heart. In this place, Lu Ming did not have time to consume the blood essence of others. The blood essence of the martial artists who had died in the battle had all been refined into blood-refining crystals. Without consuming the blood essence, Lu Ming's cultivation would not be able to increase in a short period of time. The Yuan Ancient Panacea had appeared at the right time. You want to compete with me? You are courting death. The young man in the brocade roared. His eyes were like lightning, and his body emitted a strong purple light. He threw out a palm, and a purple palm print appeared. It was extremely powerful, and the other young men quickly retreated. Zisong, there's so many people here. Do you want to take the Yuan Ancient Panacea for yourself? How is that possible? Another young man shouted. Is that so? Then I will kill you first. Purple golden dragon palm. Song roared, and the purple light on his body became extremely dense. When it reached a certain level, the purple light turned golden. He threw out a palm, and a golden dragon roared out. Bam! The young man was hit by the golden dragon and was sent flying. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his aura was extremely weak. His eyes were filled with shock. Is it possible now? Song looked coldly at the young man, and then looked at the others. The other 4 young men's faces changed. Hurry up and get lost. If you don't, you will end up like him. Song's aura was domineering, and he looked coldly at the others. Song, there are 4 of us. Even if we join forces, we might not be afraid of you. A tall young man said unwillingly. As for Lu Ming and Xianxia, they were ignored by him. Boom! As soon as the tall young man finished his words, Song threw out a palm, and a golden dragon rushed out. With a scream, the young man was torn into 2 by the golden dragon. His blood essence was condensed into 16 blood refining crystals, which were kept by Song. You still want to join forces? This is the consequence. Song sneered. The remaining 3 young men were horrified. Song was too strong, and they were no match for him when he used his ultimate move. They looked at each other, and finally retreated from the 6th floor unwillingly. Why aren't the 2 of you scramming? At this moment, Song looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Scramming? Why did he get lost? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Instantly, Song's face darkened, and he said, Kid, do you know the consequences of your words? Now, you can't leave even if you want to. 2 mere martial grandmasters want to get their hands on the Yuan ancient panacea. You really don't know your limits. Song looked down at Lu Ming in a condescending manner as he walked toward Lu Ming. Kid, do you want to commit suicide, or do you want me to do it? If I do it, you won't die so easily. Also, girl, if you swear to be my concubine and serve me well for the rest of your life, I promise to let you go. Song's gaze towards Xianxia flashed with a trace of blazing light. Xianxia's beauty was indeed rare in the world. Any man who saw her would be tempted. Trash like you. Do you think you are worthy? Xianxia sneered. Since you want to do it the hard way, I'll send you on your way. Song's body emitted a cold, murderous intent, and he slapped towards Lu Ming. A purple palm print surged forward. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he slapped out as well. The human Dao palm was formed. Boom! The 2 palm prints collided, and there was a loud bang. Lu Ming's figure swayed slightly, while Song retreated 3 steps before he could stabilize himself. At this moment, his face was filled with disbelief. A mere martial grandmaster of the 9th level could actually force him back with a single palm. How is that possible? Then an incomparably cold, murderous intent burst out, and he roared, damn it, go to hell. The purple light on Song's body became extremely dense, and then it turned golden. He slapped out, and a golden dragon pounced out. The golden dragon merged with a powerful force. Chapter 278. Human Path Palm. Lu Ming shouted and struck out with his palm again. Lu Ming used all his strength and integrated the force of wind and fire into his palm. Boom! The human path palm collided with the golden dragon. There was a loud explosion, and the human path palm shattered inch by inch. A terrifying force surged towards Lu Ming, and Lu Ming could not help but retreat. Song's combat strength was indeed extremely powerful. Lu Ming realized that as his cultivation increased, the opponents he faced became stronger. When facing these young martial arts grandmasters, his advantage in many aspects was not so obvious. These young martial arts grandmasters had all cultivated Earth-class martial skills and had comprehended the force. Moreover, they were not weak at all. Although Lu Ming had a slight advantage in terms of martial skills and force, it was not by much. Furthermore, how could the martial arts grandmasters cultivate yellow-class martial skills? Normally, they would cultivate black-class, upper-class martial skills. It was not surprising that some of them cultivated Earth-class martial skills. The higher the level of the martial skill, the thicker and more condensed the genuine qi that was cultivated. Lu Ming's genuine qi could not possibly be 5 times that of these people. Therefore, his advantage was further reduced. It was even more difficult to fight someone of a higher level. Therefore, Lu Ming was forced to retreat by Zisong. However, Zisong was even more shocked. He was a peerless genius and not an ordinary second-realm martial arts grandmaster. He could not believe that his full-strength palm could only force Lu Ming to retreat and did not kill him. Kill! Kill! This brat is more talented than me. He cannot be left alive in this world. Zisong roared in his heart and attacked Lu Ming again. Chi. At that moment, Xianxia also attacked. Black lotuses formed around her body and the black petals danced in the air, enveloping Zisong. At the same time, she waved her palms and black palm prints whizzed out. Bitch, you are courting death. Zisong shouted and used a portion of his power to attack Xianxia. Boom! Boom! Immediately, the 3 of them engaged in a great battle. Xianxia's battle prowess was also extremely shocking. He was not the slightest bit inferior to Lu Ming's. The 2 of them joined forces and fought Zisong to a draw. Zisong's expression was extremely gloomy. The more they fought, the more frightened he became. The 3 of them fought fiercely, and powerful qi shot out in all directions. However, inscriptions appeared on the walls of the 7th floor, reducing most of the power. Otherwise, those Yuan ancient panaceas would have been shattered. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 moves had passed. On the 6th floor, the 3 young men of the first martial ancestor realm stood there. When they heard the violent explosions coming from the 7th floor, they looked at each other. Who was Zisong fighting with? Could it be the man and woman of the 9th level martial grandmaster from before? But how was that possible? 2 young men and women of the 9th level of the martial master realm were able to fight Zisong to such an extent? Then what were they? Trash? They found it hard to believe. But other than the 2 young men and woman, there was no one else up there. The 3 decided to wait on the 6th floor. Die. Die for me. Zisong roared furiously. The golden glow on his body was extremely dense. He roared furiously in his heart. He wanted to kill Lu Ming and Xianxia, but he was unable to do so. After a while, the golden glow on Zisong's body began to dissipate rapidly. Damn it, you 2 pieces of trash. Cheating couple, just you wait. If I don't kill you, I swear I'm not a human. Zisong roared angrily, waving his palms continuously to block Lu Ming's and Xianxing's attacks. He then broke into a run and ran toward the 6th floor, disappearing down the stairs in an instant. Maintaining the golden glow consumed a great amount of his qi. He could no longer hold on and could only run away. Otherwise, he would be killed by Lu Ming and Xianxia. On the 6th floor, the 3 youths were waiting. Suddenly, they saw Zisong rush down from the 7th floor at an extremely fast speed. He ran down the stairs as if he was on fire. This caused the 3 young men to be stunned. Could it be that Zisong was defeated? The 3 young men looked at each other and gasped. Then, without hesitation, they ran away as well. On the 7th floor, Lu Ming and Xianxia looked around. There were 2 shelves, and there were jade bottles on each shelf. All of them were Yuan ancient panaceas. Let's split it evenly. Lu Ming smiled and walked toward one of the shelves while Xianxia walked toward the other shelf. Lu Ming glanced at the shelves and counted that there were a total of 49 jade bottles. Lu Ming picked up a jade bottle and opened it. He smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. Inside the jade bottle, there were 9 round, milky white pills. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He waved his hand and kept all the jade bottles in the Temple of Paragon. On the other hand, Xianxia kept the Yuan ancient panaceas and smiled. With these Yuan ancient panaceas, I will be able to reach the martial ancestor realm very soon. At that time, I will trample you under my feet. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming and said viciously. Lu Ming was speechless. Why does this girl keep thinking about this? Xianxia walked down the stairs while Lu Ming smiled and followed closely behind. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, there was no one around. When the two of them walked out of the pavilion, they realized that the people outside had all left. No one knew how long they could stay in the secret land, and no one was willing to waste time. Since they couldn't do it here, they would look for other places. The two of them exited the pavilion, randomly chose a direction, and ran at top speed. They wanted to find a quiet place to consume the Yuan ancient panaceas to raise their cultivation. Half an hour later, the two of them passed by a dilapidated palace. Run! Zhao Hong, one of the 50 supernovas of the Blood Zhao Empire, is in there. Terrified shouts could be heard from the dilapidated palace. Then, more than 20 young men ran out of the dilapidated palace in fear. Dying. A cold voice that was filled with killing intent could be heard from the dilapidated palace. Then, a terrifying saber light slashed out. Shrill screams could be heard. More than 20 young men were killed by the saber. Inscriptions filled the sky, and blood-refining crystals condensed one after another. A young man with messy hair and a long saber on his back stepped out. With a wave of his hand, he kept all the blood-refining crystals. Then, he looked in front of him. A piercing, killing intent spread out from his body. 1,000 meters away, Lu Ming and Xianxia's faces changed. "Let's go," Lu Ming shouted, and left the place quickly with Xianxia. This young man was too strong. The two of them were no match for him. The 50 supernovas of the Blood Zhao Empire were on the same level as the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. Looking at Lu Ming and Xianxia's figures, Zhao Hong's eyes flashed. He didn't chase after them. Instead, he turned around and entered the dilapidated palace. 50 miles away, in a valley, miserable screams could be heard. It's Duan Ling, one of the 9 heroes of the Yin Moon Empire. Don't kill me." In the next moment, a shocking sword chi burst out from the valley. More than 10 young men were killed by the sword and turned into blood-refining crystals. Whether it was the first or second level of the martial ancestor realm, they couldn't escape the fate of being killed. Lu Ming and Xianxia, who saw this scene from afar, didn't stop. They turned around and left. A few hundred miles away from Lu Ming and the others, Yang Liuji laughed in the ruins. There were at least 50 young men's corpses lying around him. Their blood chi had been condensed into blood-refining crystals. Chapter 279. An hour later, the two of them appeared in a secluded valley. It was a secluded place with few people around. It was a good place to cultivate. Without saying anything, the two of them sat down cross-legged and took out the Yuan ancient panacea to cultivate. They took out a jade bottle and opened it. Immediately, a medicinal fragrance filled the air. The Yuan ancient panacea was a middle LV4 elixir. It was very helpful to martial grandmasters and was priceless. Lu Ming poured out one of the Yuan ancient panacea and swallowed it. In an instant, the 9 dragons' bloodline released a strong, devouring force, and the medicinal efficacy of the Yuan ancient panacea was continuously devoured and refined. Soon, the medicinal efficacy of the Yuan ancient panacea was completely refined. Lu Ming felt that his cultivation had increased by a level. The medicinal efficacy of the Yuan ancient panacea was at least 10 times that of a Class 9 LV3 demonic pill. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at Xianxia. When they saw it, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw a huge black lotus floating above Xianxia's head. This was obviously Xianxia's bloodline. However, there were 9 blood-red chakras around the black lotus. It was very breathtaking. LV9 bloodline. Xianxia's bloodline had actually reached LV9. It was really terrifying. One had to know that Xianxia had not broken through to Martial Grandmaster and awakened her second bloodline. In other words, her first bloodline had reached LV9. This little she-devil's bloodline is terrifyingly high. No wonder her combat strength is so strong. She is a true genius. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen Xianxia's bloodline. Her first bloodline has already reached LV9, ordinary LV9. I wonder what rank her second bloodline will be. Lu Ming could not help but look forward to it. Immediately after, Lu Ming continued to refine the Yuan ancient panacea. The surging energy was constantly converted into true qi, and Lu Ming's cultivation increased rapidly. Soon, the entire bottle of Yuan ancient panacea was refined, and Lu Ming's cultivation was approaching the middle LV9 martial grandmaster. He continued to refine. Half a day later, Lu Ming had refined 12 bottles of pills in a row, raising his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level martial master realm. At this time, not far away, Xianxia's body also emitted a strong fluctuation. Her cultivation had also reached the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm. After reaching the peak of martial master realm, one could start consuming blood-refining pills and blood-refining crystals to condense the second bloodline and accumulate energy for the awakening of the second bloodline. This process was known as blood coagulation, which was also known as half-grandmaster. In the process of blood condensation, one's blood and qi would be exuberant, even stronger than the peak of the 9th layer of the martial master realm. A piece of blood-refining crystal appeared in Xianxia's hand, and she swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately after, her spine emitted a dense, bloody light. Lu Ming did not waste any time. He also took out a blood-refining crystal and swallowed it. As soon as the blood refinement crystal entered Xianxia's mouth, it turned into a surge of blood energy that was absorbed by his spine. It began to condense beneath his first bloodline. At that place, a blood red that began to appear. As the blood energy poured in, it slowly became brighter. In a few breaths, the blood energy of a blood-refining crystal was completely absorbed. Lu Ming took out several crystals at once and swallowed them in one gulp. The blood-red light at his spine grew bigger and brighter. Soon, the dozens of blood-refining crystals that Lu Ming had obtained here were all used up. Then he grabbed at the air, and a handful of blood-refining pills appeared. He stuffed them all into his mouth. After a while, he grabbed another handful. At this time, he suddenly found someone in front of him and could not help but open his eyes. He saw a pair of bright eyes staring at him in surprise. It was Xianxia. "Nest, what are you doing? Are you trying to scare me to death?" Lu Ming shouted. Xianxia blinked her big eyes and asked, "Do you have blood-refining pills? How many do you have?" "I do have blood-refining pills. What does it have to do with you?" Lu Ming said. Can you give me some?" Xianxia seemed to find it difficult to speak and stammered. "No, I'll give them to you so that you can break through and trample me under your feet in the future." Lu Ming firmly resisted. "Humph, do you think that I can't trample you under my feet if you don't give me blood-refining pills?" Xianxia snorted coldly as he gritted his teeth, revealing a few sparkling white teeth. Then, she turned her head and walked to the side. However, in less than a minute, she walked back and stared at Lu Ming with her big eyes. "What do you want now?" Lu Ming asked speechlessly. I'll buy blood-refining pills from you, okay? How many spirit crystals do you want? Name a price, or I can exchange with treasures," Xianxia said. "Oh, exchange with treasures? That's fine. How about this? I'll name a few treasures. If you have them, I'll exchange with you," Lu Ming said. "Okay, tell me," Xianxia said. Xianyang Spirit, Shi Feng Bone. Lu Ming listed the names of 5 heavenly treasures in a row. These 5 heavenly treasures were all materials needed to cultivate the 5th level of the true dragon fighting technique. Unfortunately, Su Xie and Nianqing both shook their heads, indicating that they did not. "If you don't have them, how can you exchange?" "How about this? Give me some dragon essence, and I'll exchange with you." Lu Ming curled his lips. "I don't have dragon essence, but I do have a flood dragon bone pearl. What do you think?" Xianxia asked hopefully. "What? Flood dragon bone pearl? You really have it? Let me take a look," Lu Ming said eagerly. Xianxia's palm glowed. The next moment, a fiery red bone pearl the size of a baby's fist appeared in Xianxia's palm. "It's really a flood dragon bone pearl, and it's a flaming flood dragon bone pearl." Lu Ming was overjoyed. Cultivating the true battle dragon art did not necessarily require those few materials. There are also some substitutes. It was just that these substitutes were more precious. For example, the items of a true dragon were priceless treasures. Having one of them could help the true dragon fighting technique break through. Although a flood dragon was not a true dragon, it had the bloodline of a true dragon and was an extremely rare species. It also had some functions. Lu Ming was just casually mentioning it. He did not expect Xianxia to really have such a treasure. Let me see. Lu Ming took the flood dragon bone pearl and looked at it carefully. The flood dragon that produced this flood dragon bone pearl has a very high cultivation. As long as I have this flood dragon bone pearl and another material, the true dragon fighting technique will be able to break through to the 5th level. Lu Ming thought, how is it? Not bad, right? I'll exchange it with you for 2,000 blood refining pills. Xianxia said, 2,000 pills? Dream on. You're asking for too much. Lu Ming was shocked and shouted, this is a flood dragon bone pearl. I paid a huge price to get it. 2,000 blood refining pills is not much. Xianxia said, 500. Lu Ming said, what? That's too much. 1,500, no less. Xianxia gritted his teeth. 800. I can't give you more. Lu Ming said with trembling lips. 1,200. 900. 1,000 blood refining pills, no less. I won't trade if it's any less. Xianxia said fiercely. All right, deal. Chapter 280. He took out 1,000 blood refining elixirs and exchanged them with Xianxia for the dragon bone pearl. Xianxia happily ran to the side to refine the elixirs. Lu Ming observed the dragon bone pearl and was overjoyed. He put it away and continued to devour the blood refining elixirs. 2 days later, Lu Ming had refined all the remaining blood refining elixirs. Lu Ming's spine was filled with bloodlight. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to break through to Martial Grandmaster. He felt that it was not enough. He still needed to refine treasures like blood refining elixirs and blood refining crystals. At this moment, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged. The bloodlight on his spine was denser than Lu Ming's, and there was a terrifying fluctuation. He had not refined as many blood refining elixirs as Lu Ming, but his fluctuation was stronger than Lu Ming's. This was because of his talent. After a while, the bloodlight disappeared and the terrifying fluctuation was concealed. Xianxia opened his eyes. Do you have any more blood refining elixirs? This was the first question Xianxia asked after he finished cultivating. Lu Ming spread his hands and said, no, I don't think it's enough. Then let's go kill them. The others must have a lot of blood refining crystals. A cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. That's what I want. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then, the two of them left the place. They chose a direction and ran wildly. 2 hours later, the two of them stopped at a bare mountain. They felt that their unawakened second bloodline was throbbing as if it was attracted by something. Over there, the two of them headed in that direction. 10 miles away, there was a boundless stone forest. Stone pillars stood there. These stone pillars were carved into various shapes, such as tigers, lions, wolves. Some are even carved into humans, real dragons, and so on. Whoosh, whoosh. Many figures appeared in the surroundings and rushed towards the stone forest. Boom, boom. In the stone forest, there were continuous rumbling sounds. Clearly, there was a great battle going on. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked at each other and rushed towards the stone forest. Die. On the side, a young man in the first martial arts grandmaster realm charged towards Lu Ming. His heart was pierced by Lu Ming's spear. The young man's eyes were wide open as he died, filled with disbelief. The current Lu Ming was infinitely close to a martial arts grandmaster and could be considered half a step away from being a martial arts grandmaster. He was much stronger than before. Lu Ming could kill an ordinary first martial arts grandmaster in one move. As soon as the young man died, his blood chi and blood essence condensed into blood refining crystals. There were 16 of them in total, which Lu Ming took. At the same time, his true energy surged out and the young man's storage ring flew into Lu Ming's hands. Along the way, many people wanted to attack Lu Ming and Xianxia, but they were mercilessly killed by the two of them. The combination of my wind force and fire force is powerful. However, it is only a combination and cannot be fully integrated. If the two forces can be fully integrated, the power will be even more shocking. But how can I fully integrate the two forces? If it works, then it will become one of my trump cards. Lu Ming pondered as he fought. Soon, the two of them had covered a distance of 10 miles. The attraction to their bloodlines was even stronger. Soon, a pit appeared in front of them. The pit was surrounded by various carvings. The two of them walked into the pit and took a look. Instantly, their hair stood on end. In the pit, there were piles of white bones. There were all kinds of living beings. Some were humanoid, and some were demonic beasts. Between the white bones, there were blood-red crystals that emitted a blood-red glow. Blood-refining crystals, they were all blood-refining crystals. The blood-refining crystals were the ones that attracted their bloodlines. They were not left behind now, but from the ancient times. This place is a burial ground. It is also a place where ancient sacrifices are held. Xianxia seemed to be talking to himself. His voice was trembling. Blood-refining crystals. They're all blood-refining crystals. These are all mine. Many figures appeared in the surroundings, their eyes blazing with fiery light as they looked down. Yours? You are courting death. You are the one who is going to die. Swoosh, swoosh. A few figures jumped into the pit and started fighting in the air. At that moment, Lu Ming and Xianxia jumped into the pit. Immediately, someone attacked them. Bam! Lu Ming used a human path palm print to smash the martial arts Grandmaster Realm, First Realm young expert, into a meat patty. He was condensed into blood-refining crystals in the air. Xianxia was also extremely powerful. A black lotus flew out and chopped off the head of a martial arts Grandmaster Realm, First Realm expert. As soon as the two of them landed, their genuine chi surged and swept across. The blood-refining crystals were collected by the two of them. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming had collected hundreds of blood-refining crystals. There were still many of them. Some of them were even buried in bones. Collect, collect. Lu Ming and Xianxia collected the crystals to their heart's content. Damn it! When the others saw this, their eyes turned red. They stopped fighting and rushed down to fight for the blood-refining crystals. Buzz! At that moment, a saber radiance suddenly slashed down from above. Screams were heard as 5 to 6 young men were killed. Then, a young man with disheveled hair and a saber on his back appeared above the pit. Zhao Hong, it is Zhao Hong. Let's go. The rest of the people turned pale with fright. They quickly flew into the sky and tried to escape. However, in the next moment, a saber radiance flashed, and those people were all cut in half in the air. Dying. Zhao Hong casually glanced at Lu Ming and Xianxia in the pit. Then, he slashed down with his saber. The saber radiance was ghastly white, and the killing intent was as cold as winter snow. It shrouded the two of them. Human path palm. Great demonic palm print. Lu Ming and Xianxia shouted and joined forces to fight against the enemy. In the face of such a strong enemy, there was no need to hesitate. They could only join forces. Boom! With a loud boom, Lu Ming and Xianxia retreated backward. Zhao Hong's eyes flickered and he was surprised. He said, I did not expect 2 martial grandmasters to be able to block my saber. This is rare in the world. However, you will still die today. Boom! A strong aura exploded from Zhao Hong's body. A saber radiance shot up to the sky like a waterfall. Slash! Then, he slashed down with his saber. Retreat. Lu Ming and Xianxia retreated without hesitation. Bang! Zhao Hong's saber slashed down on the thousands of bones in the pit. Immediately, the bones shattered and shot out in all directions. Blood-refining crystals flew into the sky and fell back down. Roar! At that moment, something strange happened. Under the thousands of bones in the pit, there was a shocking roar. A terrifying, murderous aura surged out from the white bones. Bang! Then, the white bones in the pit exploded, and a creature rushed out. This living creature was in the shape of a human. It was 3 meters tall and covered in green hair. Its nails were long and sharp, and its mouth was full of fangs. Blood zombie. This living creature was exactly the same as the blood zombie that Lu Ming and the others had encountered in the Blood Demon Cave. The only difference was that this blood zombie's eyes were golden. The aura it emitted was much stronger than the blood zombie in the Blood Demon Cave. The demonic aura filled the air. Roar. Chapter 281. You're courting death. Zhao Hong shouted coldly and swung his saber at the golden-eyed blood zombie. Clang! The saber light clashed with the golden-eyed blood zombie's claw. Sparks flew everywhere. Bang! A figure flew far away. It was Zhao Hong. He was no match for the golden-eyed blood zombie and was sent flying by its claw. Roar! The golden-eyed blood zombie roared and continued to chase after Zhao Hong. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Zhao Hong's face was extremely ugly. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He had been injured by the previous attack. Now that the golden-eyed blood zombie was charging at him, he didn't dare to continue fighting. He turned and ran in the direction of Lu Ming and Xianxia. Oh no, run! Lu Ming's face changed. He and Xianxia also turned and ran. You two still dare to run? Stop right now and help me stall this blood zombie. Dying at the hands of this blood zombie is a quick death. Once you fall in my hands, I'll make you beg for death. Zhao Hong shouted coldly. He was unusually domineering. Nest, one of the 50 supernovas of the Blood Zhao Empire? I think he's a complete idiot. Little Qing, what do you think? Lu Ming's disdainful voice came out of his mouth. Xianxia staggered and almost fell. What did Lu Ming call her? Little Qing? Xianxia's eyes flashed fiercely as she stared at Lu Ming. Little Qing, is that guy an idiot? Lu Ming pretended not to know and continued to ask. Yes. Xianxia gritted her teeth and spat out a word after a long while. Lu Ming was obviously taking advantage of her. You're courting death. Zhao Hong roared. He was about to unleash his true qi and slash at Lu Ming, but his true qi slowed him down. The golden-eyed blood zombie caught up and clawed at him. Qi-la! Even though Zhao Hong escaped quickly, a piece of cloth was still caught. And this piece of cloth that was caught just happened to be at Zhao Hong's buttocks. Immediately, half of Zhao Hong's snow-white buttocks were revealed. Zhao Hong screamed and jumped forward as if he had been electrocuted. Only then did he avoid the danger of being torn apart. But in the next moment, he felt a chill on his buttocks. When he turned his head to look, he roared. Why is that fellow's running posture so strange? He keeps looking at his own butt. Is he sick? Lu Ming's sharp eyes noticed Zhao Hong's strange behavior and muttered. Zhao Hong's face was flushed red. His killing intent towards Lu Ming was so thick that it could not be dissipated. He chased after Lu Ming in a frenzy while the golden-eyed blood zombie chased after him. Zhao Hong's speed was very fast. He would soon catch up with Lu Ming and Xianxia. Haha, go to hell, kid. With a beauty accompanying you, you won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. Zhao Hong sneered. His true qi burst forth, increasing his speed to the maximum. He flew over Lu Ming's heads in an extremely arrogant manner. Behind him, the golden-eyed blood zombie roared. It stared at Lu Ming and Xianxia with murderous intent. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt the demon suppression token that Supreme Nine Suns had given him glowing faintly. Could it be that after the demon suppression token subdued the blood demon, it still has the energy to subdue this golden-eyed blood zombie? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Forget it, let's give it a try. Lu Ming suddenly stopped. The demon suppression token had unknowingly appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming, why did you stop? Xianxia turned pale with fright. However, Lu Ming only gave her a slight smile and did not explain. Damn it, Lu Ming, you can't die before I trample you under my feet. Xianxia gritted her teeth and stopped as well. She stood beside Lu Ming. Ha, these two bastards are probably scared silly. Zhao Hong ran wildly. He only stopped when he was 10 miles away. He stood in the air and watched from afar. Roar! The golden-eyed blood zombie roared and was about to claw at Lu Ming. Stop! The demon suppression token in Lu Ming's hand glowed. An invisible wave surged toward the golden-eyed blood zombie. At the same time, Lu Ming shouted in his heart. It turned into an invisible wave and rushed into the golden-eyed blood zombie's body. All of this happened without a sound. Even Xianxia didn't notice it. At this time, Xianxia's body was already covered with black lotuses. Her genuine qi was running to the extreme, ready to fight to the death. However, the golden-eyed blood zombie suddenly stopped. It let out a low growl, but did not continue to attack. It worked. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Go back. Lu Ming gave another order in his heart. The next moment, the golden-eyed blood zombie let out a low growl. As expected, it turned around and ran back. Then, it jumped into the pit and disappeared. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Her eyes widened, and she said in a daze, What's going on? Ha ha ha, little Qing, can't you see? I, Lu Ming, am blessed by the heavens. I'm blessed by the heavens. What golden-eyed blood zombie? It didn't run away obediently when it saw me. How would it dare to attack me? Lu Ming laughed wildly. He looked like a villain who was intoxicated with success and was extremely narcissistic. TSK. Xianxia despised. She did not believe Lu Ming's nonsense at all. Then, she gritted her teeth and said, Lu Ming, I'm warning you. Don't call me Little Qing. Okay, Little Qing, Lu Ming replied. You, Xianxia ground her teeth. She could not wait to bite Lu Ming. In the distant sky, Zhao Hong was also dumbfounded. What's going on? Why didn't the golden-eyed blood zombie attack those two? Zhao Hong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Could it be that the golden-eyed blood zombie won't attack as long as they admit defeat? Zhao Hong's imagination ran wild. However, he did not dare to step forward for a while. The golden-eyed blood zombie was too strong. If he fought head-on, he would be killed in a few moves. In the stone forest, Lu Ming glanced at Zhao Hong in the distant sky and sneered. Then he said to Xianxia, Let's go. There's still so many blood-refining crystals. Let's take them all. You're still going? Aren't you afraid of the golden-eyed blood zombie? Xianxia hesitated. What's there to be afraid of? I've said that I'm blessed by God. The golden-eyed blood zombie will run away when it sees me. Don't worry. I'm here. Everything will be fine. Lu Ming was full of nonsense, feeling smug as he strode forward in big strides. Xianxia gritted her teeth and followed Lu Ming. When they arrived at the pit, the golden-eyed blood zombie did not move at all. Lu Ming was not worried at all with a smile on his face. He jumped into the pit and began to collect the blood-refining crystals. Seeing this, Xianxia was also relieved. For some reason, he suddenly believed Lu Ming's words a little. Bah, how is that possible? This guy is full of nonsense. Xianxia shook her head secretly and began to collect the blood-refining crystals vigorously. It's okay. It's really okay. In the distance, Zhao Hong saw this scene. His mouth opened so wide that a goose egg could be stuffed in it. Should I kill those two and take the blood-refining crystals? No, I'm a genius. My future is limitless. How can I take risks so easily? When those two guys finish collecting the blood-refining crystals and come out, I'll kill them. The blood-refining crystals will still be mine. Zhao Hong planned. He was not in a hurry and waited in the air. Collect, collect, collect. Lu Ming and Xianxia were extremely excited. Chapter 282. What should we do? That guy is waiting for us outside. No matter which direction we go, he will probably chase after us. Xianxia looked at the sky and frowned. Why do we have to go out? Can't we just cultivate here? Lu Ming smiled faintly, jumped into the pit, and sat cross-legged beside it. Cultivate here? Xianxia was in disbelief. Trust me. Lu Ming transmitted his voice into Xianxia's ears. Xianxia was skeptical, but on second thought, Lu Ming had never been taken advantage of. Maybe he really had a way. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia threw caution to the wind. He also sat cross-legged, took out a handful of blood-refining crystals, swallowed them, and began to refine them. Lu Ming laughed and deliberately looked at the sky. He also took out a handful of blood-refining crystals, swallowed them, and began to refine them. In the sky, Zhao Hong was dumbfounded. They are refining blood-refining crystals here? Damn it, damn it! Zhao Hong roared in his heart, and killing intent burst out from his eyes. In his opinion, all the blood-refining crystals here belonged to him. Now Lu Ming and Xianxia were refining his blood-refining crystals, which was a heinous crime. But he still hesitated and did not go over. Soon, Lu Ming refined a handful of blood-refining crystals and took out another handful to refine. One after another, Lu Ming refined hundreds of blood-refining crystals in a short time, and Xianxia was almost the same. The golden-eye blood zombie has not appeared yet. It should be fine. Smash it, die. Zhao Hong roared and flew toward Lu Ming. After a while, he was close to Lu Ming. Finally here, Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He ignored everything and continued to cultivate. Xianxia was shocked and stood up to resist. Die, you little bastard! Zhao Hong roared as he unsheathed his saber, about to slash down. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar came from the crater. The golden-eye blood zombie rushed out and charged at Zhao Hong. Bang! Caught off guard, Zhao Hong was swept by the golden-eyed blood zombie's claws. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying far away. Roar! The golden-eyed blood zombie charged towards Zhao Hong. What's going on? How could this be? Those two bastards have been here for so long. Not only have they been collecting blood-refining crystals, but they have also been refining them. The golden-eyed blood zombie hasn't rushed out yet. Why did it rush out when I arrived? I can't accept this. Zhao Hong roared in his heart. But how could he dare to stay? He turned around and ran. The golden-eyed blood zombie clawed at Zhao Hong, tearing a large hole in his pants, revealing his snow-white buttocks, which writhed madly in the air. Hey, your buttocks are showing again. Haha, why would I say again? Lu Ming laughed loudly. Xianxia's face reddened. He snorted coldly and turned around. Ah! Zhao Hong roared at the sky. His hair danced wildly, and his aura was astonishing. But what greeted him was the golden-eyed blood zombie's claw. Whoosh! The claw swept past, leaving 5 wounds on Zhao Hong's body. It was as if he had been cut by a blade, dripping with blood. Zhao Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. He had already been injured, and his speed had decreased. He could no longer escape from the golden-eyed blood zombie. If I die, let's die together. Zhao Hong roared and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood up and looked at him with a faint smile. What happened next made Zhao Hong vomit blood. When the golden-eyed blood zombie passed by Lu Ming, it didn't even look at Lu Ming and continued to chase after him. What? Zhao Hong roared, unwilling and puzzled. But it was useless. Soon, the golden-eyed blood zombie caught up. Despite his peerless talent and desperate resistance, he was still torn in half by the golden-eyed blood zombie after a few moves. Zhao Hong, one of the Blood Zhao Empire's 50 supernovas, a genius on the same level as the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire, died unwillingly, puzzled, and humiliated. His blood and essence had all been converted into blood-refining crystals. 81 crystals. Zhao Hong had refined a total of 81 blood-refining crystals. His second bloodline was a first-rank king bloodline. Lu Ming took all of them, including Zhao Hong's blood-refining crystals. Roar! The golden-eyed blood zombie growled and appeared beside Lu Ming, standing there obediently. Xianxia was dumbfounded. She stared for a while, then suddenly remembered that the incomparably powerful blood demon was also obedient in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, do you have a way to subdue demons? Xianxia asked. Didn't I tell you? I'm the chosen one, blessed by the heavens. These demons will be shocked when they see me and will naturally be obedient. Lu Ming looked proud. He looked at Xianxia carefully and said, How about it? Are you tempted? Why don't you be my bed-warming maid? You'll get endless benefits if you follow me. Lu Ming had a smug expression on his face. Bed-warming your head, humph. I guess you must have some kind of treasure that can subdue demons. Don't pretend in front of me. One day, I'll trample you under my feet. Xianxia snorted. She twisted her arrogant neck and went to one side to refine the blood-refining crystals. Lu Ming smiled and ordered the golden-eyed blood zombie to guard at one side. Then he took out Zhao Hong's storage ring. Ignoring the rest for the time being, Lu Ming took out all the blood refinement crystals inside. More than 500. There were more than 500 blood refining crystals in Zhao Hong's storage ring. This meant that at least a few hundred young experts had died in Zhao Hong's hands. This time, all of them benefited Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Xianxia refined the blood refining crystals with all their strength. During this time, other young people came here, but they were all scared away by the golden-eyed blood zombie. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Lu Ming refined more than 3,000 blood refining crystals. In total, Lu Ming had refined more than 6,000 blood refining pills and blood refining crystals. At this time, the blood light at Lu Ming's spine was extremely dense. The blood chi was so substantial that it looked like it was going to turn into blood droplets. It's done. I'll break through the martial arts Grandmaster realm and awaken the second bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He waved his hand, and hundreds of thousands of spiritual crystals appeared beside him. Then, he activated the true dragon fighting skill. The chi vortex in his dantian rotated rapidly. The dragon-shaped, genuine chi in his body was surging. At his spine, the blood chi exploded. At this moment, Lu Ming's essence, chi, and spirit were condensed to the extreme. Boom! Suddenly, Lu Ming's body let out an earth-shattering roar. A surge of essence, chi rose and rushed into the sky. Countless young experts within a radius of dozens of miles looked over. Soaring chi. Someone has broken through to the martial arts Grandmaster realm. What a terrifying aura. This power is too shocking. What kind of genius is he? When I broke through to the martial arts Grandmaster realm, my essence chi was less than 1/5 of his. Terrifying. Many people were discussing. Some people even rushed over. However, with the golden-eyed blood zombie around, they could not set foot in. Some people even tried to force their way in, but were killed by the golden-eyed blood zombie. The rest did not dare to force their way in. It took a while for the pillar of essence, chi, to vanish. Swallow. At this time, Lu Ming's 9 dragons bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Large amounts of spiritual crystals around him exploded and were swallowed by the 9 dragons bloodline. They were constantly converted into Lu Ming's genuine chi. Chapter 283. Soon, at least 200,000 spiritual crystals were absorbed by Lu Ming and turned into genuine chi. Lu Ming felt that the genuine chi in his body was 10 times stronger than before. The martial arts Grandmaster realm was really powerful. Lu Ming had broken through to LV1 martial arts Grandmaster realm. Bloodline awakened. At this moment, Lu Ming's spine shook and a thick blood light spread out. At his spine, a blood-red light was extremely dense, as if something was about to break out of his body. Awaken! Lu Ming growled again. Bang! At his spine, a bloody light exploded. Then, an object condensed. It was a stone tablet. This stone tablet was 10 meters tall, and it floated above Lu Ming's head. There seemed to be words on the tablet, but they were hazy and unclear. This is my second bloodline. It's actually a stone tablet. Is it a special bloodline? Lu Ming thought to himself. Buzz. The stone tablet shook, and then a silver chakra appeared. A silver chakra represented a king bloodline. A silver chakra represented a level 1 king bloodline. But it was not over yet. The stone tablet shook again, and a second silver chakra appeared. Then, a third silver chakra appeared. After the third silver chakra appeared, there were no more chakras. Level 3 king bloodline. This was the final level of the second bloodline that Lu Ming had awakened. 3 silver chakras were shining and extremely dazzling. I've swallowed more than 6,000 blood refining pills and blood refining crystals. The bloodline awakened didn't disappoint me. Lu Ming revealed a faint smile. He was quite satisfied with his talent. If he hadn't swallowed more than 6,000 blood refining pills and blood refining crystals, he could only awaken a level 9 ordinary bloodline. it would be impossible for him to reach the king bloodline. Whoosh! The second bloodline vibrated and emitted a strong, attractive force. The essence of the world was absorbed by Lu Ming and turned into genuine qi. This was the king bloodline. It was extremely magical. When it was awakened, there would be a chance to crazily devour the essence of the world. After that, it would slowly calm down. I can't waste this opportunity. Lu Ming waved his hands, and more than 200,000 spirit crystals appeared around him. These spiritual crystals were obtained from killing other young experts. Bang! 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 The spirit crystals exploded one after another, turning into surging energy that was constantly absorbed and refined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation soared like a rocket. Early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 1. However, not long after, Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the middle stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 1. However, this was not the limit, and it was still increasing. An hour later, Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the peak of Martial Arts Grandmaster LV1. He was only a step away from Martial Arts Grandmaster LV2. Only then did the second bloodline calm down and stop absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Whoosh! Lu Ming took a deep breath. His eyes flickered and shot out like two long spears. Feeling the almost endless true qi in his body, Lu Ming smiled. However, in terms of Xianxia, he was much stronger than before. With a thought, the second bloodline went into hiding. It's only a level 3 king class bloodline. What's there to be proud of? Watch me. Xianxia, who had been observing Lu Ming's breakthrough, snorted and sat down cross-legged. He continued to refine the blood-refining crystals. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. He moved his hand and took out a jade bottle. It was the Yuan Ancient Panacea. He still had dozens of bottles with him. He planned to use the Yuan Ancient Panacea to raise his cultivation to Martial Ancestor Realm 2. He opened the jade bottle, and the 9 dragons bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and sucked in all 9 Yuan Ancient Panacea. The energy required to break through to Martial Ancestor Realm was terrifying. Even if there were too few Yuan Ancient Panacea, it would not be of much use. Lu Ming decided to swallow the entire bottle. As Lu Ming refined the Ancient Panacea, he diverted a portion of his attention to observe Xianxia. An hour later, Xianxia stopped refining the blood-refining crystals and started to break through. With Xianxia's talent, it was not a problem for her to break through to Martial Ancestor Realm. Soon, she successfully broke through, and a terrifying essence qi shot up into the sky. This essence qi was comparable to Lu Ming's, and it caused a stir. The people nearby were shocked. 2 consecutive essence qi shot up into the sky, and each of them was terrifying. Could there be 2 demon-like geniuses breaking through? The crowd was curious. Boom! After Xianxia's cultivation broke through, she started to awaken her second bloodline. Blood light shot up into the sky, and it was extremely dense. It almost covered a radius of a few miles. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The blood qi was too shocking. It was 10 times more powerful than what he had done previously. No, it was more than that. Whoosh whoosh, blood qi swept out, surging unsteadily, and a shocking pressure spread out. After a while, the blood light dissipated and a figure appeared above Xianxia's head. Yes, that's right. Xianxia's second bloodline was a woman. She was more than 10 meters tall and had a curvaceous figure. She was wearing a black veil and sitting cross-legged on a black lotus. The woman's appearance was unclear, but her figure was extremely good. She exuded a seductive aura, and she was like a demoness. The most terrifying and shocking thing for Lu Ming was that there were 7 silver chakras on the woman's body. Level 7 King Class Bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out, and he was dumbfounded. He was too shocked. It was extremely difficult to awaken a King Class Bloodline. Duanmu Lin, who was known as the once-in-a-thousand-years genius of the Duanmu family and would surpass Feng Wuji in the future, had only awakened a level 2 King Class Bloodline. Usually, Geniuses like the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe would only awaken a level 1 king class bloodline. Some might even awaken a level 1 king class bloodline. This showed how terrifying a level 7 king class bloodline was. Genius. This was a real genius. Xianxia didn't refine as many blood-refining pills and blood-refining crystals as Lu Ming, but the bloodline he awakened was much stronger than Lu Ming's. This was a real monster. Even if Xianxia didn't refine the blood-refining crystals, he could still awaken a level 5 king class bloodline. At this time, Xianxia opened his eyes and shouted, "Swallow!" Whoosh whoosh, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth rushed toward Xianxia crazily. The spiritual chi within dozens of miles was drawn, and there seemed to be a gust of wind in the air. What's going on? I can't absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth is controlled by someone. Exclamations were heard from dozens of miles away. At the same time, Xianxia waved his hand, and piles of spiritual crystals appeared. There were hundreds of thousands of them. They all exploded and turned into a sea of spiritual chi pouring into Xianxia. Xianxia's cultivation rose rapidly. Early level 1 martial arts Grandmaster Realm, middle level 1 martial arts Grandmaster Realm. Soon, he reached the peak of level 1 martial arts Grandmaster Realm, but he didn't stop there. With a boom, he broke through the bottleneck and reached level 2 martial arts Grandmaster Realm. He continued to rise until he reached the peak of level 2 martial arts Grandmaster Realm. Xianxia's cultivation didn't stop rising. This is too terrifying. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. When he broke through, he made use of his newly awakened bloodline to reach the peak of level 1 martial arts Grandmaster Realm. It was extremely rare and was equivalent to years of hard work for ordinary people. However, Xianxia was even more terrifying. He directly reached the peak of level 2 martial arts Grandmaster Realm. This was a level 7 king class bloodline. Chapter 284. At that moment, Xianxia stood up and looked at Lu Ming proudly. What do you think? A mere level 3 king bloodline? What's the big deal? Now take my blow. Xianxia shouted and struck with her palm. A black palm print was formed, and its power was extremely terrifying. Human Dao palm. Lu Ming also struck with his palm. Genuine chi surged and formed a huge palm print. It collided with Xianxia's black palm print. There was a loud explosion. Both of them trembled and took a step back. You've broken through to Martial Ancestor Realm, 2nd level? Xianxia exclaimed. Of course. Lu Ming laughed. Before Xianxia had broken through, he had swallowed 20 bottles of Yuan Ancient Panaceas and broken through to Martial Ancestor Realm 2nd level. His cultivation was now at the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 2nd level. Don't think that I can't step on you just because you've broken through to Martial Ancestor Realm 2nd level. Xianxia shouted, and a bloody light surged on her body. She was about to unleash her bloodline. Roar! With a loud roar, the golden-eyed blood zombie appeared beside Xianxia and stared at her with its fangs wide open. Xianxia screamed and hurriedly retreated. Lu Ming, you're shameless. So what if I'm shameless? You've been saying that you're going to step on me. Today, I'll do it. He attack. Lu Ming sneered coldly. With a light shout, he pounced on Xianxia at high speed. At the same time, the golden-eyed blood zombie roared and pounced on Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked. A bloody light flashed on her body, and she was about to unleash her bloodline. However, the golden-eyed blood zombie pounced on her and roared. A bloody light rushed toward Xianxia and interrupted her bloodline. At the same time, Lu Ming pounced on Xianxia and struck out with his palm. A palm force entered Xianxia's dantian and temporarily sealed her true chi. Then, Lu Ming took advantage of the situation to pull Xianxia into his arms and threw her onto the ground. Lu Ming's body was pressed tightly against Xianxia's. Get out of my way! Xianxia screamed and struggled with all his might. What are you shouting for? As soon as Lu Ming exerted his strength, Xianxia's Zhenqi was temporarily sealed. How could he still resist? He was tightly pressed down by Lu Ming, unable to move at all. Lu Ming, let go of me, or I won't let you go, Xianxia shouted. Now that you've completely fallen into my hands, you still dare to threaten me. It seems that I was too honest before. Spanking your butt. Lu Ming let out a lascivious laugh and slapped down. This slap directly hit Xianxia's plump and perky buttocks. Pa! A very loud sound rang out. Xianxia's body suddenly trembled as if she had been electrocuted. Her whole body stiffened, and a pair of beautiful big eyes stared blankly at Lu Ming. But Lu Ming didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. With a beauty in his arms, it would be a lie to say that he didn't have any reaction. Lu Ming couldn't help but reach out a hand and wander around Xianxia's body. Lu Ming, I hate you. Do it, I must trample you under my feet. Xianxia's whole body went soft, and waves of inexplicable feelings rippled in her heart. She gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice, looking as if she was at his mercy. However, as she cursed and scolded, tears streamed down her face. At this time, Lu Ming was really at a loss. He hurriedly let go of Xianxia and said, "Hey, what are you crying for? I haven't done anything yet." But Xianxia's crying was like a river that had opened the floodgates. It couldn't be stopped at all. She cried so sadly and pitifully. Her tears streamed down like strings, dripping to the ground like pearls. It was as if there was a great grievance that she wanted to vent through this crying. Lu Ming was tongue-tied. He felt as if he had done something wrong, but he hadn't done anything yet. So, he could only accompany her on the side. After a long while, Xianxia stopped crying. She stared blankly at Lu Ming for a long time, then suddenly gritted her teeth and said, "Humph, Lu Ming, I'll let you off for now. One day, I'll trample you under my feet." This again? Lu Ming was completely speechless. "I'm leaving. Are you coming or not?" Lu Ming asked. "Of course I'm coming. Don't even think about escaping." Xianxia snorted coldly and followed Lu Ming closely. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. The two of them left the stone forest. Of course, the golden-eyed blood zombie was also with them, but Lu Ming took out a very large black robe and a bamboo hat for the golden-eyed blood zombie to wear. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous. The two of them chose a direction at random and walked forward. On the way, they met a few martial artists who didn't know what to do, but Lu Ming casually dealt with them. 2 hours later, dong! Suddenly, a bell rang from afar, echoing between heaven and earth. It was unknown how far the bell came from, but it sounded like it was ringing in their ears. What a strange bell. What does it mean? Lu Ming was curious. Xianxia shook her head and didn't say anything. "Let's go take a look," Lu Ming said. After saying that, his genuine qi surged. Lu Ming soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the bell. After entering the martial arts grandmaster realm, he could finally fly as he pleased. Xianxia and the golden-eyed blood zombie moved and followed Lu Ming. Dong! After a while, the second bell rang. It sounded similar to the previous bell, but Lu Ming and the rest were clearly closer to the location of the bell. Lu Ming and the rest continued to fly in the direction of the bell. After a while, the third bell rang. It sounded the same as the previous two bells, as if it was ringing in their ears. Swoosh, swoosh. From time to time, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Not only Lu Ming and the rest, but the others also heard the bell and headed in the direction of the bell. Not long after, the fourth bell rang. At this moment, Lu Ming and the rest saw a huge mountain. This mountain towered into the clouds and was incomparably majestic, and the sound of the bell came from the top of this mountain. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they found that the mountain was blocked by a light screen and couldn't be entered. At this moment, hundreds of young powerhouses had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Swoosh! A sword ray flashed, and a young man in a swordsman's robe stopped in the air. Everyone was shocked. Someone recognized him as Duan Ling of the 9 Heroes of Yinhua. After that, experts appear from time to time. In addition to Duan Ling, 2 of the 50 supernovas of the Blood Zhao Empire also appeared. Dong! Dong! The sound of the bell was long and drawn out. Every few moments, it would ring once. When the 8th bell rang, a young man with a demonic aura walked in the air with his hands behind his back. Yang Liuji is here, someone exclaimed. Even geniuses like the Blood Zhao 50 supernovas had grave expressions on their faces. The geniuses on the Emperor leaderboard were too strong. At this moment, more than 1,000 people had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Dong! After a while, the 9th bell rang. Chapter 285. There were 8 paths that led straight to the top of the mountain. On every path, there was a cluster of glittering objects that emitted a precious light at regular intervals. That's a treasure. That's right. Those who can stay here must be extraordinary. Many people's eyes lit up. Look, there's a stone tablet with words on it. Someone shouted. At the intersection of each path, there was a platform. In front of the platform, there was a stone tablet. Everyone went up to take a look. Then their eyes lit up. The meaning of the stone tablet was obvious. It said that these were the paths that Yun Imperial Palace had set up for the disciples. Each path was set up with an inscription formation. Each path could only be taken by one person. 8 paths could only be taken by 8 people. On the path, there would be some treasure rewards. Everyone's eyes lit up. This path is mine, Yi Futian said. It's mine. Immediately, more than 10 people rushed to the platform of the first path. Boom! But then, a blazing fist force blasted towards the platform like the sun. More than 10 young experts did not even have time to scream before they were directly blasted into ashes. A young man stepped up and looked around. It was Yang Luji. Most people's faces changed. It was obvious that Yang Luji had stepped onto the first path. This path was already his. The second path. Someone rushed to the second path. Whoosh! An iron rod swept across. More than 10 young people screamed as they were swept off the platform. A young man with messy hair held an iron rod in his hand and walked to the second platform. One of the 50 supernovas of Blood Zhao, Blood Rod, Iron Demon. Someone exclaimed. Many people's eyes lit up. They wanted to rush up, but the Iron Demon was extremely powerful. His iron rod could sweep away thousands of people. Whoosh! A sword light appeared on the platform of the third path, like a flying immortal. It was one of the 9 heroes of Inyue, Duan Ling Boom. A powerhouse also appeared on the 6th path. He was one of the 50 supernovas of Blood Zhao. The first path, the second path, the third path, the 6th path, and so on were all occupied by the cultivators. The 4 of them stood on the platforms. Others looked at them and retreated. No one wanted to court death. The competition for the remaining 4 paths was intense. Groups of people rushed up and fought with all their might. People kept falling. Of course, this was the battlefield of the martial ancestor realm. Those martial grandmasters could not interfere at all. I want one, Xianxia muttered. Then he dashed toward the 5th path. Great demonic palm. It was unknown what level Xianxia's heavenly demon great palm was. As her cultivation increased, its might became more and more terrifying. Following a series of blood-curdling screams, 7 or 8 martial ancestor realm experts were sent flying by Xianxia. Some of them even exploded in the air. So strong. Who is this person? Someone was shocked. Scram if you don't want to die. Xianxia coldly shouted, incomparably domineering. Some people refused to believe this and wanted to rush forward. However, they were all killed by Xianxia in one move. The remaining people had no choice but to switch to another route. Then I'll have one too. Lu Ming dashed toward the 8th path with a golden-eyed blood zombie, following closely behind. Go to hell. A powerful blade radiance slashed toward Lu Ming's head. It was a peak martial ancestor realm 1 martial artist. You're the one who's going to die. The demon banishing spear appeared in his hand, and he swept it out. Bang! The young man's body flew out like a cannonball. No one knew how far he flew before he disappeared without a trace. Brad, it's you. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out near Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked around and was amused. Isn't this the young man in the brocade robe who snatched the Yuan ancient panacea? The young man in the brocade robe looked around Lu Ming. Then, a cold light flashed across his eyes as he sneered. Brat, now that you're here alone, let's see how you're going to die. Is that so? I'm afraid you're still far from it. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Brat, it's useless to be stubborn. Go to hell. The young man in the brocade robe shouted as his body emitted a violent aura. Rank 3 Martial Ancestor Realm. The young man in the brocade robe had reached rank 3 Martial Ancestor Realm. A while ago, his cultivation was still at peak Martial Ancestor Realm 2 Martial Ancestor Realm. It seemed that the young man in the brocade robe had a fortuitous encounter over the past few days that allowed him to have a breakthrough in his cultivation. Die! The purple light on a young man in the brocade robe turned golden in the blink of an eye. He threw out a punch, and a golden dragon flew out and pounced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even look at it as he pulled out his spear. Bang! The golden dragon was like a piece of tofu as it was smashed into pieces by Lu Ming's spear. The violent spear radiance continued to sweep toward the young man in the brocade robe. How could this be? The young man in the brocade robe shouted in disbelief. His cultivation had broken through to rank 3 Martial Ancestor Realm, and Lu Ming was alone. He had thought that killing Lu Ming would be a piece of cake. However, he had never expected that his most prized martial skill would be shattered by Lu Ming's spear. At that moment, he shouted and unleashed his full strength in an attempt to defend himself. Bang! The berserk spear aura whipped his body, shattering all of his defenses. His body emitted a series of crackling sounds, and it was unknown how many bones in his body were broken. He fell off the platform like a pile of minced meat. He was already dead to the point that he couldn't be more dead. Lu Ming reached out and sucked the storage ring of the young man in the brocade robe into his hand. He then charged toward the others. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's attack was direct and overbearing. He formed a huge spear radiance with his long spear and swept away the entire army. Bang! Bang! Those young men were like broken sacks as they were swept away by Lu Ming. Those with weaker cultivations had their bodies explode. In an instant, Lu Ming was the only one left on the platform at the intersection of the 8th path. He held his spear and stood proudly. Who is he? He's too strong. Many people looked at Lu Ming in shock and did not dare to step forward. Just like that, the 5th and 8th paths were occupied by Lu Ming and Xianxia respectively. Only the 4th and 7th paths were left. The competition was extremely fierce. The killing continued and blood flowed like a river. In the sky, inscriptions appeared and blood-refining crystals were condensed. Moments later, the 4th path and the 7th path had their respective owners. The owner of the 4th path was a bald young man. He was at the peak of martial arts Grandmaster Realm LV3 and was extremely powerful. Of course, he was still weaker than the geniuses of the 6 Burning Sun heroes. The 7th path was occupied by a short and fat young man. His cultivation was also at the peak of martial arts Grandmaster Realm LV3. No one dared to challenge the 8 paths. Charge! Then the people on the 8 platforms all rushed toward that path. Lu Ming also rushed toward the path, and the golden-eyed blood zombie followed closely behind. The golden-eyed blood zombie was not a human, so it could go with Lu Ming. Not long after they rushed out, there was a flash of light, and 4 tiger-shaped demonic beasts suddenly appeared and blocked the path. Obviously, the 4 demonic beasts were condensed by the inscription array and were not real. The 4 demonic beasts are the early stage of martial arts Grandmaster Realm LV3. Lu Ming saw the strength of the 4 demonic beasts at a glance. Roar! Roar! Chapter 286. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming shook his long spear and shot out 4 spear radiances. Poof! Poof! The 4 demonic beasts were pierced by the spear radiances and turned into energy. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, ordinary 3rd stage martial ancestor realm martial artists were no match for him. He could easily kill them in one move. After the 4 demonic beasts were killed, Lu Ming walked a dozen meters forward. There was a ball of light with a manual floating in it. With a breath, the manual naturally fell into Lu Ming's hands. 10-wave sword art, a low-grade earth-level martial skill. Flipping it open, Lu Ming was slightly disappointed. Lu Ming had no use for this sword art. Lu Ming's current earth-level martial skills were the ancient shield art and the three palms. These two martial skills were extremely ancient and were definitely the best among the low-grade earth-level martial skills. There was also the 9 dragons heaven-trampling steps that he had yet to cultivate. It could be said that Lu Ming did not lack other martial skills for the time being. What he wanted was a spear art. He was still using the low-grade black-level martial skill, the Fire Gang spear art. It was already insufficient. However, it was an earth-level martial skill after all. If he could not use it, he could sell it for a shocking price. Some of the top geniuses of the large sects did not lack earth-level martial skills. However, many small sects and even martial ancestor realm martial artists among the rogue cultivators did not have an earth-level martial skill. They would be willing to go bankrupt for an earth-level martial skill. Therefore, an earth-level martial skill would be worth at least 1,000,000 spirit crystals. Lu Ming kept the manual and continued to move forward. After walking for more than 100 meters, there was a flash of light and more demonic beasts appeared. This time, there were 8 demonic beasts in the early stage of the 3rd stage martial ancestor realm. They did not hinder Lu Ming at all. Swoosh! Swoosh! 8 spear radiances pierced out and killed the 8 demonic beasts. There was another ball of light in front. This time, there was a spiritual weapon in the ball of light. It was a high-grade LV-4 spiritual weapon. Lu Ming sighed. Why was it all about swords? But in any case, it was still a high-grade level 4 spirit weapon, and its price was not lower than the 10-wave sword art in the slightest. Lu Ming naturally put away. Then, it continued to move upwards. But in the next moment, he was slightly stunned because he saw a short and fat figure. It was the short and fat young man from the 7th path. At this moment, Lu Ming discovered that the 8th route was actually going to converge with the 7th route to form one route. It was the same for the other routes. The 1st and 2nd routes converged. The 3rd and 4th lines converged, and the 5th and 6th lines converged. The two people on the 2 roads were about to meet each other. In the end, there were only 4 paths left. Obviously, the short and fat youth also saw Lu Ming. Fear flashed in his eyes. His figure flashed, and he wanted to rush up quickly. However, at the point where the 2 paths converged, light flickered, and demonic beasts began to form. There were a total of 16 demonic beasts, and each demonic beast's aura was stronger than the previous one. The 16 demonic beasts were all at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. Once the 16 demonic beasts appeared, they pounced towards the short and fat youth. In an instant, the short and fat youth was in a tough battle. Lu Ming dashed over at lightning speed and shot out beams of spear gleams. The demonic beasts at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm were unable to resist and were killed by Lu Ming one by one. In a short while, there were only a few demonic beasts left. Do you want me to do it myself? Lu Ming looked coldly at the short and fat youth. The short and fat youth's face was extremely ugly. Although he was a genius, and his cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm, his combat strength was comparable to that of an ordinary 4th level martial ancestor realm warrior. However, it was obvious that Lu Ming was stronger. He was not someone an ordinary 4th level martial ancestor realm warrior could compare to. Although the short and fat youth was unwilling, he finally gritted his teeth and turned to leave. After all, no matter how precious the treasure was, it would be useless if he lost his life. Lu Ming waved his spear and killed the remaining demonic beasts. Then, he walked towards the 3rd ball of light. This time, the ball of light contained a martial skill. Lu Ming picked it up and took a look. Earth rank high-grade martial skill, 100 steps divine fist. Lu Ming was delighted. This time, it was actually an Earth rank high-grade martial skill. It was really shocking. One had to know that a sect like the Mystic Essence Sword sect only had an Earth rank high-grade martial skill. The price was terrifyingly high. Lu Ming excitedly put it away. Then, he swept his gaze across the other paths. The youth in the second path was the most unlucky. As the 50th supernova of the Blood Zhao Empire, he encountered Yang Liuji. There was no need to fight, as he took the initiative to withdraw. If he fought with Yang Liuji, he would definitely die. Duan Ling easily killed his opponents in the third and fourth paths. The battle in the fifth and sixth paths was the most intense. It caused the others to stop in their tracks. Xianxia and the 50th supernova of the Blood Zhao Empire had an intense battle. Xianxia displayed a terrifying combat strength. The 7th level king rank bloodline was too powerful. The battle was extremely intense. This was a battle between the 6 blazing sun heroes. After 100 moves, Xianxia finally waved his hand. A huge, beautiful woman's arm appeared out of thin air and slapped his opponent away. The opponent spat out a large mouthful of blood. Xianxia won this battle. This girl has such a strong combat strength. If she goes all out, I might not be able to defeat her. Looks like after I get out of here, I have to cultivate the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps as soon as possible. Also, I have to break through to the 5th level of the true dragon battle technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, compared to the other geniuses, my advantage will become less and less obvious. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he continued to rush up. After a while, more demonic beasts were formed. This time, there were only 4 of them. However, the aura of each of them was much stronger than the previous beasts. The early 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. The 4 beasts were all at the early 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. The 4 beasts roared and pounced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming fought with his spear. 4th level martial ancestor realm beasts were not something that could be killed instantly with a single spear. This gave Lu Ming a great pressure. Lu Ming did not execute the human Dao Palm. He only fought with his spear and the force of wind and fire. He wanted to use the battle to comprehend the fusion of the force of wind and fire. Bang! A beast was knocked flying by Lu Ming's spear. However, it did not dissipate. Instead, it roared and charged forward once again. Following this, the beasts charged forward one after another, but were knocked flying by Lu Ming's attacks. Lu Ming gradually became more familiar with the use of the force of wind and fire. However, he still had a long way to go before he could fully merge the 2 forces. After more than 100 moves, the 4 demonic beasts suddenly exploded and dissipated into nothingness. Lu Ming was startled. It seemed like the beasts had run out of energy after the continuous attacks, causing them to dissipate on their own. Lu Ming let out a smile. He took a step forward and a 4th glowing ball appeared. There was a jade box in it. Lu Ming put it away and opened it. He was overjoyed. There were portions of blood essence of beasts in the jade box. There were 9 portions in total. It was written on the jade box that these were class 6 LV for demonic beasts blood essence. Lu Ming was overjoyed. 9 portions of class 6 LV for demonic beasts blood essence were terrifyingly expensive. It was equivalent to a class 6 martial ancestor realm expert. It was difficult to buy it in the outside world. Lu Ming put it away carefully. He continued to move forward. Soon, 8 demonic beasts at the early 4th level of the martial ancestor realm appeared. Lu Ming used them to practice his spear. After a while, the 8 demonic beasts exploded and dissipated on their own. What appeared in the glowing ball this time disappointed Lu Weiming. Chapter 287. Lu Ming put away his cultivation technique and continued forward. After walking for a while, Lu Ming realized that the 2 paths overlapped again. In front, Xianxia stood quietly as if she was waiting for him. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming and walked forward without saying a word. With a flash of light, 16 demonic beasts appeared. This time, 16 demonic beasts at the peak of the 4th realm of the martial ancestor realm appeared. Xianxia fought with the demonic beasts. Xiaoqing, why didn't you wait for me? Lu Ming rushed forward and laughed. Xianxia snorted and glared at Lu Ming. She clapped her hands as if she was treating the demonic beasts as Lu Ming and vented her anger on the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts were miserable, and a few of them were defeated on the spot. This woman is so violent. Lu Ming muttered and shot out his spear. With the two of them working together, the demonic beasts were killed in a short while. The two of them stood facing each other and looked at each other in silence. If they wanted to continue, only one of them could go. Xiaoqing, if you continue, you will probably face Yang Liuji. If you can do it, I will let you go. Lu Ming laughed. No need. I am no match for Yang Liuji. I will let you have this chance. But let me tell you, if you lose to Yang Liuji and lose the treasure at the top, I will not let you go. Xianxia gritted her teeth. Lu Ming had a golden-eye blood zombie, and he might be able to compete with Yang Liuji. Xianxia knew that she was no match for Yang Liuji, and she might as well let Lu Ming have it. Haha, thank you. Lu Ming laughed. Xianxia glanced at him and turned to walk down. At the foot of the mountain, more than 1,000 people were looking up the mountain. They had no idea what was happening on the mountain because the mountain path was covered by a layer of hazy light, and they could not see clearly. What do you think is up there? There must be treasures. The stone tablet said that it is a path for the disciples of Yun Imperial Palace. The rewards must be extraordinary. Unfortunately, we are too weak. We can't go up at all. I know the other 6 out of the 8. There's a young man and a young woman, but I've never seen them before. I wonder who they are to be able to suppress so many heroes and seize a path. As soon as Lu Ming and the others disappeared, the crowd below began to discuss. They waited and wanted to know what treasures there were on the mountain paths. Look, someone is coming down. Not long after, someone shouted. Everyone looked over and saw the short and fat young man walking down the 7th path. It's Kedong. Why is he here? What happened? Everyone was. Supernova? At this moment, 2 people walked down the 2nd and 6th paths respectively. These 2 were 2 of the 50 supernovas of the Blood Zhao Empire. Kedong, what happened? Everyone was guessing. Someone asked Kedong. Kedong was silent for a moment. He did not hide anything and told everyone what happened. I see. After passing a few stages, the 2 paths will meet and battle each other. No wonder the disciples of Yun Imperial Palace said it was a trial. I'm not surprised that Yang Liuji won. But according to Kedong, the beautiful woman on the 5th path defeated Supernova. That's unbelievable. That's right. If that's the case, Duan Ling will definitely lose if he encounters Yang Liuji. Then, the 2 strangers will face each other, and the winner will face Yang Liuji. Yang Liuji has made it to the end without any suspense. I wonder who will win between the 2 strangers. Let's see. We will know soon. The crowd discussed as they waited. Not long after, someone came down. It was Duan Ling. He was staggering. His clothes were stained with blood. Duan Ling is injured. Did he fight with Yang Liuji? I think that's most likely the case. He's really overestimating himself. He wants to fight against Yang Liuji. He's already lucky to be able to keep his life. Yeah, even the leader of the 9 heroes of Inyue, Injiuyo, is no match for Yang Liuji. Hey, look, that woman is coming down. Someone suddenly shouted. The crowd looked at the 5th path and saw Xianxia coming down. That woman is so powerful. She defeated Supernova, but she still lost? It seems like the other stranger is stronger. There are so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I wonder if that man can compete with Yang Liuji. That's impossible. That man's cultivation base is too weak. He's too weak compared to Yang Liuji. That's true. Even so, everyone's eyes were still wide open as they stared intently at the mountain path, revealing looks of anticipation. In the end, who will be the first to come down? After Xianxia went down, Lu Ming continued to go up. There was a ball of light in front of him. This ball of light was actually a withered vine. The vine was only half a meter long and as thick as a finger. What's that? A withered vine? What's the use of it? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He held the withered vine and looked left and right. He could not see anything special about it. It was like an ordinary withered vine. There was no vitality in it at all. Forget it. I'll keep it first. After all, he got it from the ruins of Imperial Yun Palace. He would not be given a withered vine. Maybe it would be useful. After keeping it, Lu Ming continued to go up. After a while, another demonic beast appeared. This time, it was 4 demonic beasts in the early stage of Martial Grandmaster Realm. Martial Grandmaster Realm was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming. It gave Lu Ming a lot of pressure. Boom! Without hesitation, Lu Ming activated his bloodline. He did not activate the 9 Dragons bloodline. He activated his second bloodline. An ancient stone tablet appeared. The stone tablet was shrouded in gray mist and looked mysterious. Then, the stone tablet entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's strength increased tremendously. In the past, Lu Ming rarely activated his bloodline. It was not because he did not want to, but because the duration of the 9 Dragons bloodline was too short. It only lasted for a few breaths. But now that he had awakened his second bloodline, there was no such problem. At the Martial Grandmaster Realm, the duration of the bloodline activation was increased to an hour. It was enough for him to fight freely. After activating his bloodline, Lu Ming was extremely powerful. He rushed toward the 4 demonic beasts. Bam! He pulled out his spear and clashed with one of the demonic beasts. There was a loud boom and a blast of energy. He and the demonic beast retreated. Roar! The other 3 demonic beasts charged toward Lu Ming. Good timing. Lu Ming roared and rushed forward with the demon banishing spear in his hand. The demon banishing spear was shrouded in the power of wind and fire. As he waved it, it was extremely fast. At the same time, there was a burst of heat. It was extremely lethal. Boom! Boom! There were continuous explosions. During this process, Lu Ming did not let the blood zombie attack. Haha, great! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was completely immersed in the battle. Chapter 288. When the second bloodline was activated, Lu Ming felt that there was an endless amount of energy in his body. Every time he blasted out his spear, it was as though a stone tablet had been integrated into the spear. This made Lu Ming's every move and style extremely powerful. Bang! With a sweep of the spear, one of the beasts was sent flying. The 4 demonic beasts were like 4 rubber balls that were constantly sent flying by Lu Ming. After around 100 moves, the 4 beasts were defeated. Although these beasts are not as strong as real beasts, they're not too far off. It seems like if I were to unleash my full strength, I should be able to fight against an ordinary 5th-layer Martial Ancestor Realm warrior. Lu Ming had a rough idea of his strength. After all, the difference in strength was different in every realm. Following this, Lu Ming walked forward. In front of him, there was another ball of light. This time, it was another secret manual. Lu Ming flipped it open and was overjoyed. Art of Wind and Cloud, an upper D-rank skill. This was a high-grade Earth-level cultivation technique. Skills were different from martial skills. Skills were the foundation of a martial artist. Only a good skill would allow one to continuously cultivate and achieve breakthroughs. A good skill would allow one to cultivate at a faster speed, and the chi produced would be more condensed, allowing one to reach a higher realm. A single cultivation technique was enough to create a sect. For example, the Mystic Essence Sword sect had a martial skill called the Mystic Essence Sword technique. A high-grade Earth-level cultivation technique was many times more valuable than a high-grade Earth-level martial skill. A upper D-rank skill was much more valuable than a lower D-rank skill. Lu Ming was overjoyed and kept it. Following this, he continued to move upward. Not long after, 8 peak 5th-layer Martial Ancestor Realm beasts appeared in front of Lu Ming. Roar! One of the beasts let out a loud roar and pounced toward Lu Ming like a gust of wind. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming struck out with his palm, causing a giant palm print to collide with the beast. Boom! Lu Ming's body trembled as he was knocked back by a huge force. As for the beast, it only took a few steps back. The strength of a demonic beast at the peak of the 5th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm had already surpassed Lu Ming. Blood Zombie. With a thought, Lu Ming ordered the golden-eyed blood zombie to attack. Lu Ming would definitely not be able to defeat 8 demonic beasts at the peak of the 5th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm. You might as well let the blood zombie attack. Roar. The blood zombie roared and pounced forward. It swung its claws continuously and clawed out. Chi. The 8-peak 5th-layer martial ancestor realm beasts were torn apart by the blood zombie like rags. Lu Ming did not find it strange, as he had already discovered that the golden-eyed blood zombie's cultivation was at the 7th-layer martial ancestor realm, which was extremely powerful. It could easily deal with 5th-layer martial ancestor realm beasts. After killing the demonic beast, Lu Ming moved forward with ease. There was still a ball of light waiting for him in front of him. This time it was a wooden box. Lu Ming opened the wooden box and found a strange piece of metal lying inside. Could this be flowing gold of heavenly fire? After taking a closer look, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he was overjoyed. Flowing gold of heavenly fire was a rare treasure of the heavens and earth. It was also the main material used to forge level 5 spiritual weapons. Level 5 spiritual weapons were known as Emperor spiritual weapons and were exclusive to martial kings. Even martial kings would be envious of such a precious metal. Haha, I'm rich, I'm really rich. Lu Ming laughed heartily and put it away happily. An upper earth level martial skill and flowing gold of heavenly fire appeared here. I'm really looking forward to what's ahead. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. He continued to move forward with the blood zombie. In front of him, a figure stood with his hands behind his back. Yang Liuji. The last two paths finally converged. Lu Ming and Yang Liuji finally met. I didn't expect someone to be able to make it here. Looks like you're quite capable. Now, I'll give you a chance. Go back the way you came, and I'll spare your life. Yang Liuji spoke in a domineering tone as he looked down at Lu Ming with his hands behind his back. Who do you think you are? I'll return the same words to you. Get lost, or you'll be the one to die. Lu Ming sneered. Yang Liuji's face instantly turned gloomy as he said in a deep voice, I guarantee that you'll regret your words. His voice was cold and filled with cold, killing intent. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Step by step, he walked up unhurriedly. When Lu Ming neared the intersection of the two roads, many demonic beasts condensed at that place. There were a total of 16 of them, and each of them emitted a terrifying aura. Early 6th Martial Ancestor Realm. The 16 demonic beasts were all at the early 6th Martial Ancestor Realm. When they gathered together, their aura was extremely terrifying. Roar! The 16 demonic beasts roared and pounced at Yang Liuji. Die! Yang Liuji shouted coldly as he threw out a punch. A sun appeared in the sky, and a terrifying, blazing energy exploded. The demonic beasts exploded one after another, turning into specks of light and dissipating. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The geniuses on the Emperor leaderboard were indeed powerful. The demonic beasts at the early 6th Martial Ancestor Realm were completely crushed. Bam! Bam! The 16 demonic beasts exploded in the sky one after another like fireworks, creating a dazzling rain of light. Now you know the difference between you and me. However, it's too late for you to leave now. After killing the 16 demonic beasts, Yang Liuji stared at Lu Ming as he strode towards Lu Ming. Who said that I'm leaving? You're so full of yourself. Beat my pet first. Lu Ming sneered and waved his hand. Roar! The golden corpse pounced forward with a roar. This is... When Yang Liuji saw the golden-eye blood corpse, his eyes narrowed, and he threw out a punch. The fist force formed a sun and blasted towards the golden-eye blood corpse. Boom! The blazing fist force collided with the golden-eye blood corpse's claw radiance. The force wreaked havoc in all directions. The golden-eye blood corpse and Yang Liuji both shuddered and took 7 or 8 steps back. Ha! It seems like you're just SOSO. You can't even beat my pet. Lu Ming laughed. However, he was secretly shocked. Yang Liuji's cultivation should be at the early 5th Martial Ancestor Realm. However, his combat strength could not be judged by his cultivation. He could at least fight someone 2 levels above him. Go to hell. Yang Liuji was shocked. His eyes were filled with boundless rage. His long hair danced in the wind, and a blazing aura filled the air. It was the power of fire, and the power of fire was extremely strong. It was even stronger than Lu Ming's. Yang Liuji's power of fire is about to reach perfection. Lu Ming was surprised. Divine Sun Fist. Yang Liuji roared. His entire body emitted a dazzling light like a sun. Boom! Boom! He threw out a few punches in succession. Each punch was accompanied by a sun. The suns blasted towards the golden-eye blood corpse. The golden-eye blood corpse roared. Its entire body emitted a thick blood-red light. It clawed out with its blood-red nails. The claws were extremely sharp and seemed to be able to tear space apart. Bam! Bam! There were continuous sounds of collisions and explosions. The scene was extremely shocking. It was as if suns were being extinguished one after another. It was like the end of the world. The golden-eye blood corpse roared. It was fearless, and its body was invulnerable. It was unusually strong. Although it was only at the 7th martial ancestor realm, its combat strength was incomparable to that of an ordinary 7th martial ancestor realm. Chapter 289. Damn it! Yang Liuji roared in his heart and attacked even more violently. However, it was useless. The golden-eyed blood zombie's body was invulnerable. Yang Liuji's scorching fists landed on the golden-eyed blood zombie's body, but it did not feel anything. On the other hand, Yang Liuji had to avoid the golden-eyed blood zombie's claws. If he was not careful, he might be torn apart. Chi! After more than 10 moves, the golden-eyed blood zombie's claws landed on Yang Liuji's body. Yang Liuji tried his best to dodge, but it still left several wounds on his body. Roar! The golden-eyed blood zombie let out a violent roar and pounced on Yang Liuji. Yang Liuji's face was extremely ugly. Damn it, kid. Sooner or later, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Yang Liuji roared angrily and then rushed down the mountain. Take care. I won't see you off. Lu Ming waved his hand and said with a smile. This made Yang Liuji almost fall down. He was so angry that his body trembled, and he almost vomited blood. In the blink of an eye, Yang Liuji disappeared. At the foot of the mountain, more than 1,000 people were waiting quietly. Who will be the first to come down? Everyone was thinking about this question. Maybe that kid will never come down. Some people sneered, thinking that Lu Ming would most likely die at the hands of Yang Liuji. Damn it, you can't die at the hands of trash like Yang Liuji. Xianxia whispered. Although she knew that Lu Ming had the golden-eyed blood zombie with him, she was not confident. At this moment, she could not help but look worried. Even she did not notice it. Someone is coming down. Suddenly, there was an exclamation. Many people were shocked and couldn't help but look at the 8th path. There was no one on the 8th path. Everyone's hearts trembled as they looked to the 1st path. Yang Liuji was covered in blood and came down from the 1st path with a gloomy face. Whoosh! There was an uproar. More than 1,000 people were dumbfounded. The first to come down was Yang Liuji, and he was injured. Did he lose or win? Everyone was guessing that Yang Liuji might have killed Lu Ming and obtained the final reward. However, Yang Liuji's subsequent performance made everyone realize that Yang Liuji was most likely defeated. He stood at the foot of the mountain and looked at the top of the mountain with a gloomy expression. From his expression, it was obvious that he had lost. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Yang Liuji had been defeated. Just who was this person? On the mountain path, Lu Ming didn't know any of this. After watching Yang Liuji leave, Lu Ming turned around and walked up. In front of him, the road had come to an end. At the end of the road, there was a bright ball of light. A secret manual floated in the light. Another secret manual? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Previously, he had already obtained an Earth-level high-grade cultivation technique, and now a secret manual appeared. Could it be a heaven-level secret manual? Lu Ming's heart began to burn. Stretching out his hand, Xianxia drew in his Zhenqi, and the secret manual fell into his hand. The surface of the secret manual was actually filled with strands of blood, which was extremely strange. He opened the manual and took a look. The myriad spirit battle body was a body-refining technique. At its strongest, one could cultivate a ninth-grade physical body. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then he was overjoyed. It was a body-refining technique that could cultivate a ninth-grade physical body. This was simply a priceless treasure. It was even more precious than a heaven-level martial skill. Haha, I was just thinking about finding a body-refining technique. Lu Ming laughed. Then, he couldn't wait to read it. However, before he could read a few pages, the world suddenly shook. What's going on? Lu Ming's face changed. Buzz. Suddenly, a beam of light enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt that the world was spinning. Then, he disappeared from the mountain path. At the same time, beams of light also appeared at the foot of the mountain, enveloping everyone. Not only at the foot of the mountain, but the rest of the young people in the ruins of Imperial Yun Palace were also enveloped by the beams of light. After being enveloped by the beams of light, they disappeared in the next moment. After a while, beams of light suddenly appeared in the vast mountains outside Imperial Yun Palace near the Blood Demon Cave. The beams of light dispersed, revealing the figures inside. They were all young people who had entered the ruins of Imperial Yun Palace. He's out. He's out. Let's ask about the situation. Let's see if there are any treasures inside. In the vast mountains, the older generation people shouted. Lu Ming felt that the world was spinning. When he reappeared, he found himself in between two mountains. The golden-eyed blood zombie had also followed him out and stood beside him. In the sky, people were flying around. Little bastard, come out and die. Suddenly, a loud roar reverberated through the vast mountains. It was Yang Liuji. He stood in the sky and was filled with killing intent. What's going on? Who is Yang Liuji trying to kill? Many of the older generation people were puzzled. After asking the other young people, they found out that Yang Liuji had suffered a great loss in the ruins of Imperial Yun Palace. The older generation people were shocked. They didn't expect Yang Liuji to suffer a great loss in the hands of the younger generation. Damn it! How dare he steal the treasures from the Great Sun Constabulary? Damn it! Find that little bastard and let him know the consequences of offending the Great Sun Constabulary. Some of the older generation people of the Great Sun Constabulary shouted. A bunch of idiots. In the forest, Lu Ming curled his lips in disdain. Then, he ran with the golden-eyed blood zombie in the direction of the Blood Demon Cave. He had made an agreement with Xianxia to rush to the Blood Demon Cave as soon as he came out. He wanted to go back to the Blazing Sun Empire through the Blood Demon Cave. If he wanted to go around the Blood Demon Cave, the journey would be more than 10 times longer. Those from the Great Sun Constabulary had never seen him before. How could they find him? Lu Ming successfully dashed across the mountain and came to the vicinity of the Blood Demon Cave. In front of him, a dark red mist filled the air. A graceful figure stood there. Xianxia had arrived. Let's go in. Lu Ming hollered and dashed in with the golden-eyed blood zombie without hesitation. Xianxia followed closely behind. In the next moment, Lu Ming and the others appeared in the Blood Demon Cave. He looked around, but he didn't see the stone door from last time. Lu Ming took out the demon suppression token, and it glowed. Soon, an earth-shattering roar could be heard. The tall figure of the blood demon ran out of the blood mist. Roar! The golden-eyed blood zombie roared, and its green hair stood on end. It stood in front of Lu Ming and looked at the blood demon with fear in its eyes. Bang! The blood demon stopped nearby, stirring up a gust of wind. He looked at the golden-eyed blood zombie with slight disdain. All right, it's fine. Lu Ming smiled and sent a thought to the golden-eyed blood zombie, telling it to relax. The golden-eyed blood zombie relaxed. Let's go. Lu Ming smiled and jumped on the blood demon's back. Then, Xianxia and the golden-eyed blood zombie jumped on the blood demon's back. The blood demon roared and ran into the distance. Chapter 290. Xiaoqing, there's something I want to tell you. On the blood demon's back, Lu Ming suddenly said to Xianxia, What's the matter? Xianxia said coldly. Although she gritted her teeth in hatred for Lu Ming calling her Xiaoqing, she had obviously acquiesced to it. I've seen your sister. Lu Ming said. What? Xianxia's pupils suddenly shrank, and a trace of hatred and determination flashed in her eyes. What did she say to you? Xianxia stared at Lu Ming and asked. She asked me to tell you that you shouldn't always think about surpassing her, because it's a waste of time. It's impossible. Lu Ming passed Xianxuan's original words to Xianxia. She's still so self-righteous. After hearing this, Xianxia gritted her teeth, and a determined look appeared in her eyes. She said, Isn't it just a natural king bloodline? What's so great about it? Sooner or later, I'll trample her under my feet. When Lu Ming heard this, he couldn't help but touch his nose. This girl really liked to trample others under her feet. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. According to Xianxuan's words, Xianxuan actually had a natural king bloodline. That was terrifying. Natural king bloodline meant that the first bloodline awakened was the king bloodline. Without a doubt, this kind of person was a rare demon in the world. His talent was terrifyingly high. No wonder Xianxuan was so powerful back then. With the cultivation of the 6th level martial master, she only relied on an inscription formation to injure a martial ancestor of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Lu Ming even suspected that Xianxuan didn't use her full strength at that time. What kind of sister is this? What's her background? Her talent is so amazing. It seems that they don't get along. Lu Ming was secretly curious. However, since Xianxia didn't say anything, he didn't ask. On the back of the blood demon, Qin Lai fell into silence as he headed straight for the Burning Sun Empire. Burning Sun Empire, outside the Blood Domain Devil Cave. 4 silhouettes were standing guard there. These 4 people were the ones Qiu Changkong had told him to stand guard here. It's so unlucky. It's all because of those 2 little bastards that I have to guard this godforsaken place. It's already been more than 10 days. I think those 2 little bastards must have died in there. A burly man scolded unhappily. Although we will definitely die if we enter the Blood Domain Demonic Cave. Young Master Changkong is just taking precautions. Let's wait here for another month. After a month, if there is still no movement, we will leave. A white-haired old man said. He had the highest cultivation level among the 4 of them, having reached the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. I really hope that those 2 little bastards aren't dead. If that's the case, I'll make them regret being born into this world. The burly man said sinisterly. But in the next moment, his pupils suddenly widened, revealing a look of disbelief. The other 3 had the same reaction. In the Blood Domain Devil Cave, the blood mist rolled, and 3 silhouettes walked out from the blood mist. Who else could it be other than Lu Ming and Xianxia? After more than a day of running, the blood demon carried them and finally arrived at the border of the Blood Domain Devil Cave in the Burning Sun Empire. There was no stone door here. Instead, there was a light door. Stepping through the light door, they were naturally out of the Blood Domain Devil Cave. However, the blood demon could not leave with them, but the golden-eyed blood zombie could. The golden-eyed blood zombie was not from the Blood Domain Devil Cave. To Lu Ming's surprise, as soon as they left the Blood Domain Devil Cave, they met the people from the Shifang Sword faction. Ha! Those 2 little bastards are actually still alive? Good. Let me take them down and torture them. I'll make them tell me the secret of why they are still alive after entering the Blood Domain Devil Cave. The burly man laughed, and his eyes were filled with coldness. The aura of the 2nd level of the martial ancestor realm burst out and suppressed Lu Ming and Xianxia. You want to know? All right, come over here and I'll throw you in. Then you'll know. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're about to die, and you're still trying to win a battle of words. How stupid. Kneel down. The burly man strode forward and pressed his palm toward Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was not bad, he was in the 2nd level of the martial ancestor realm. He was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming with 1 palm. However, the result was completely out of his expectations. Lu Ming casually stretched out a hand and grabbed his palm. At the same time, an extremely strong wave of genuine qi surged toward his palm. With an unstoppable force, it crushed his genuine qi and entered his arm. Crack! The sound of bones breaking came from his palm. Then, the muscles in his arm exploded and his bones broke. His arm was smashed into pieces. The burly man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Tears of pain flowed out of his eyes. Bam! Lu Ming kicked the burly man's elixir field and shattered the cyclone in his elixir field. The burly man's cultivation was crippled. The burly man screamed in despair. Your screams are so fucking unpleasant. Don't you want to know why I'm still alive after entering the Blood Demon Cave? Go in and see for yourself. Having said that, Lu Ming swung his arm and threw the burly man into the Blood Demon Cave. No! The burly man screamed in despair. However, in the blink of an eye, his body disappeared. How dare you? You're courting death. At that moment, the remaining 3 people from the Decimo Sword sect came to their senses and shouted. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The burly man was in the 2nd level of the martial ancestor realm, and he was powerless against Lu Ming. How did Lu Ming become so powerful in just a short period of time? You're the ones who are going to die today. Decimo Sword sect, I'll start with you. Take it as interest. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he strode toward the remaining 3 people. Arrogant bastard. Don't think that you can be so presumptuous in front of me just because you killed a 2nd level martial ancestor realm. I'll let you know that the difference between a 2nd level martial ancestor realm and a 4th level martial ancestor realm is like heaven and earth. The white-haired old man screamed and his bloodline erupted. He raised his 4th level martial ancestor realm strength to the maximum. Swoosh! He slashed down with his sword, and a boundless sword chi slashed toward Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and threw out a punch. Boom! A terrifying fist radiance shot out from Lu Ming's fist. It tore through the air and landed on the boundless sword chi. Bam! The sword chi instantly dissipated. The remaining fist radiance did not lose its momentum and landed on the old man's body. The old man screamed in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew 1,000 meters away. How can he be so powerful? This person is undefeatable. I have to escape quickly and report this to Master Chongkong. The white-haired old man was in disbelief as he turned around and ran. When the other 2 saw Lu Ming send the white-haired old man flying with a single punch, they were scared out of their wits. They turned around and flew into the distance. You want to run? How is that possible? Die! Lu Ming shouted coldly and threw out 2 punches in a row. Boom! Boom! The 2 fist radiances tore through the air and flew toward the other 2 people. The 2 of them were only in the 1st level of the martial ancestor realm, and they could not withstand the attack. 2 screams were heard as the 2 of them exploded in the air. Then, Lu Ming stepped into the air and chased after the old man. In a few breaths' time, he caught up with the old man. Chapter 291. Lu Ming activated the 9 Dragons bloodline and devoured the essence blood of the white-haired elder. Then, in a flash, Lu Ming took the storage rings of the others. As he took the storage rings, he also devoured all the essence blood. The 4 Grandmaster powerhouses of the Shifeng Sword sect were killed by Lu Ming in no time. This was something that Xiao Chongkong had not expected even in his dreams. Let's go. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Together with Xianxia and the golden-eyed blood zombie, they turned into a beam of light and flew towards the imperial capital. As they flew, Lu Ming refined the essence blood. Let's see if the 2nd bloodline can be upgraded by devouring essence blood. With a thought, Lu Ming transferred all the refined energy of the 9 Dragons bloodline to the 2nd bloodline. Instantly, the 2nd bloodline devoured the energy crazily. Lu Ming felt that the 3 silver chakras were shining brightly. The 2nd bloodline was becoming stronger. It's really useful. The 2nd bloodline can be upgraded too. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Heaven-defying. This was too heaven-defying. The 9 Dragons bloodline could devour essence blood to upgrade other bloodlines. This was too shocking. The bloodline's grade was no longer important. What was important was that as long as there was essence blood to devour, his bloodline could be upgraded infinitely. Immediately, Lu Ming transferred all the remaining essence blood to the second bloodline. 2 Martial Ancestor Realm LV1, 1 Martial Ancestor Realm LV2, and 1 Martial Ancestor Realm LV4. The combined energy was too strong. If the Nine Dragons bloodline devoured the essence blood, it would upgrade instantly. That would attract Xianxia's attention. The Nine Dragons bloodline could not be exposed. However, although the essence blood was strong, it was still a drop in the bucket for the second bloodline. It could not upgrade the second bloodline. The amount of essence blood needed to upgrade a level 3 king-class bloodline was terrifying. Xianxia seemed to feel that something was wrong with Lu Ming. However, he just glanced at him casually and did not pay much attention to it. The two of them rushed towards the imperial capital at full speed. With their current cultivation, their speed was much faster than before. In just a little more than half a day, the imperial capital was already in sight. The two of them returned to the imperial capital and rushed to the Star General Hall as fast as lightning. Previously, Lu Ming had already used the 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman to find out that Lu Yuntian had safely returned to the imperial capital and was currently in the Star General Hall. Lu Ming couldn't wait to see Lu Yuntian. Tianyun, you really showed up. Just as Lu Ming's group was about to reach the Star General Hall, a loud shout suddenly rang out. 2 young men appeared in front of Lu Ming. So it's you guys. You guys are really patient. You've been guarding here like dogs. It's been hard on you guys. Seeing the 2 young men, Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile as he mocked. These 2 young men were the 2 genius disciples of the Decimo Sword faction who had rushed into the Star General Hall to kill Lu Ming. Later on, they had declared that they would block Lu Ming outside the Star General Hall. Who would have thought that after so many days, the 2 of them would still be here? What did you say? You're courting death. The 2 young men were enraged. 2 powerful auras rushed out from their bodies. The aura of a peak second-layer martial ancestor realm spread out like a mountain. The people nearby were all alarmed. What's going on? What happened? Those 2 are gold-ranked disciples of the Decimo Sword faction. The other is Tianyun. I know. Half a month ago, 2 disciples of the Decimo Sword faction rushed into the Star General Hall to kill Tianyun. In the end, they failed and were blocked by the elders of the Star General Hall and the experts of the Imperial family. In the end, the disciples of the Decimo Sword faction declared that they would kill Tianyun outside the Star General Hall. There's such a thing? Now that Tianyun is out of the Star General Hall, he's finished. The experts of the Star General Hall have no reason to interfere. Tianyun is in danger. Countless people were attracted by the commotion and surrounded the area, discussing fervently. Tianyun, you should never have said those words. Ever since you said those words, your tragic ending has been decided. Today, I'll let you know what pain is and what it's like to beg for death. One of the Decimo Sword faction disciples had a gloomy expression. Killing intent burst out from his body as if it was real. Lu Ming dared to call them dogs. Damn it, he definitely deserved to die. Who were they? The gold-ranked disciples of the Decimo Sword faction were geniuses who had always been praised. When had anyone dared to talk to them like that? Stop wasting time. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then scram as far as you can. Lu Ming berated. The surrounding people were stunned. This Tianyun was too domineering. He actually dared to berate the geniuses of the Decimo Sword faction. They were young, evolved Jing masters and were incomparably powerful. Many seniors had to be respectful before them. Tianyun, where did his confidence come from? I think Tianyun is going all out. Knowing that he's going to die, he might as well curse to his heart's content. I think so too. That must be it. The surrounding people were discussing. Kill, kill, kill. Tianyun, I'm going to kill you and feed your corpse to the dogs. One of the Decimo Sword faction disciples roared. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Chi! The battle sword vibrated, and a terrifying sword light, dazzling and sparkling, slashed toward Lu Ming. Retreat, retreat quickly. The surrounding people were shocked and retreated rapidly. This sword was too terrifying. If they were hit by the aftershock, they would either die or be heavily injured. However, Lu Ming's body was as straight as a mountain. He stood there and did not move. Beside him, Xianxia and Golden-Eye Blood Zombie also stood there motionlessly as if they did not see it. Dumbfounded. Tianyun and the others are dumbfounded. Many people roared in their hearts and came to this conclusion. The sword light was about to cut down Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming stretched out his palm. His palm glowed and a long spear condensed. Boom! The sword light slashed on Lu Ming's long spear and exploded with an earth-shattering roar. Then, everyone saw that Lu Ming's body did not move at all. Even the corner of his clothes did not flutter. He used the long spear condensed from qi in his hand to block the sword light steadily. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Lu Ming blocked the sword light from the Decimo sword faction disciple so easily. How is that possible? Could it be that the Decimo sword faction disciple did not use his full strength? The eyes of the Decimo sword faction disciple almost popped out. His heart was in turmoil. Others might not know, but he knew very well that he had used all his strength in that sword light. Last time, Lu Ming fled pathetically under his sword light and did not have the strength to fight back. How long had it been since then? Lu Ming could block his sword light so easily. How is that possible? This is your strength? You haven't changed at all. How disappointing, Lu Ming said with a hint of mockery. Then, Lu Ming's long spear shook and the body of the spear vibrated. A terrifying force erupted. Ah! Chapter 292. Hiss, the sound of people sucking in cold air, could be heard. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. He was too powerful. The gap between them was too big. The gold-ranked disciple of Decimo sword faction could not resist at all. He was easily suppressed. Previously, those who thought that Lu Ming would definitely die felt their cheeks burning. Lu Ming was not scared out of his wits. He was not courting death. He was confident and powerful. Dying. The long spear in Lu Ming's hand turned into a bolt of lightning and shot out like an arrow. Puff! The long spear pierced through the chest of a young man from Decimo sword faction and killed him. Run! The remaining young man was scared out of his wits. He tried to run as far as he could. Who told you could run? Go and accompany your friends, Lu Ming said coldly. Then, another long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The long spear pierced through the void and pierced towards the young man. Break! The young man roared and slashed with all his strength. A mighty sword aura slashed toward Lu Ming's long spear. However, the long spear pierced through the sword aura with a swoosh. The long spear did not stop. It was as fast as lightning. No! The young man from Decimo sword faction shouted. Stop! In the distance, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded. However, it was too late. Puff! The long spear pierced through the chest of the young man from Decimo sword faction. There was a big hole in his chest. Blood splashed in the air. His body fell to the ground. Swish! At this moment, a loud sound broke out. A figure appeared in the air. This figure was also a young man in his 20s. Qiu Changlai. It's Qiu Changlai. Someone exclaimed when they saw this young man. Qiu Changlai was famous in the Burning Sun Empire recently. He had defeated Ling Yanqi, one of the 6 heroes. He was in the limelight for a while. Someone had already said that the 7 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire was because of him. Qiu Changlia's face was gloomy. He stared at Lu Ming and said, You're Tianyun? You actually dared to kill a genius of my 10 Directions sword faction? Do you know how great of a crime you've committed? Do you know that this is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of your family? Ridiculous. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, They tried to kill me time and time again, but I can't kill them. I don't care if you're from the 10 Directions sword sect or the 9 Directions sword sect. Anyone who dares to offend me will be killed. Kill. Kill. The 3 words kill were roared out, reverberating between heaven and earth. They were filled with a sharp killing intent, causing people to feel chills all over. How dare you? You're looking down on my Decimo sword sect. You deserve to die. Qiu Changlai shouted. A beam of sword chi shot out from his body and soared into the sky. Kill your sister. If you want to fight, then let's fight. What's with all the nonsense? Now, I formally challenge you. Lu Ming roared, his voice rolling out in all directions. Everyone was stunned. Tianyin wanted to challenge Xiao Chonglai. Was he crazy? Although his combat strength was powerful, and the two young men at the peak of the second martial ancestor realm were powerless against him. However, no one believed that he could defeat Xiao Chonglai. Xiao Chonglai was a peerless genius secretly cultivated by the Decimo Sword faction. As soon as he was born, he defeated Ling Yanxi, one of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. He was extremely powerful and stood at the peak of the younger generation in the Burning Sun Empire. How long had it been since Tianyin rose to power? Not long ago, he was only a martial grandmaster. How could he be a match for Xiao Chonglai? Tianyin no. At that moment, a long roar came from afar, and a few figures rushed over. It was Hua Qi and a few elders of the imperial family. A few elders brought Hua Qi and quickly came over. Tianyin, don't be rash. This is the imperial capital. Let's see what Xiao Chonglai can do to you. Hua Qi shouted. It was not that he did not believe in Lu Ming. On the contrary, he trusted Lu Ming. He believed that in 1 or 2 years, Lu Ming could surpass the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. However, he did not believe that Lu Ming could defeat Xiao Chonglai. It was too unbelievable. Hua Qi, what are you doing? Don't think that you can stop me because you're a bullshit prince. If you piss me off, I'll kill you too. Now get out of my way. Xiao Chonglai looked at Hua Qi and scolded. His tone showed that he did not take Hua Qi seriously. How dare you disrespect the 8th prince? Beside Hua Qi, an old man shouted. Old man, what are you shouting for? So what if I'm disrespectful? What do you do to me? Let me tell you, Tianyin killed the gold-grade disciples of the Decimo Sword faction. His crime is unforgivable. No one can save him. Xiao Chonglai was extremely arrogant. He looked at Hua Qi and the others coldly. Hua Qi and the other elders' faces turned ugly. Hey, are you done with your nonsense? I just challenged you. If you don't dare to accept my challenge, just say it. Don't change the topic. Lu Ming shouted. Everyone was shocked. Xiao Chonglai was arrogant. This Tianyin was even more arrogant than Xiao Chonglai. Xiao Chonglai's face turned pale. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He said coldly, All right, I accept your challenge. It will be a battle of life and death. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere. Good, that's what I want. I'm afraid that if I accidentally kill you, the old men of the Decimo Sword faction will come to me for revenge. Lu Ming shouted. Ha ha, Tianyin. What do you think the Decimo Sword faction is? Don't worry, if you can really kill me, it's because my cultivation is not good enough. The Decimo Sword faction will not pursue the matter. But let me tell you, it's impossible for you to kill me. I will let you know what despair is. Xiao Chonglai laughed confidently. His voice spread far and wide. Everyone heard him. All right, let's fight. Lu Ming shouted and took a step forward. He appeared in the air and stood opposite Xiao Chonglai. Lu Ming has broken through to the martial ancestor realm. Seeing this, Hua Qi's heart shook, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Then there was a trace of joy. He knew Lu Ming well. Lu Ming would never fight a battle that he was not confident in. Clang! Xiao Chonglai waved his hand, and a huge sword flew out. It floated above Xiao Chonglai's head, and a terrifying sword chi spread out. It filled half the sky. Die! Xiao Chonglai roared. His sword vibrated and turned into a terrifying sword radiance that slashed at Lu Ming. The sword radiance was infused with a powerful force. It was the force of the mountain. The sword radiance's attack had reached its peak. Compared to him, the 2 gold-level disciples from the Decimo Sword faction were trash. There was no way to compare them. The sword radiance slashed down. It was terrifying. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with battle intent. The demon-banishing spear appeared in his hand, and he thrust it forward. His true chi gathered at the tip of the spear. At the same time, the force of wind and fire gathered and compressed at the tip of the spear. This was the sixth move of the flaming astral spear art, Explosion. However, Lu Ming had modified it to fuse the force of wind and fire. The force of wind and fire was condensed to the extreme. Although it had not completely fused, its power was already shocking. Explode! Lu Ming shouted, and a terrifying force exploded from the tip of the spear. Chapter 293. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently, as if a sun had exploded in the sky. Terrifying shock waves swept out in all directions. Those on the ground could see a visible shock wave erupting from the place where the two of them clashed in the air. The shock wave spread out rapidly and covered the entire imperial city in an instant. At that moment, all the experts in the imperial city were alarmed. They looked at the place where Lu Ming and Xiao Chonglai were fighting. Boom! After the shock wave, the two figures retreated rapidly and stood 1,000 meters away from each other. They were evenly matched. Whoosh! Instantly, the whole place was in an uproar. Lu Ming was able to fight Xiao Chonglai head-on, and they were evenly matched. How is that possible? How is that possible? Tell me, am I blind? What I saw just now was not real. You're fucking blind, but I'm not. I saw it too. Oh my god, Tianyin was only a martial grandmaster half a month ago. It's only been half a month, but he's able to fight Xiao Chonglai. How is that possible? Isn't that too crazy? I fucking lived in vain. Everyone's nerves seemed to have been deranged, and they were shouting randomly to vent the shock in their hearts. It was too shocking. This guy. Hua Qi was tongue-tied. He was almost speechless. Beside him, the other elders of the imperial family were also dumbfounded. Damn it, Tianyin, you deserve to die. Xiao Chonglai shouted. Xiao Chonglai was a genius, but he had been hiding for more than 20 years. His goal was to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. In the end, he did it. He defeated Ling Yanqi, one of the 6 heroes. His name was known all over the world. He enjoyed this kind of glory. He had an ambition. He wanted to climb up and step on the other geniuses. He even wanted to replace Qiu Chongkong. But now, he was blocked by Tianyun, who was as weak as an ant. His reputation was not perfect. This was unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Boom! Bloodlight flashed on Xiao Chonglia's body, and a fierce tiger rushed out. The fierce tiger had a pair of wings on its back, and its aura was soaring to the sky. There was a silver chakra around the fierce tiger, which was extremely dazzling. First-level king class bloodline. Tianyun, I have the bloodline of a king. I was born to be a king. Die! Xiao Chonglai shouted. His aura was extremely strong. His sword light slashed towards Lu Ming again. Natural-born king? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a sneer. His body shook, and a blood-red light rushed out. Following that, a giant stone tablet appeared. The 3 silver chakras on the steel almost blinded the others. Oh heavens! Oh earth, what am I seeing? 3 silver chakras? 3rd level king gray bloodline? It's actually a 3rd level king gray bloodline? How is that possible? Monster, a real monster. The crowd, who had finally calmed down, was once again thrown into chaos. Everyone roared in disbelief. At first, Hua Qi was stunned, but in the end he smiled bitterly. He had tried his best to overestimate Lu Ming, but every time, he realized that he was wrong. He had always underestimated Lu Ming. No, this is impossible. Xiao Chonglia's eyes almost popped out as he screamed in disbelief. Boom! Lu Ming waved his long spear and blocked Xiao Chonglia's sword light. Then, he sneered at Xiao Chonglai and said, Why is it impossible? It's just a 3rd level king gray bloodline. What's the big deal? What's so surprising about it? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. There was a 7th level king grade bloodline monster standing next to him. Lu Ming really didn't think that a 3rd level king grade bloodline was anything special. Kill. So what if you have a 3rd level king grade bloodline? You're still going to die today. Xiao Chonglai roared. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. In his mind, Tianyin was like an ant. He couldn't forgive him for awakening a third-level king grade bloodline, which was 2 levels higher than his. He had to kill Lu Ming. He couldn't allow Lu Ming to live in this world. A moment ago, he was so proud of himself, calling himself a natural-born king and looking down on Lu Ming. However, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had activated a third-level king grade bloodline. Xianxia's bloodline was trash compared to Lu Ming's. This was a slap to his own face. This made him want to kill Lu Ming even more. Buzz! Xianxia's combat sword vibrated. He became one with his sword and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his long spear and charged toward Xianxia. Boom! Boom! The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. Xianxia was indeed powerful. He was far more powerful than the other young experts of his generation. He was at the peak of the third-level martial ancestor realm. His force had reached the great accomplishment. He had also cultivated a lower-class Earth-level martial skill to the 4th level. His cultivation technique should also be a lower-class Earth-level martial skill. Coupled with his first-level King Grey bloodline, he could kill a martial artist at the peak of the 4th-level martial ancestor realm in one move, let alone a martial artist at the same level as him. He could definitely fight a martial artist at the peak of the 5th-level martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 level lower than Xianxia's. It wouldn't be easy for him to win. Moreover, Lu Ming didn't use his Earth-level martial skill. He wanted to use the force of wind and fire to fight against Xianxia. He wanted to use Xianxia to train the force of wind and fire and merge them as soon as possible. Boom! Boom! After dozens of moves, Lu Ming was gradually at a disadvantage. After all, he didn't use his Earth-level martial skill. He was at a disadvantage. Tianyun is going to lose. It seems like Xianxia is stronger. However, Tianyun is already very powerful to be able to fight with Xianxia to this extent. With Tianyun's bloodline rank, he might be able to surpass Xianxia in the future. The spectators couldn't help but express their opinions. Hua Qi, who was in the crowd, looked worried. Elders, if Tianyun is no match for them later, no matter what price we have to pay, we must save him. Hua Qi secretly sent a message to the imperial family elders. 8th Prince, don't worry. We will risk our lives to protect young Master Tianyun. The imperial family elders said. Hua Qi was slightly relieved and continued to watch the battle. Haha, Tianyun, go to hell. Xianxia roared. His aura was like a rainbow. Dazzling sword qi continuously slashed out, and he swore to kill Lu Ming with his sword. At this moment, Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to the outside world. He was completely immersed in his own world, the world of wind and fire. Almost there, almost there. Just a little more, and the force of wind and fire will merge completely. Just a little more. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The long spear in his hand moved faster and faster. Spear shadows filled the air, and the power of each spear shadow increased. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt that the force of wind and fire had reached a point where the force of wind and fire would merge completely. Success! Lu Ming was overjoyed. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear shook and the force of wind and fire merged. A terrifying wave of energy exploded and destroyed all of Xianxia's sword qi. Whoosh! Then, the long spear shook and stabbed out like a real dragon. The force of wind and fire merged and exploded. Bang! Chapter 294. How could this be? Xianxia stood in the air a few thousand meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted in disbelief. The onlookers were also in disbelief. What was going on? Xianxia had the upper hand just now. It was only a matter of time before he won. How could Tianyun suddenly explode and send Xianxia flying and injure him severely? Could it be that Tianyun had been hiding his strength all this while? Haha. Xianxia, thank you. Thank you for sparring with me just now. Thanks to you, I managed to cultivate a martial skill. Lu Ming laughed. What? The onlookers looked at each other and then realized what was going on. Lu Ming was actually using Qiu Changlai to cultivate a unique skill. The onlookers were speechless. Lu Ming was using a genius like Qiu Changlai to cultivate. It was crazy. The craziest thing was that he had actually succeeded. Tin. Qiu Changlai looked up at the sky and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He spat out the blood because he was so angry. It was an insult. It was a blatant insult. Qiu Changlai felt that his anger was about to burst out of his chest. Why are you screaming? It's your honor that I'm using you to cultivate. Lu Ming stepped in the air and chided calmly. Qiu Changlai was arrogant. I'm more arrogant than you. Boom. Then, Lu Ming swung his spear. The force of wind and fire merged naturally and exploded with a terrifying power. Bam! Qiu Changlia's sword qi was shattered in an instant. The spear continued to hit Qiu Changlai. Bam! Qiu Changlai was sent flying like a rubber ball. His body almost exploded, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His body was covered in blood. It was a complete defeat. The force of wind and fire merged perfectly. It's so powerful? Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. The power of the force of wind and fire had greatly exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. Lu Ming estimated that the power of the fusion of the power of wind and fire should be equivalent to the 6th level of a low-grade Earth rank martial technique. After the perfect state of force, it's time to comprehend intent. The force of nature and intent of nature contain too many mysteries. I've only scratched the surface of it. In the future, I'll have to work harder on force. Lu Ming pondered. This move that combines the power of wind and fire shall be called Wind-Fire Annihilation. It can be considered as a killing move that I comprehended on my own. In the future, as my comprehension of the power of wind and fire deepens, I might be able to create a martial skill that belongs to me. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Qiu Changlai roared and turned around to run. But Lu Ming caught up with him in just a few steps. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qiu Changlai screamed in pain as countless bones in his body were broken. He was barely able to stay afloat in the air and barely managed to stay afloat in the air. The whole place was silent. Qiu Changlai was no match for Tianyan. It was a one-sided battle. Tianyan, stop. This battle is over. I admit that you're slightly stronger than me. Qiu Changlai yelled. Stop? Have you forgotten that we agreed to fight to the death? We won't stop until one of us dies. Lu Ming sneered as he walked towards Qiu Changlai step by step. Qiu Changlai used his last bit of strength to back off. He yelled, No, you can't kill me. Tianyan, I'm warning you. I'm the peerless genius of the Shifang sword sect. I'm destined to become a peak expert in the future. If you kill me, the Shifang sword sect won't let you go. What a joke. This is a battle of life and death between us. Neither side will pursue the matter. This is the rule of martial arts. If the Decimo sword sect pursues the matter because of this, it would be breaking the rules of martial arts and making an enemy of all martial artists in the world. I would like to see if the Decimo sword sect has the ability to do so. Lu Ming sneered. At the same time, he approached Qiu Changlai with a murderous aura. No, Tianyan, you can't do this. Let me tell you, if you kill me, no one will be able to save you. Don't think that the Imperial family can protect you. The Imperial family will be destroyed sooner or later. The Shifang sword sect will unify the Burning Sun Empire sooner or later. By then, there will be no place for you in the Burning Sun Empire. Qiu Changlai yelled and tried to threaten Lu Ming. Is that so? That's a matter for the future. I'll kill you first. Lu Ming sneered as he approached Qiu Changlai. He reached out his hand and grabbed Qiu Changlai. Qiu Changlai was severely injured. He had no strength to fight back. Lu Ming grabbed his throat. He struggled violently. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. Didn't you say that you'll let me know what despair is? Now you should understand, right? Lu Ming looked at Qiu Changlai coldly and mocked him. Qiu Changlai had said to Lu Ming that he would let him know what despair was. Now, he understood it himself. Don't kill me. I beg you. I beg you. Qiu Changlai screamed desperately. He was truly terrified and in despair. All the experts of the Shifang sword sect had gone back to the sect to discuss something important. He was the strongest in the imperial capital. Therefore, no one would come to save him. Even if they did, it would be useless. However, he didn't want to die. He was a peerless genius with a bright future. He didn't want to die. At this moment, he regretted messing with Lu Ming. Now, he understood that there were some people that he couldn't afford to offend. However, it was too late for him to understand. It's too late to beg me now. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. Then his true qi exploded. Bam! Xiao Changlai exploded in the air. Lu Ming secretly controlled his bloodline to devour Xiao Changlia's blood essence. Of course, Lu Ming wouldn't let go of Xiao Changlia's storage ring. Silence. At this moment, the entire imperial capital seemed to have quieted down. Xiao Changlai was killed by Tianyan, the rising genius who was about to become one of the 7 Blazing Sun heroes, was killed just like that. Too powerful. This Tianyan is too powerful. He's ruthless. I'm afraid the higher-ups of the Shifang sword sect will go crazy now that Xiao Changlai is dead. So what if they go crazy? Tianyan and Xiao Changlai were fighting according to the rules of martial arts. How dare the Shifang sword sect interfere? Even if they don't interfere, they could do it secretly. That's true. Countless people in the imperial capital were discussing excitedly. Of course, there were also people who sighed. The path of martial arts was cruel. No matter how talented you were, you could die at the hands of a stronger genius. The fall of a genius meant the rise of another. From now on, there would be one more top genius in the Blazing Sun Empire. And that was Tianyan. He really killed Xiao Changlai? Beside Hua Qi, the imperial family elders were still in disbelief. This is his style. Hua Qi smiled bitterly. Whoosh! Lu Ming moved and appeared beside Hua Qi. Let's go to the Star General Hall. After being delayed by the Shifang sword sect for so long, Lu Ming couldn't wait to see Lu Yuntian. Chapter 295. When Lu Ming saw Lu Yuntian again, it was in an extremely secretive side hall of the General Hall. Now, Lu Yuntian had changed into a new robe, shaved off his beard, and combed his hair neatly. A pair of sword-like eyebrows reached his temples, and he looked extraordinarily handsome. When Lu Yuntian was young, he was a rare handsome man. However, there was a hideous scar above his nose that extended all the way to his lips, destroying his beauty. However, Lu Yuntian did not care at all. He only looked at Lu Ming in a daze, carefully sizing him up. Minger, you've finally grown up and become a world-renowned genius. As expected of my son, ha! After a while, Lu Yuntian laughed heartily and was very satisfied. During this period of time, Hua Qi had told him all about Lu Ming's achievements. When he heard that Lu Ming had achieved such an achievement, he was extremely excited and gratified. However, Lu Ming's nose was sour and tears welled up in his eyes. He said in a trembling voice, "Father, who did it? Who did it? I will definitely make him pay 10 times the price." He had already checked Lu Yuntian's body in detail just now. Other than the scar on his face, Lu Yuntian's internal injuries were even more serious. Every inch of his meridians were broken, and there was not a single part of his body that was intact. In such a situation, not to mention cultivation, he was even worse than an ordinary person. It was hard to imagine what kind of suffering Lu Yuntian had suffered all these years. Lu Ming felt a terrifying, murderous intent in his chest that was about to explode. Lu Yuntian pondered for a moment and said, "Minger, I'll say it again. Don't be rash. Before you have absolute strength, don't let your emotions affect your decisions." "Father, don't worry. Minger knows," Lu Ming said, but his fists were tightly clenched together. "All right, I'll tell you." All of this was done by Xiao Changkong. Lu Yuntian sighed. "Xiao Changkong, it's really him." Lu Ming growled and said, "Why?" "Father, why did Xiao Changkong do this to you?" "Because of the martial emperor's treasure," Lu Yuntian said. Back then, Xiao Changkong wasn't the leader of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire, but he was already a famous young genius. I don't know why, but he knew that I had the martial emperor's treasure, so he secretly sent people to capture me. All these years, he has been interrogating me, trying to get information about the martial emperor's treasure from me. Haha, he's dreaming. How could I tell him? It's just a waste of effort. Xianxia, I will make him pay a painful price. Lu Ming muttered in a low voice. His voice was incomparably cold as he continued. The martial emperor's treasure? Why is he so certain that father knows about the martial emperor's treasure? I do know about the martial emperor's treasure. Lu Yuntian smiled. What? Lu Ming was shocked. Haha, I only found out about the martial emperor's treasure by accident. However, I was already prepared for it. I have already left the information regarding the martial emperor's treasure to you. Lu Yuntian smiled. Left for me? Lu Ming was a little stunned. Could it be that bronze pendant? Lu Ming asked. Nope. Lu Yuntian smiled and said, I only found the bronze pendant by accident. I thought it was quite interesting, so I kept it with me and left it for you. The information regarding the martial emperor's treasure is actually inside the Heavenly Star Sword. The Heavenly Star Sword? Lu Ming was startled. Following this, the Heavenly Star Sword appeared in his hand. Lu Yuntian was overjoyed. He received the Heavenly Star Sword and inspected it carefully. He then passed it to Lu Ming and said, Ming, you're right. The information regarding the martial emperor's treasure is sealed inside the Heavenly Star Sword. There is a key to opening the martial emperor's treasure and a map inside the Heavenly Star Sword. You can ask an inscriber to retrieve it later. When your cultivation has reached a certain level, you can head to the martial emperor's treasure and obtain a great fortunate encounter. It's inside the Heavenly Star Sword. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. Ming, how has your mother been all these years? At that instant, Lu Yuntian asked with a trembling voice. Father, mother is fine, but she has been thinking about you all these years. Lu Ming said. That's good. I let her down all these years. Lu Yuntian sighed. Father, don't worry. The imperial family has already secretly sent someone to pick up mother. Soon, our family will be reunited. Lu Ming said. Lu Yuntian's eyes were filled with anticipation. Father, don't worry. Even if I have to travel thousands of mountains and rivers, I will find the elixir to heal your injuries and allow you to embark on the path of cultivation again. Lu Ming said firmly. Ming, it's good that you have such intentions. However, it's easier said than done to heal my injuries. There's no need to force yourself. Lu Yuntian sighed. Many years had passed since his injuries. His meridians were all broken. It would be extremely difficult to heal them. He no longer had any hope. He was already satisfied to be able to see Lu Ming and Li Ping while he was still alive. However, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. The divine wilderness continent was as vast and boundless as smoke. There was no lack of all kinds of treasures. Legend had it that some treasures could even allow a person to regrow their severed limbs and bring the dead back to life. As long as he could obtain such treasures, it would be a piece of cake to heal Lu Yuntian's meridians and remove the scars on his face. No matter how difficult it is, I must get it. Lu Ming swore to himself. After that, he had a long talk with Lu Yuntian. After chatting for a few hours, Lu Ming left the place. Regardless of whether he wanted to avenge Lu Yuntian or heal Lu Yuntian's injuries, he couldn't do so without a strong cultivation base. He had to keep cultivating. Xianxia, you and I will fight to the death. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. After returning to his room, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and carefully thought about the direction of his cultivation. Currently, he had a few main directions for his cultivation. The first was the breakthrough of the true dragon of battle art. He had obtained the Jiao Dragon Bone Pearl from Xianxia. As long as he could obtain a supplementary material called the Cold Spirit Liquid, he would be able to break through to the 5th level of the true dragon of battle art and possess 6 times the strength of ordinary true qi. The second was the cultivation of the myriad spirit battle body. As long as his physical body reached the 4th grade, he would be able to cultivate the divine martial technique, the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. All right, let's go and buy a portion of the cold spirit liquid. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the market of the imperial capital. The cold spirit liquid was only a supplementary material and was not particularly rare. After walking around the market, Lu Ming successfully bought a portion. After returning to the Star General Hall and entering the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming took out the Jiao Dragon Bone Pearl and the cold spirit liquid and started cultivating. First, he refined the Jiao Dragon Bone Pearl and mixed it with the cold spirit liquid. Half a day later, he successfully broke through to the 5th level of the True Dragon of Battle Art. Surging true chi flowed through his meridians. It was vast and boundless. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin. If I can cultivate the True Dragon of Battle Art to the 9th level, I will have 10 times the true chi. How powerful will that be? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. He hoped that he could cultivate the True Dragon of Battle Art to the 9th level as soon as possible. With 10 times the true chi, Lu Ming would be invincible among those of the same level, unless his opponent also cultivated a divine martial technique. Now, let's do an inventory. Lu Ming let out a long breath and waved his hand. A pile of storage rings appeared on the ground. Chapter 296. Although he didn't kill many people in the ruins of Emperor Yun's palace, his opponents had killed many people. Which one of the people he killed didn't have a few lives on their hands? Therefore, he sorted out the storage rings, and there were more than 200 of them. Most of the storage rings belonged to young geniuses in the 8th or 9th realm of the Martial Master realm, but there were also dozens of storage rings belonging to martial grandmasters. There were even storage rings belonging to peerless geniuses like Qiu Chonglai, Blood Zhao, and Supernova Zhao Hong. Lu Ming was looking forward to the wealth in the storage rings. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't seen it. Even though Lu Ming was mentally prepared, he was still dumbfounded. Spiritual crystals. Mountains of spiritual crystals. One storage ring wouldn't be able to store all of them. There were a total of 55,560,000 spiritual crystals. More than 50 million? What kind of terrifying number was this? Lu Ming was in a daze. Holding back his ecstasy, Lu Ming put away the spiritual crystals in several storage rings and looked at other things. There were more than 4,000 spiritual weapons. There were more than 12,000 spiritual herbs and spiritual herbs. However, most of them were not very advanced. Only a few of them had reached LV4. There were also more than 200 cultivation methods and martial techniques. There were also various refining materials piled up like mountains. Lu Ming was rich. He was rich. Apart from the 5 top sects and the royal family, the other small forces in the Burning Sun Empire wouldn't have so much wealth even if they sold all their assets. Lu Ming sighed. Half an hour later, Lu Ming put all the items into his storage ring and put them away. Afterward, with a move, the 10,000 Spirit Battle Body Manual appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming flipped it open and studied it carefully. An hour later, Lu Ming closed the storage ring. The 10,000 Spirit Battle Body is so terrifying and mysterious. Lu Ming was amazed. The 10,000-mile battle body refined all the spirits in the world and merged them into the body to improve the strength of the body. All living things, as long as they had spirituality in the world, were fine. For example, all kinds of spiritual herbs, or all kinds of metal materials and ores that contained spiritual essence could be refined into the all-spirits chi to cultivate the physical body. It was to the extent where even living creatures could do it. It could be said to be terrifying, as expected of a technique that can cultivate one's physical body to the 9th tier. How domineering! Lu Ming exclaimed in surprise and excitement. After that, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend. For 3 days in a row, Lu Ming was comprehending the myriad spirit battle body. Tens of thousands of miles away from the imperial capital, there was an endless stretch of mountains that resembled a fairyland. This was the location of the omnidirectional sword sect, the omnidirectional mountain. More than a dozen people sat in a large hall at the highest point of 10 Directions Mountain. Every single one of them was just casually sitting there, yet they were emitting an aura that was as vast as the mountains and seas. It was vast and unfathomable. The sect master of 10 Directions Sword Sect, Xiao Wuyang, sat at the highest point, his face extremely gloomy. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely stifling. Bam! Suddenly, a cold-faced old man slammed the table heavily and said loudly, "Tianyun, that brat deserves to die. How dare he kill a peerless talent of our omnidirectional sword sect? Sect master, please allow me to personally kill Tianyun." "That's not right." Another voice sounded. Tianyun and Chang Lai were having a life-and-death battle. Countless people in the imperial capital saw it. "If we kill Tianyun like this, I'm afraid we'll incur the wrath of the martial arts world. Then we can send assassins to assassinate him." The cold-faced old man said, "Tianyun's matter is small. Our plan is more important. I don't think we should let a single Tianyun affect our plan." The first person said again. The hall fell into silence again. After a while, Xiao Wuyang said, "Let's act according to our plan first. As long as everything goes smoothly, Tianyun won't be able to escape death. After killing a talent of our omnidirectional sword sect, he can't possibly live in this world. But let's put it aside for now. Now, let's discuss the details of this matter." No one objected to Xiao Wuyang's words. Next, they began to discuss an important matter. In the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming had been comprehending the myriad spirit battle body for 3 days. 3 days later, he opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a second-grade spiritual herb appeared in his hand. "Refine," Lu Ming said softly, following which the vital energy in his body vibrated mysteriously according to the 10,000 spirit battle body. A gush of dense qi emanated from Lu Ming's palm and enveloped the spiritual herb. In a few breaths, the spiritual herb disappeared and was refined into a strange qi that entered Lu Ming's body. This was the myriad spirit qi. As soon as the myriad spirit qi entered Lu Ming's body, it seeped into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming could clearly feel that his physical body was becoming stronger. Although the increase was small, it was indeed becoming stronger. It was many times faster than ordinary physical body cultivation techniques. "Amazing, this is amazing." Lu Ming was amazed, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Then he took out another third-grade spiritual herb and began to transform it into the myriad spirit qi to enhance his physical body. In the next 3 days, Lu Ming continued to refine spiritual herbs to enhance his physical body. In these 3 days, he had refined no less than 200 spiritual herbs. Finally, his physical body broke through the limit and reached the 4th-grade physical body. The 4th-grade physical body was amazing. Lu Ming could change his muscles, bones, and body shape at will. When he was injured, his muscles would squirm automatically to seal the wound and heal it quickly. His muscles were like steel wires, his bones were like steel, and his veins were wide and elastic. Lu Ming could unleash his strength without restraint. This was a great improvement to his combat strength. Now that my physical body has reached the 4th grade, I can finally start cultivating the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps. Lu Ming could not wait to take out the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps and start comprehending it. The pressure from the secret manual was no longer a problem for Lu Ming. But after a while, he closed the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps and frowned. Because he was completely confused, he did not know where to start. It was too difficult to cultivate a divine level martial technique. A divine level martial technique was completely different from the heaven, earth, black, and yellow level martial techniques. A divine level martial technique was not divided into a 1st grade, a 2nd grade, and so on. A divine level martial technique was very special. Every type was unique between heaven and earth. There would be various differences, and it was difficult to explain. Take the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps as an example. The 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps had a total of 9 steps. With each step completed, the power would be stronger and stronger. With each step, the power would be stacked. If the 9 steps were completed, the power would be stacked and could crush mountains and break the sky. The power would be extremely terrifying. As long as the first step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was completed, the full power of the first step would be unleashed. At the same time, as the cultivation increased, the power would be stronger. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to cultivate. Lu Ming tried to comprehend it for a while, but had no clue. It seems that I have to take my time to comprehend it. As long as I put in more effort, I don't believe that I can't cultivate it successfully. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and thought to himself. Next, after comprehending the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps for a while, he started cultivating the myriad spirit battle body. He had countless spiritual herbs and spiritual medicine with him. He was not worried about not having enough spiritual herbs to cultivate. Chapter 297. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in seclusion for a month. In the past month, his body had improved the fastest. After using a total of 3,000 different types of spiritual herbs, Lu Ming's physical body reached 5th grade in one go. However, after reaching grade 5, the effects of grade 1 and grade 2 spiritual herbs were very poor. Only grade 3 spiritual herbs were effective. Grade 4 spiritual herbs were even better. However, Lu Ming did not have many grade 4 spiritual herbs. There were still more than 8,000 stalks of spirit herbs on Lu Ming's body. However, he had a feeling that even if he refined all of them, he would not be able to cultivate his physical body to a 6th grade. The higher the level of the body, the more energy it would require. Moreover, after reaching the martial grandmaster realm, his comprehension of martial skills would be much faster. After a month of hard work and constant battles with himself, Lu Ming's martial skills had improved tremendously. He had reached the 6th level of the ancient shield technique and could form 6 ancient shields at once. His defense had greatly increased. As for the 3 path palms, he had mastered the 2nd palm, the beast path palm. When he threw out a palm, a giant beast palm was thrown out. Its power was much stronger than the human path palm. The reason why he could improve so quickly was because of the 3rd platform. Of course, he had paid over 600,000 spiritual crystals for it. Given Lu Ming's 2nd level martial grandmaster cultivation, he would need a total of 10,000 spirit crystals each time he wanted to condense a figure that was exactly the same as him. He could last for 6 hours each time. The consumption was shocking. If Lu Ming did not have over 50 million spiritual crystals, he would not be able to afford it. At this moment, Lu Ming's strength had reached its peak. Although his cultivation was still at the early stage of Martial Grandmaster Realm's 2nd level, he could kill Qiu Chonglai with one move. On the other hand, Li Ping had arrived at the imperial capital half a month ago and met Lu Yuntian. When they met, they were very affectionate. They stayed together every day and did not want to be separated. During this time, Xianxia had been cultivating in seclusion. As for the golden-eyed blood zombie, Lu Ming ordered it to lie dormant in one place and not move. On this day, Huaqi hurriedly found Lu Ming and brought a piece of shocking news. The Yin Moon Empire sent out millions of soldiers to attack the Burning Sun Empire. The Ghost Moon Saber sect in the north had already requested help from the Blazing Sun Empire. The 2 armies of the royal family at the northern border also requested help from the royal family. For a moment, the Burning Sun Empire was shocked. Although the Dark Moon Empire and the Burning Sun Empire had been in constant conflict, it was rare for the Dark Moon Empire to send an army of 1 million to attack the Burning Sun Empire. Lu Ming, this time, the imperial family will send out an elite army, as well as some young experts that the imperial family has been secretly cultivating to the north. On the one hand, it will promote the imperial family's prestige, and, on the other hand, it will train these young experts. However, you also know that all geniuses are arrogant and unruly. No one is willing to submit to another. Father wants to choose someone to be the commander of this army and subdue these young experts at the same time. But after thinking about it, Only you are suitable, Huaqi said to Lu Ming. Me? Lu Ming was surprised. Yes, there is no one more suitable than you. To tell you the truth, some of these young experts are geniuses from the Star Cluster Palace, while others are peerless geniuses that the imperial family has secretly recruited. They were sent to the Great Sun Palace in the Blood Zhao Empire to cultivate. They are all arrogant, and ordinary people can't subdue them, Huaqi explained with a bitter smile. However, Father said that he won't force you. If you don't want to go, he will find someone else, Huaqi said. Go, why not? Lu Ming smiled. After being in seclusion for so long, he wanted to go out and temper himself. The battlefield was undoubtedly the best place to temper himself. Lu Ming, you agree? That's great. I will go back and report to Father. If there are no accidents, we will depart in 2 days. Huaqi was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Huaqi bid farewell and left. I will also go and say goodbye to Father and Mother. Then, Lu Ming went to Lu Yuntian's residence. After hearing the news, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping did not object. A cultivator must go through a series of life and death situations to reach the peak. Ming'er, go ahead. Lu Yuntian was very supportive. In the past, Lu Yuntian was a member of the Lu family, but in order to pursue the martial Dao, he often went out to explore and accidentally discovered the secret of the martial emperor's treasure. Ming, the battlefield is very dangerous. You must be careful. Although Li Ping did not object, she was still worried and warned seriously. Father, Mother, don't worry. Ming'er will be fine. Lu Ming smiled and assured his parents. Very quickly, 2 days passed. 2 days later, Lu Ming brought the GoldenEye blood zombie to the martial field of the Star General Hall. The army was gathered here today. Lu Ming, don't think of leaving me. Xianxia appeared beside Lu Ming. Xiaoqing, what's wrong? You can't bear to leave me? Lu Ming chuckled. Who can't bear to leave you? I'm afraid that you'll run away or die on the battlefield. Who can I find to settle the score with? How can I trample you under my feet? Xianxia snorted coldly. Haha, then come with me. But I heard that it's cold in the north. You have to warm my bed at night. Lu Ming laughed and walked forward. Warm your head. In your dreams. Xianxing's fierce voice rang out as the two walked further and further away. Rows of armored soldiers stood in front of the martial field of the Star General Hall. These soldiers were all tall and burly, exuding a powerful and murderous aura. At a glance, one could tell that they were all elite soldiers, veterans who had been baptized by the flames of war. There were a total of 20,000 soldiers. The sun shone on the armor of the 20,000 soldiers, shining with a cold light. At the top of the martial field stood dozens of people. Most of them were young men in their 20s. Each and every one of them had a strong and vigorous aura. The weakest among them was at the 9th level of the martial Grandmaster realm. There were 10 young men whose auras were as strong as mountains. They were clearly martial ancestor realm experts. Among the 10, 7 were the strongest in the Star Cluster Hall, equivalent to the gold-ranked disciples of the 5 major sections. As for the remaining 3, their auras were the strongest. As they looked around, they faintly exuded arrogance. They were the geniuses sent by the royal family to the Great Sun Palace. In the middle stood the Emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire, Hua Zhengxing. Beside Hua Zhengxing stood Huaqi. Your Majesty, who is our commander? Why isn't he here yet? He even made his Majesty wait here. How arrogant! A young man, cultivating in the Great Sun Palace, said unhappily. That's right. I think he doesn't put his Majesty in his eyes at all. In my opinion, we should just remove him from his position and let senior brother Hua Ying be the commander. Another young man, cultivating in the Great Sun Palace, said. The Hua Ying he was referring to was a young man in a golden robe, the last young man cultivating in the Great Sun Palace. This person was handsome and had the aura of a king. He was a member of the Hua family of the royal family, but he wasn't a direct descendant. Chapter 298. Hua Ying stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His bearing was extraordinary, and there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. At the same time, a look of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. Originally, he thought he would be the commander this time, but he didn't expect the position to be given to someone else. This made him very unhappy. Your Majesty, I suggest that we appoint Senior Brother Huaying as the commander-in-chief. Senior Brother Huaying is well-versed in the art of war, and his cultivation is profound. He will definitely be able to lead the army and win every battle. The young man from before bowed to Hua Zhengxing and suggested, win every battle? I don't know where this brat came from, but he actually wants to get his hands on the position of commander-in-chief. How laughable. Among the 7 martial arts grandmasters from the Cluster Star Hall, one of them was unconvinced and sneered. The imperial family had always been led by the Star Cluster Hall. The 7 of them were the strongest in the Star Cluster Hall. Where did those 3 brats come from? How could it be possible that he wanted the position of commander-in-chief as soon as he arrived? How could the young expert from Star Cluster Hall possibly agree? Kid, what did you say? The face of the young man who had been suggesting Hua Ying to be the commander-in-chief darkened as he looked at the people from the Star Cluster Hall. His name was Gao Li, and he was very close to Hua Ying. Didn't you hear what I said? I said that he doesn't have the qualifications to be a commander-in-chief. If he wants to be a commander-in-chief, he should be a genius of my Star Cluster Palace. The person from the Star Cluster Palace continued. A genius from Star Cluster Hall? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. A few pieces of trash actually dare to call themselves geniuses? Truly laughable to the extreme. Gali laughed disdainfully. Who are you calling trash? Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. The young man from the Star Cluster Hall roared, his powerful aura erupting as he strode towards Gao Li. You want to fight? That's exactly what I want. Gao Li's figure flickered as he rushed toward the opponent while throwing out a punch at the same time. This punch was as powerful as a mountain, and a powerful force spread out. The young man from the Star Cluster Palace also shouted and struck out with his palm. As the fist and palm collided, the young man from the Star Cluster Hall cried out in agony as his body was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed heavily onto the ground and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Second Martial Ancestor Realm. The young man from the Star Cluster Palace shouted, Humph! A mere first-layer Martial Ancestor Realm cultivator dares to fight me. You're courting death, Gali said coldly. Throughout the entire process, Hua Zhengxing did not stop them. He simply watched from the sidelines. He had already expected this outcome. As long as no one died, he would not care. Now, if any of you are unconvinced, feel free to make a move. Gao Li was incomparably arrogant as he swept his gaze over everyone in the Star Cluster Hall. The faces of the people from the Star Cluster Hall turned ugly. They could not help but look at the bald young man in the middle. The bald youth was the #1 expert in the Star Cluster Hall. He had a cultivation of Martial Ancestor Realm Level 2. I'll take you on. The bald young man stepped out and stood opposite Gao Li. Boom. There was nothing more to say. A great battle erupted. It had to be said that Gao Li was indeed very powerful. Although the bald youth was at the same level as him, he was not a match for him at all. In just a dozen moves, he was sent flying and coughing up blood. As expected, a bunch of trash. Still not admitting it? I can only say that you guys haven't seen the world and haven't seen the geniuses of big countries. You think that staying in a small corner of the world and having a little bit of success, you guys can be complacent? How short-sighted. How can you improve like this? Gao Li had his hands behind his back as he looked down at the people of the Star Cluster Hall, berating them with the tone of a senior lecturing a junior. Damn it, where did these guys come from? How can they be so strong? The faces of the people from the Star Cluster Hall were flushed red as they roared in their hearts. Hee. Gao Li let out a disdainful sneer and said, Senior Brother Hua Ying is many times stronger than me. Why are you guys not convinced that he is the commander-in-chief? Of course not. What right does a guy who has stayed in a big country for a while think that he is a genius and came back to show off his strength have to be the commander-in-chief? At that moment, a faint voice was heard. Who is it? Gao Li's face instantly turned ugly. Hua Ying's face also darkened. When Hua Qi heard the voice, A look of joy flashed across his face. The owner of the voice was, of course, Lu Ming. Lu Ming had his hands behind his back. Beside him were Xianxia and the golden-eye blood zombie. He walked over step by step. "Kid, who are you? How dare you talk to me like that?" Gao Li stared at Lu Ming with a gloomy look. "Tianyun, it's Tianyun." Before Lu Ming could speak, the young experts from the Star Cluster Hall could not help but exclaim. Lu Ming smiled and said, "Who am I? I am a commander-in-chief this time. Why aren't you kneeling and saluting when you see the commander-in-chief? Don't you know the military law? Commander-in-chief? You're the commander-in-chief? Ridiculous, ridiculous. I don't accept it," Gao Li shouted, then turned to salute Hua Zhengxing and shouted, "Your Majesty, the commander-in-chief this time is no small matter. How can you let such a young boy be the commander-in-chief? I don't accept it." Hua Zhengxing's face was calm, and no expression could be seen. He said, "Tianyun is someone I have my eyes on. What's there to be unhappy about? Your Majesty, the commander-in-chief position is no small matter. Only the capable can occupy it. If an incompetent person is the commander-in-chief, it will harm tens of thousands of soldiers." Gao Li said, "I agree that Tianyun is the commander-in-chief. I accept Tianyun as the commander-in-chief." Suddenly, a young man from the Star Cluster Hall exclaimed, "I also agree that Tianyun is the commander-in-chief. I also agree, I accept it." The other young man from the Star Cluster Hall also spoke. Tianyun had killed Xiao Chonglai some time ago. His strength was incomparably powerful, and they were wholeheartedly convinced. However, Gao Li and the others had just returned from the Blood Zhao Empire and had never heard of Tianyun's name. At this time, Gao Li's face was extremely gloomy as he said coldly, "A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. They have never seen a real genius, so they can only treat trash as a genius." Then he looked at Lu Ming and said, "Kid, if you want to be the commander-in-chief, you have to be capable. I would like to see what kind of ability you have." Then, a powerful aura spread out from his body as he slowly approached Lu Ming. "You talk too much nonsense. Hurry up and make your move, or you won't have a chance," Lu Ming said with a smile. Arrogant, Gao Li was furious. He shouted and threw a punch at Lu Ming. The powerful fist force almost penetrated the void. He had used all his strength in this punch, and he was determined to teach Lu Ming an unforgettable lesson. However, Lu Ming ignored his fist force. He took a step forward, and the ground cracked. Lu Ming's figure appeared in front of Gao Li in an instant, and he kicked out. This kick landed directly on Gao Li's stomach. Bam! Gao Li screamed in pain as he was sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. He flew over 1,000 meters away and crashed heavily into a huge rock. Everyone present was dumbfounded, including the elites from the Star Cluster Hall and the 20,000 troops present. Although they knew that Lu Ming was strong, the visual effect was too shocking. A genius in martial ancestor realm, second realm, was sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. Is this what it means to have cultivated in a big country? A genius who has seen the world? Not much. Lu Ming slowly withdrew his foot and said indifferently, "Uft." Huachi could not help but burst out laughing. Chapter 299. On the other hand, Hua Ying was the opposite. He clenched his fists, and a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. Bam! He took a step forward, and a ferocious aura burst out from his body. It was terrifying and vast. Third-level martial ancestor realm, and he was in the late stage of it. Tianya, right? Just now, you merely used your movement technique to avoid Gao Li's attack. You only managed to win in one move when Gao Li was caught off guard. What's so great about that? In my opinion, it's merely a despicable and shameless trick. Otherwise, how could you have seriously injured Gao Li in one move with your second-level martial ancestor cultivation? Huang stared coldly at Lu Ming. Oh, is that so? Lu Ming smiled and did not bother to explain. However, it won't work in my hands. I'll show you what true strength is. Hua Ying's eyes were filled with confidence. He was indeed talented. He was only 25 years old, and he had already reached the late stage of the third-level martial ancestor realm. Even in the Bloodjiao Empire, where geniuses were everywhere, he was considered a top genius and was only weaker than the 50th Bloodjiao superstar. In the Burning Sun Empire, other than the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire, he did not believe that anyone among the younger generation could be his match. Therefore, he did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. 3 moves? I'll defeat you in 3 moves. If I can't defeat you, I'll let you be the commander-in-chief. Huang placed his hands behind his back and said arrogantly. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. He then slowly extended a finger. 1 move? Haha, it seems like you're not confident in yourself. Do you think I can defeat you in 1 move? Huang laughed. No, you've misunderstood. Lu Ming shook his head and said, I mean, I'll defeat you in 1 move. What? What did you say? Defeat me in 1 move? Ha ha ha. Huang was stunned at first and thought that he had misheard. Then he burst out laughing. Defeat me in 1 move? Even the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire wouldn't dare to say that. How arrogant of you. I'd like to see how you can defeat me in 1 move. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded from Hua Ying's body, and an array of sword chi shot into the sky. At the same time, his bloodline also erupted. A silver chakra was extremely dazzling. Hua Ying's second bloodline was also a first-tier king-class bloodline. She almost had the potential of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe. Slash! Hua Ying held the battle sword with both hands and raised it up high. A huge sword that was 100 meters long was formed and stood between heaven and earth. The 20,000-strong army was horrified. If you want to fight, then let's fight. What's the use of all these tricks? Lu Ming curled his lips and struck out with his palm. A huge beast claw condensed in the sky and pressed down on Hua Ying's huge sword. This beast claw was more than 20 meters long and wide, like a small mountain. It was covered with black scales, looking extremely ferocious. The second of the 3 Dao palms, the beast Dao palm. Bang! Hua Ying's giant sword crumbled like a bubble under the beast Dao palm. The beast claw did not stop and continued to press down on Hua Ying. How could this be? Hua Ying let out an incredulous roar. She kept slashing with her battle sword, sending out streaks of sword chi towards the beast claw. However, it was useless. The streaks of sword chi collapsed one after another, and the beast claw continued to press down on Hua Ying. Bang! A cloud of dust filled the air. Hua Ying was pressed down by the beast claw and slammed into the ground. After a while, the beast claw disappeared, and a 20-meter-long beast claw print appeared on the ground. Hua Ying was lying in the middle of the print, twitching and foaming at the mouth. Tragic, it was too tragic. Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into minced meat with 1 slap. Great! Tianyun is invincible. After a long silence, a loud roar came from the army. Lu Ming looked around and saw Ming Peak in the army. The roar just now was from Ming Peak. Who else could it be but Pearl and Myeongchang beside Ming Peak? Tianyun is invincible. Ming Peak continued to roar. Then, Pearl and Myeongchang followed suit. Soon, the others seemed to be infected and started to roar as well. The army of 20,000 broke out into earth-shattering roars that shook the sky. In the end, even the geniuses of the Star Cluster Palace followed suit and roared. Lu Ming raised his hand, and the whole place suddenly quieted down. Everyone, this time, I am indebted to His Majesty for letting me be the commander-in-chief of this army. I, Tianyun, hereby swear that as long as everyone believes in me, I will do my best to lead everyone to achieve great things. Lu Ming's clear voice spread throughout the whole place. Achieve great things, achieve great things. The army of 20,000 roared. On the high platform, Hua Zhengxing stroked his beard and looked at Lu Ming with admiration in his eyes. How could this be? How could this be? At this time, Hua Ying and Gao Li had already struggled to get up. However, their eyes were full of disbelief. All right, Gao Li, Hua Ying, step forward and listen to my orders. Hua Zhengxing suddenly let out a shout. Your Majesty. Hua Ying and Gao Li bowed. Now, Tianyun is the commander-in-chief. Are you convinced? Hua Xianxia asked. Both of them hesitated for a moment before answering. Lu Ming could see that the two of them were persuading him verbally, but they were not convinced in their hearts. However, Lu Ming did not care. He did not care about the two of them at all. All right, since that is the case, then prepare the army and set off immediately, Hua Xianxia announced. Not long after, the 20,000-strong army, each of them riding a tall green-scale horse, left the imperial capital and headed north. The army of 20,000 formed a long dragon, stomping on the ground with a rumbling sound. Lu Ming was also riding on a tall and majestic green-scale horse. He rode at the front, followed by Xianxia, Golden-Eye Blood Zombie, and Miangcheng and his siblings. Behind them were Hua Ying and the other young geniuses. Miangcheng, why are you here too? Lu Ming asked curiously along the way. Because the general of Full Moon City is our father. Ming Peak rushed to answer. No wonder. Lu Ming suddenly understood. The place they were going to support was Full Moon City. Although the imperial capital was weak and declining, the northern border with the Yingwei Empire was an important military area. The imperial capital still had two powerful armies guarding it that obeyed the imperial capital's orders. One of the armies was the Mountain Suppression Army, and the other was the Northern Suppression Army. Both armies were elite, battle-hardened armies. Each army had 100,000 soldiers. They were one of the few elite armies of the imperial capital. Miangcheng, Pearl, and the other's father was the general of the Mountain Suppression Army, Ming Ming. This time, the Ghost Moon Saber sect was the first to bear the brunt of the 1,000,000 troops of the Yingwei Empire. The Mountain Suppression Army and the Northern Suppression Army were also affected. They engaged in an intense battle with the Yingwei Empire. The Mountain Suppression Army was having a hard time and asked for help from the imperial capital. This time, Lu Ming and the others were going to support the Mountain Suppression Army. Therefore, Miangcheng and his siblings naturally followed. Along the way, Miangcheng and his siblings were very worried. They were afraid that something bad would happen to their father. Naturally, the army could not be compared to Lu Ming flying in the air. Their speed was much slower. Chapter 300. Soon, 25 days passed. These 25 days were calm and peaceful. They arrived at the front of Mount Han. In front of them was the 1,000 miles of Mount Han. As long as they crossed the 1,000 miles of Mount Han, they would reach Full Moon City. Let's enter the mountain and set up camp, Lu Ming ordered. The army of 20,000 advanced towards Mount Han. After dozens of miles, they found a flat place to set up camp and had dinner. As night fell, the 1,000 miles of Mount Han roared continuously. Lu Ming ordered some people to patrol and some to rest. Late at night, more than 20 figures were leaping rapidly between the 1,000 miles of Mount Han. They were all dressed in black robes, and their movement techniques were terrifyingly fast. In the forest late at night, they were like ghosts. Soon, more than 20 figures appeared not far from Lu Ming's army and looked at the camp. According to the news, the Burning Sun Imperial family has sent out young experts this time. The general of the army is also a young, peerless genius called Tianyin. As long as we kill Tianyin and some other young geniuses, this army will be crippled. A few black-robed men discussed together. It is said that Tianyin is a genius on the same level as the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun. Leave him to me. A black-robed man with a golden moon embroidered on his black robe said. The others nodded. This black-robed man with a golden moon was the strongest among them. Come, let's go closer. The black-robed man with a golden moon waved his hand, and more than 20 people followed him to the camp like ghosts. They did not emit any aura and did not make any sound as they walked. They were silent. They stopped 1,000 meters away from the camp. One of the tents emitted the aura of a 3rd-level martial grandmaster. That person should be Tianyin. I'll kill him, and you guys assassinate the others. The black-robed man with a golden moon ordered. The others nodded. Under the moonlight, their figures actually became hazy, and they silently disappeared from their original positions. The black-robed man with a golden moon was the fastest. He easily passed through the checkpoints and arrived in front of tent. In this tent, a young man sat cross-legged. This young man was none other than Huaying. Among the many young experts, his cultivation was the highest. He had reached the late third realm of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. The black-robed man with the golden moon naturally thought that he was Lu Ming. Genius? Die. Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the black-robed man with the golden moon. A slender black sword appeared in his hand. He and the sword turned into a black bolt of lightning and pierced towards Huaying. Huaying, who was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, suddenly felt a terrifying aura of death envelop him, causing his hair to stand on end. Not good. Huaying's spiritual sense was extremely sensitive. He had relied on it many times to avoid death. At this time, he did not even think about it, and his body soared into the sky. Even so, he was still one step too late. Puchi! The long sword pierced through his shoulder, and blood splattered everywhere. Huaying roared, and an eagle appeared above his head. This was his bloodline. The eagle's wings flapped rapidly, and he retreated rapidly. You do have some ability, actually being able to avoid my sure-kill sword, but you're still going to die. The black-robed man with the golden moon sneered. His body was like a ghost as he charged toward Huaying. At the same time, in another tent, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him, the tent suddenly split open, and a black sword radiance pierced towards his glabella at an extremely fast speed. An assassin of the second realm of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. His body did not move, and he suddenly waved his right hand. A long spear instantly condensed and pierced forward. Its speed was much faster than the assassin's. How can this be? The assassin was horrified. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Puff! Lu Ming's long spear pierced through his heart, and the assassin was sent flying. Swoosh! Lu Ming broke out of the tent and appeared in the sky. In the military camp, there were a few screams. Some young experts had been assassinated. There were also young experts who were fighting with the assassin. Lu Ming looked around and saw Xianxia's body flash across the sky, and behind her, there was a corpse. He looked again and saw that Huaying was being chased by the black-robed man. He was in danger and could be killed at any time. Golden-eyed kill. Lu Ming ordered the golden-eyed blood zombie. The golden-eyed blood zombie roared and pounced on the assassins. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a long spear appeared. He threw it out, and the long spear turned into a bolt of lightning, shooting towards the black-robed man with the golden moon. At this time, the black-robed man had already closed in on Huaying, and a cold, murderous intent enveloped Huaying. Huaying's body was cold. He had a feeling that he would die under the black-robed man's sword in the next moment. This feeling almost suffocated him. He roared in his heart, "No, I can't die, I can't die. I still have to revive the Hua family." However, he had just been stabbed, and the terrifying sword chi was constantly seeping into his body. He felt waves of weakness coming over him. The black-robed man with the golden moon closed in instantly. Die. The black-robed man with the golden moon sneered and stabbed his sword toward Huaying. This sword was faster than the previous one, and it was extremely sharp and unstoppable. Huaying could not block it at all. No! Huaying roared, and his heart was filled with despair. At this moment, swoosh! A bolt of lightning pierced through the air, and it was extremely fast. It was a long spear that was condensed from genuine chi. Clang! The long spear stabbed the black-robed man with the golden moon's long sword, and there was a violent vibration. The black-robed man with the golden moon trembled, and his body could not help but fly to one side. Lu Ming moved, and in the next moment he swept past Huaying and headed towards the black-robed man with the golden moon. Huaying looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. Just now, it was Lu Ming who had saved him. "Who are you?" The black-robed man with the golden moon let out a low roar. The power of Lu Ming's move had exceeded his expectations. With his cultivation of the martial ancestor realm's sixth realm, he had been forced to retreat, which shocked him. "Tianyun," Lu Ming replied indifferently. The black-robed man with the golden moon's pupils suddenly contracted, and he said in a low voice, "So you are Tianyun? You know me? You're sent by the Moon Empire, right?" Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he asked, "So what if I know you? I'm here to send you to the west today." The black-robed man with the golden moon sneered, and with the sound of his sword, he became one with the sword, and turned into a sword radiance, attacking Lu Ming. Swoosh! Lu Ming's long spear shook, and he thrust it forward. The spear was wrapped in the power of wind and fire, and the power of wind and fire completely merged. Bang! The long spear and the sword radiance collided. A strong shock wave spread out, and the black-robed man with the golden moon groaned, and his body flew back like a cannonball. How can he be so strong? As he flew back, the black-robed man with the golden moon roared in his heart. He could see that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 2nd realm martial ancestor realm, and he was at the 6th realm martial ancestor realm. However, in the end, he was sent flying by the 2nd realm martial ancestor realm. How could this be? How could such a thing happen in the world? You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.